Raila get it away. Pellegrini just looking for a decent option. And Perez.
Hello, Mutembei. Hello. I cannot hear you, man. Hello. Okay, guys. Kwa wale ambao mshaingia tayari leo leo tutaongelea hii story. Mutembei, can you hear me? I want to use it to test my mic.
Acha tutupie watu link hapa.
Yeah.
Acha tutupie watu link wa join
Yeah.
So unaona baba
mahali nibadilishe mic. Unanisikiza? Hello, Mutembei.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Ama
Clinton.
Sijui kama mic yangu inafanya. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Tuko poa sana. So guys, Clinton, tunangoja mjadala.
Okay, nimewapa mada tayari. Ruto kicked out of Jubilee. At the same time, Raila meets Lugha elders. So, sijui ni 2022 game plan ama kuna venye tatizo yeah.
Cyrus.
Yes.
Mtu wenu amekikiwa out of Jubilee bana. What's happening?
Sasa hii maneno ni lazima watu wajipange, kwa sababu Jubilee ilisarabatika kitambo sana, na kwa sababu ilifanyika hivyo ni watu wakae wakitafuta nyumba mpya, na kama vile tunajua hii Kenya watu ni kujipanga na chama, na hakuna chama ambayo itakuja kuwa forever in this country. Ukiangalia kutoka PNU ilikuja ikaleta Kibaki, Uhuru ikakuja TNA, 2017 ikakuja Jubilee, 2022 sioni Jubilee kama itakuwa kwa ballot paper. Wao walikuwa wanasema ni Ruto watakuwa kwa ballot paper, lakini ni wao watajikuta hawako, kwa maana hawana candidate, hawajajipanga. Na kwa sababu siku nyingine nilisikia Tuju akisema ile tofauti tu wako nayo na Ruto ni BBI, kwa sababu support BBI. Akisupport BBI watamrudisha Jubilee, lakini mimi sitaki hiyo mambo ya BBI, kwa sababu hata leo nimeona kwamba only 13 counties debated the correct BBI. The rest 34 they just passed something that is not there in reality. So hii mchezo yote ambao iko na ambao inaendelea, at the end of the day Jubilee is losing na itakuja kujipata ikiwa peke yake. Hata hii ingine wanajaribu kuleta hii Okoa Kenya ama Oka, hata hiyo itakuwa itakuwa haina maana yoyote. Kwa hivyo the last party that will be stronger ni UDA peke yake. Hizi zingine ODM, hizo zingine ANC, na ndio maana tu wanaipiga tu hivi, kwa maana walikuwa nadhani tu ni chama kidogo, lakini kinawapatia taswisi. So we are still strong na tutaendelea kupigania UDA, na hata wakitoa huko sisi wote bado tutaendelea kukua na UDA until the end.
Sasa
yes.
Nashangaa nani ndiye alikuwa anapeleka bill. Hiyo bill iko inatoka wapi? Si ni IBC ama?
But by the way, IBC is the source of the bill. But if you can remember, the last time we were speaking with you after Sagana meeting, I told you there are different BBI copies, na yenye iko kwa internet na yenye iko kwa hard copy hasipelekani. Na nikisoma gazeti ya leo ilikuwa inasema the one that was uploaded by IEBC, it was not the correct one. Na hiyo ndio ilileta shida, na nikashindwa, if walipeana hizi 13 the correct one, kwa nini 34 walipeana the wrong one? Is there sabotage ama kuna mtu ambaye anataka kuleta mchezo hapo? So what I said from the beginning that there is kuna mchezo hapo katikati ya BBI, wangeleta the full hard copies, kwa sababu zile ziko kwa mitandao unakuta zingine ziko edited, hasiko na the correct information about BBI or the formulations that were put there in BBI. So IEBC might have uploaded the correct BBI, but somebody sabotaged it. So at the end of the day, wakifanya pengine investigation watakuja kujua ni nani ali-interfere na hiyo BBI.
Okay, sawa sawa. Nani mwingine hapa? Dad.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, tuambie bana. Unaendaje hapa Kenya?
Kwa Kenya yetu si nzuri. Tangu mwanzo Kenya si nzuri. Sasa inaendelea kuharibika kabisa. Lakini before nichangie kidogo tu before nichangie, nataka kuambia chama mwenzangu hapa Cyrus ya kwamba that when the government issued all the whatever that PPI to all counties, and kuna counties ambazo zimepitisha na kuna like for myself naweza sema those kind of allegations that unasema that kuna zenye zilikuwa kwa mtandao ambazo zilikuwa poa, ambazo zingine zikakuwa sabotaged na mtu kando hapa. Lakini swali langu kwako ni if zilikuwa sabotaged, how sure are you that zilikuwa sabotaged and the government did not speak it out? That kuna zenye ziko original, kuna zingine ziko fake. Hiyo utanianza tu baadaye. Yeah, okay. Okay, answer to, no problem.
Ndio nasema from the beginning, hata ile ya president na Raila kusaini pale kwa nini kwa website, hata hiyo haikuwa inaonekana, yani it was not there. The correct BBI yenye iko kwa hard copy, it is only the summary, hawakuleta the full book, na hapo ndio walifanya makosa. Wangeleta kitabu yote iwe inapelekwa kwa bunge wapitishe, lakini bunge waliharakisha, bunge za counties waliharakisha kupitisha hii mjadala wa BBI kwa sababu waliambiliwa 2 million, na hiyo ndio 2 million iliwafanya wasifugue hiyo kitabu. Wangefungua wasome, wangekuta kuna makosa na wangepitisha BBI ambayo inafaa, lakini kwa sababu ya kufungwa macho na hizo pesa hawakufungua hiyo BBI. So if there is somebody that is sabotaging, whether the little players or somebody else from the outside, it is only those people who are in BBI or the investigative arms of the government ama hiyo committee iangalie haswa ni nani alikuja akatampa na hiyo BBI ili wajue ukweli uko wapi. Kwa hivyo all along there has been a problem. Hata ukiangalia kwa mitandao watu wamekuwa wakisema the BBI that is in the website and the BBI that is the hard copy is not the same. So they could have gone from that step, from that point.
I just understand you, but for myself, I cannot dwell on something that I have no evidence, and I cannot put any word on there because I don't know. Okay, according to what we are asking, it's about Ruto anafukuzwa. Unajua hata bibi mwenyewe ni yeye anapomoa nyumba yake mwenyewe. ukifukuza bibi, that's my own the way I can think. Ukifukuza mwanamke wako kutoka kwa nyumba, kuna jambo fulani. Unaona, like unajua Ruto ni naibu wa rais wetu, tunampenda. Lakini unajua ukienda against na serikali na wewe mwenyewe ni serikali, sioni kwamba hiyo ni vizuri. Hata kwako nyumbani mwenyewe wewe ndio unapanga majukumu yote. Unaona? Ukishapanga, umeweka ratiba zote, tunafanya hivi, kesho tunafanya hivi, and then unakuta umeenda against. I think when the BBI was being launched and whatever, hizo vitu siko kwa YouTube. Ukiangalia wakati hiyo program ilikuwa inaendelea launch pale Bomas, there are so many issues and even the feelings from the outlook from the deputy president himself was not happy. And this where he was supposed, before they launched the BBI, he was supposed to sit with his boss, amwambie si mimi sielewana hiki na hiki before they want launch. Now he's coming out to say that I'm not agreeing with the BBI, yet bosi wake walikuwa pale, hata wakisema Raila ndiye ameleta shida kwa government. Unajua ni vizuri sana wewe mfanyikazi, kama unaona bosi wako kupeleke vizuri, kama una njia ya kumfikia, kuna njia zingine sasa pitia kumpata. Lakini siwezi sema kwamba naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto hakuwa na njia ya kumuongelesha mkubwa wake, huyu ni Uhuru Kenyatta, at least waongea amueleza kwamba katika kipengele fulani hapa na pale kwa BBI mimi sikubaliani. Lakini sio kuenda kukaa ilonjiwe saa zile wengine wanaimba yeye, yani hakuna mood nyingine. Nikijaribu kukumbuka hiyo picha, sioni kwamba Ruto anafanya poa. Yeye ndiye amejifukuza, sio mtu amemfukuza. Hata akifukuzwa pia yeye ndiye amesababisha hayo yote, ndiye atolewe Jubilee, na already ashatolewa.
Excuse me Dan.
Dan, I disagree.
Excuse me Dan, ukisema kwamba alifanya vibaya kukaa tu mpaka BBI ilonchiwe ndipo atoke kuipinga, ulikuwa unataka asupport nini kabla BBI haijalonchiwa?
Okay, fine.
Ange support without knowing the contents.
No supporting. Unajua wakati BBI imekuwa launched. Okay, before nirudi hapo. Pale shule mnapo walimu wanapo set mtihani, unanielewa Clint? Kuna mahali fulani mtihani unawekwa, mnapitia kwanza ndio ikuwe gazetted hata ama ikuwe published kwamba hii ndio inaenda kuwa National Examination Council. Unanipata? So meaning that BBI kitokea ama before ilonjiwe, Uhuru awange launch na Raila before wakae waangalie kwamba hapa na hapa inastahili kurekebishwa. Na ni understand? So that's why nasema si ati angekubaliana. Lazima venye Raila na Ruto Raila na Uhuru Kenyatta walikaa chini wakasema hii BBI kulaunch nini Ruto angekuwa hapo. Kwa hivyo sioni kwamba kwa nini amelipinga kutoka mwanzo. Yes.
Can I disagree with that?
Sasa jameni, utaongea ukipewa time. We need some order. So kuna mtu amekuuliza eti ukapi swali lake.
Yeah.
Okay, nikiipata nitarejea.
All right.
Sam, maoni yako ni yapi Sam?
Asanteni sana kwa mjadala leo. Mjamboni wale ambao siwajui na wale wananijua. Anyway, mimi naweza sema hivi. BBI inaweza kuwa mzuri kwa njia nyingi, inaweza kuwa mbaya kwa njia nyingi.
Samahani Sam.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sam, we are not talking about BBI. We are talking about Ruto being kicked out of Jubilee.
Yeah,
and Raila meeting the lawyer leaders.
Okay, ndio nakuja kwa hiyo. Najua naanzia mbali alafu ndio nikuja kwa hiyo kwa theme yenyewe.
Okay.
Sio baya. Mnisamee lakini pengine mimi nachambua kwa njia nyingine. Nasema BBI sio mbaya. Mwenzangu Dana amesema kuwa, ama mwenzetu Dana amesema kuwa Ruto alijaribu kuondoka yeye mwenyewe amejitia nini. Wacha nikuambie kitu moja, ama niwaambie kitu moja. Iko hivi, tunajua Uhuru anatoka nje, whether we like it or not, he will never be a president again. His term is according to the constitution, anaondoka, whether we like it or not. So for president to hand over his own, what do you call it, deputy president, what do you call it, the presidential stick or the presidential sword, is not going to be something which is it's not going to be something which is going to be seen to the entire nation as if it's a monarch. Ruto has his own obligation to show to the nation that he wants to lead it, and he has to show it by deeds, by action. Hii ni kitu wa kwanza. Ni lazima yeye mwenyewe hajiweze jikakamua, aonyeshe wananchi, je, wananchi mnaweza kuniaccept mimi kulingana vile mimi nawafanya? Ndio watu wajaji yeye, because leadership sio kitu ya kuhand over kwa mtu tu, ni kama una hand over kwa mtoto wako. Hapana, hii ni kitu ambayo inahusiana na milioni 49 ya Wakenya, wale wako nazo wala hawako nazo. Ni lazima kila Mkenya ajaribu angalie kwa nafsi yake mwenyewe ama kwa thinking yake mwenyewe, angalie huyu anatosha ama atoshi. So there's one thing, for Ruto to be kicked out, it does not mean he's out of a government. Let us not cheat ourselves. Ruto is in the government, one thing. He was selected by us, you people there, and those who are looking at this show tonight. He was elected over 6 million, I don't know, 6 million, 7 million. Does not mean that he's going to lead. He's going to be the deputy president of Kenya only for 6 million. He's going to be the deputy. He has been the deputy of Kenya for the 47 million. Dan, usistingize kichwa, sikiza kwanza. So for him to be kicked out, it's in a strategic way. Is he going to maintain himself? Ni kitu wa kwanza. Ni lazima yeye mwenyewe ajitolee, ajitokeshe kuwa mimi nataka kuwa president. Uweze kuwa on the background. Hebu angalia. Let us go back. For the last the deputy vice president of Kenya, Kalonzo Musyoka, he has been the vice president. Did he ever come out when he was vice president and come out and talk, so I want this thing? He has never. And that's why anabaki tu kuwa watermelon. That is me. Musalia Mudavadi, he has been vice president for 3 months. Whether 3 months, it doesn't matter. He has been the vice president for those months. Raila Odinga, he has been prime minister. By then, he was more powerful than the vice president.
Excuse me, Sam. Excuse me.
Yeah.
We have to keep time. So after saying this, you'll have your 2 minutes to summarize. So let me say something.
Yeah.
For those who want to join the show, kuna link laika kwa comment section. Link number 1 ni ya Facebook Mutembei, halafu hizo zingine ni za YouTube, Kenya News Zone na Magical Kenya News. Halafu kuna shida hapa chini. Ukijileta kwa show bila sura, sikuweki. Eka picha halafu utaingia kwa show. Cause ukituongelesha na uko giza, maybe highlight. So kuna wenye wameweka picha na wewe hauna. Mwenye akona picha anapewa first priority. Tafadhali, si kwa ubaya. Sam, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Clinton. What to summarize? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to accept one thing. These are people, I mean, whether they are kutoka mnaitanga Cerelac, whether they call it Cerelac or what, no, baba, tunaita wengine sijui nini, wengine wachawi, wengine ni but I'm sorry, kusema hivyo sio kumaanisha ati ni wachawi ama ni wawezi. Msisichukue kwa ubaya, sisemi ati hao ni wachawi ama wawezi, hapana. Nasema tu kulingana vini, msisichukue kwa ubaya, sababu kuna watu ambao naangalia ni lazima niongee kivyangu. Nisisemi hao ni wachawi, lakini nasema tafadhalini mwangalie sera ya mtu mwenyewe vile anavyojiuza. Anaweza kutusaidia sisi wa Kenya kutoka chini kwenda juu, ama wanacheza mchezo. Hivyo ni sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya lazima tufikirie, tusifikirie tu uongozi. Wale waongozi wao wanapata pesa, na zaidi ya hiyo wakiwa pale, wewe unawacha na shida zako. So tufikirie ni nani anaweza kutusaidia. Ikiwa kama hatusaidii, tufikirie wengine ambao pengine hatujui hawa na wako na sera ambao wanaweza uza, ambao wanaweza tusaidia. So asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you Sam, thank you. Kizito, 3 minutes. Unmute your microphone, Kizito.
Okay, thank you very much.
I cannot hear you, Kizito. Unmute your microphone, Kizito.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening to you people all. First, I would like just to say that we people, the best able, our incoming president, Ruto. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, Ruto could have been the best president, the way everybody is saying. But the people behind Ruto are the people giving him more problem. Remember, if you people watch JKL just yesterday, or I think the other day, yeah, money on. Do you hear me? Okay, I was saying, if you listen to Boss Soleil last time during JKL live, we came to realize that these people who are supporting Ruto, they are the people who is failing. Ruto could have been the best president. All the things he's saying is good, but the people surrounding him are the people letting him down. For example, they came point blank saying that immediately the election was finished, the first time before it was nullified, they started discussing about 2022 politics. Those are the strategies that they could have kept inside them. Like right now, you see my party leader, Raila Odinga, is keeping his things inside. He's waiting until the last time to he will give them out by the time he's finished. Everything has finished talking all the nonsense. When you want even to lure a woman, start showing her your love, showing her everything is when you come to tell her the reality. Me, our Kenyans, our citizens, we are the people we are making the politics to be very bad. Ruto could have been the president, but these people are not genuine. They are not loyal to him. They are just looking for advantage they take from him. Secondly, about BBI, this BBI thing, anybody who is talking, they are just talking. Some of us, we are talking, we've never read the book. Some of us have read the book, but we never wanted. Like I think it was Moses or Kevel who said like that some people are just, they said that God has read it, now we have read it. Even this Tanga people were saying that they don't support. They never read it. Why don't they sit like this? Our parliamentarians, they go say, they say this is something we want to do away with it. Corona is there. They discuss it. They have got legal teams. Why don't they discuss it, finish it, and pass it? They say, okay, here's where the problem. Instead of putting here is Uru, here is Tangatanga, here is this. It's just blame games. That was only my take, that we Kenyans, we citizens, we are the people delaying. Even if you look what is happening on the street, there was a KTN live. People are being asked, why are you outside? It's only 23 minutes to end curfew, for curfew to start. They are saying they don't even put on masks. They don't put, but they say the president open. The president open. Why don't we call this our MCA, MPs, ask them, you said that this BBI thing is not good. Come, you are the person we sent to represent us. We are not going to the parliament to say, we can't go all of us.
Thank you.
That was
Thank
my
you,
take.
Kizito.
So any
Thank you, Kizito. Moses, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I also heard when my name has been mentioned by Kizito. I'll respond to that. One thing I wanted to say, I heard, I think it was Dan was talking about why Ruto couldn't sit with his boss and talk about BBI or changes that need to be there. If you watch the recent interview that the DP had with the Citizen TV, he talked about how he has been humiliated, but he has respected the boss. And that's true. Because last time I talked about if you see these events that has been going, like let's say maybe if there's like a funeral and maybe the president is not gonna be there, but the DP is gonna be there, the person that is being sent to deliver the president's message is somebody else, but not the DP. So this is just one form of the humiliation. Another thing, I heard my brother Kizito talked about BBI. I don't think this is the right time for that document. BBI, I've been talking a lot about how it's adding a lot of loads to Kenyans, because right, it's already a lot of loads on them. You know, there's a lot of things that I started last time that is contained in the BBI that is not good for our country. For example, the new 73 positions for MPs. Another thing that I said in BBI, you cannot tell us that you are going to tell youths to have a tax break. How are they going to have tax break, but they are unemployed? How is that even going to be possible? You know, you could have come up with something like, hey, if you want to start a business, we are going to give you loans at a low interest rates. Those are for people with business oriented minds, you know, something like that. But coming to tell us that you're going to have a tax break, you're going to have money in your doorsteps, MCS are going to have car grants. What the hell are those? Are we mad? So we should think beyond just our leaders, you know, because we are getting misled and they are stealing from us. Kenya is being hit hard by COVID right now. And if you see they have money that is set aside for BBI, how about they use that money to fight this pandemic or to bring back economy? In the US, I'm not comparing because I know US is more developed than Kenya. It's a first world country. And you know, like they give their citizens what is called stimulus check, those who are unemployed. But Kenya, we have COVID millionaires. They're the people steal from COVID money, you know, and things like that are things that derail our country backwards. And another thing, talking about our future in 2022, I think it's very critical because mechanism in which we can break this integral of political barrier in our country, because these are the things that causes poverty within our area. Right now, there's curfew. Does COVID travels at night? There's a mama mboga that depends on selling hamburger until late at night so that she can feed her kids, she can pay tuition. There are people who work in bars. Their livelihood depends in bars where they serve people. There are also people whose livelihood depends on being a customer care, and also waitress in restaurants. And these are the things that steer up our economy. But putting up a curfew that doesn't help, where the hell are we headed to? And just coming, I wish the people of
Excuse me, Moses.
go ahead.
You've said a very critical point. Does COVID travel at night? And putting curfew that doesn't help. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think like stopping people. I mean, at night, whenever hey, you have to be.
You said you are in USA, Cindy.
Yeah, I'm in USA right now.
Do you mean I cannot get COVID at night? Nitoke sahi niende kwa party, siwezi nikapata COVID?
So don't people party at daytime?
Okay, yeah, you can say COVID can be, somebody can get COVID at any time. Usiseme eti kwa sababu tumewekewa curfew usiku. Ni kana kwamba usiku hakuna COVID bwana.
The reason why I said does it travel at night? So they put curfew at 8. So my reason why I said that, does it after 8 p.m. So does COVID travel that time so that it can affect the people? That's why I say does COVID travel at night, Yeah. Okay. How many minutes do I have?
Like 30 seconds or 1 minute.
Yeah, just to summarize, I know here we are people with great ideas who mean well for our country. So we just need to educate our people, give a proper voter education to our people so that we can have a better country, because the future of our country depends on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kuna mtu ameingia tu sasa hivi. Atuya, were you with us at the start? Ama utaongea mbele ya mtu mwenye amekuwa Honorable Stano. Say something.
Not yes.
Okay. After Honorable Stano,
hello.
Atuya, you're gonna not yes. Atuya, Vince. You're gonna speak after Honorable Stano. So Honorable Stano, 3 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. Hey.
Honorable.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Now, first and foremost, I would like to
Honorable Stano,
say that
Honorable Stano, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Rekebisha mic yako na urudi tena. Vince. 3 minutes.
Yeah, I actually won't need the 3 minutes. I think pretty much what I'd like to share is obviously what you mentioned, which was the issue of Ruto being kicked out of the party. And I think the second point you mentioned was Lugha elders visiting Raila. I think the issue of Ruto being kicked out of the party is very much a self-made issue. I think if we all have been watching what has transpired, I think Ruto pretty much kicked himself out of the party. You have a party leader, you are running the government. You cannot, on the other hand, go and start criticizing the government that you are pretty much the second in command in that government. So I think by that, it was very simple and very clear. The president decided, and I heard someone talking about, when they went to certain funerals where the president was not there, and Ruto was then supposed to be delivering the speech, but then someone else was delegated this responsibility. I think Ruto realized that the president might not be very much keen on supporting his agenda in 2022. So he started crafting his own way right at the beginning. And obviously the president then took this as someone who's not supporting him through his tenure and started kicking him out. So I think the issue of Ruto being kicked out of the party, it's very clear. He simply kicked himself out of the party. When you have a party leader and you cannot simply be the deputy that is supposed to be the deputy, but you're commissioning your own project, you want to outshine your boss, no boss will accept that. Even in corporate companies, you will never try to outshine your boss. When you try to do that, there's only one way, And that way is that you will never be or you will not be part of that. So I think that was the first issue. The issue of the BBI. I don't
Excuse
know
me,
what
before you talk about BBI,
yeah.
Vince, Ruto criticized the government. According to you, the government he serves. Ni nini
Very much.
alisema kuonesha kwamba criticize government? Two examples, according to you.
If I can remember, you know, talking about the government not delivering on certain agendas because they've been hijacked by the BBI or by some outside strangers. I mean, you are the second in command. There's the president and there's you. So you are trying to tell us now, as somehow stupid wananchis, that there's someone out there that is much more stronger and much more powerful that has hijacked the government that you are the second in command of, and now is running the show behind the scene, and that is why you cannot deliver in your own agendas. This was, for me, an act of, you know, saying, look, I'm part of this government, but I have to criticize this. This is the role that opposition should be doing, not someone who's second in command in a government. So I think, in my own opinion, this was one of the clear things that basically, for me, showed that the deputy president was not in the same boat as the president and not supporting the president's agenda. You know, when we talk about the BBI, the president alisema at the launch of the BBI very clearly, Ruto huyo hapo, muulize kama I did not consult him, if he was not aware of what was going on. The deputy president sat there and smiled because he was aware. So to turn back and say, no, all these things were done and he was not aware.
But Vince, we are trying to look at it as youth. Unaelewa? Tunajaribu kujiuliza, watu wanasema Ruto amecriticize government. Na kuna baadhi ya mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo ameyasema. According to you, ukiachana na politics, useme tu, I want to judge William the way he is. Hizo vitu alisema hata kama ni criticize government, zingine ni kweli ama ni uongo, ama we shida yako na Ruto ni ile tu criticize government, utaki kujua ali criticize positively ama negatively?
It's positive. Most of them were very positive, which I encourage. But the issue is when you start thinking of criticizing the government, which you are part of, and then you talk about being kicked out of a party, which I think was the basis of our discussion. This is why I'm dwelling on this. But his criticism to the government was very fair. It's basically what the opposition used to do. And I think at some point he was in the opposition, I think, with Raila, and they did this pretty well. So I think most of his critics to the government are very spot on. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it's very strange from someone who is in the government and is the second in command to be criticizing the same government that he's serving.
Okay, thank you. We're going to get back to you shortly. Atuya, Junior, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's my first time to be here, so I'm really humbled to be here. Beginning on the issue of William Ruto being kicked out of the party, I think it is not happening now. It's something that has already happened. The issue is that Ruto has not officially left Jubilee, but he is in Jubilee by name, not by spirit and not by body. The issue between Uhuru and Ruto, it is not about the issue of disrespect. The issue is Ruto is a better politician compared to Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta feels insecure having a more stronger political deputy compared to him. Now, what Uhuru has done is that he has reacted using his state power, because he cannot react using his political power, because he cannot outmuscle William Ruto politically. So what the people who were around the president did, they felt like we have a president who is not as powerful as we hoped. So they advised the president to clip the deputy president using state power, because he could not fight William Ruto, and he cannot fight William Ruto head-on politically. So the issue of saying that William Ruto was disrespectful to the president is uncalled for, and it has no basis. It is an issue of an insecure president politically. He feels like he has a more stronger deputy than him. So he has to use state power, he has to disobey court orders, he has to disobey the constitution, because to tame his deputy president. Coming on to the issue of BBI, I had somebody saying that William Ruto should have given his ideas. He should have never opposed BBI before on front of the people. The issue is, remember when the handshake came on board, if you can remember what Joho said, he said we were told to respect Mr. Kenyatta and disrespect William Ruto. The handshake at the first, the handshake from the first beginning, or from the at the very first initiation of the handshake, it was a tool that was used by Raila Odinga to get to regain his political power, and it was a tool that Uhuru Kenyatta wanted to use to tame the deputy president. So the deputy president was not supposed to be in the BBI. Now the issue of saying that William Ruto should have approached BBI from a more orderly way, something that he was never invited into. He was never allowed to give his ideas. Now, the only way that William Ruto had to speak to issues in BBI, he had to face them, he had to speak to them via the media on the podiums, and that's the only avenue that the deputy president had. I think those are the two of the issues that I've had, unless Clinton, there's something that you need clarification or I need to add on. I came a little bit on late.
Okay, let me ask you this. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi amekuwa akisema kwamba Luhya, amekuwa akichampion Luhya unity na wamekuwa wakikutana, in fact saizi wako pamoja na Ford Kenya Party leader ama Ford Kenya Party leaders, because nasikia Ford Kenya ni ya watu wawili. So na jana ama siku kabla ya jana, Raila alikutana na Luhya Council of Elders. Do you see it can affect the Luhya unity politically? Maybe in 1 minute, Atuya Junior.
The Luhya unity has always been spoken about ever since the day I was a young man, up to this time that I'm here. What I can openly say here today, that I'm not a Raila supporter, but I truly believe having Mudavadi, Kalonzo, having Mudavadi, Wetangula, and any other leader from Western coming together, they cannot at this juncture dislodge Raila Odinga from the Western politics. Raila Odinga is very famous is famous enough in Western without the Luhya leaders, the likes of Mudavadi and Wetangula. So the two can meet. They have always had Luhya unity ever since Kijana Wamalwa left. They have never had it. It is not going to happen now. Raila is still in control of Western. I'm not a supporter of Raila, but I will have to say that Musalia Mudavadi will remain a Luhya leader in some small village. Wetangula is a good lawyer, but not a good politician. So the Luhya unity, it can only be championed at the moment by Raila, if it was to be.
Thank you, Junior. Kuna mtu hajaongea kweli. Yule honorable amepotea kabisa. Maybe ndio huyo. Let's hear from him. Honorable Stano. Stano, we can hear you. Proceed.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for having me here. And then, ningetaka kusema ya kwamba Ruto is his own enemy. Kwa sababu Ruto alikosa kugoja wakati wake ufike ili aweze kufanya mambo zile ambazo alikuwa na mipango yake. And unlike what people are saying that Uhuru is not popular in Mount Kenya, let me tell you, if Uhuru is not popular, hangekuwa na mjumbe hata mmoja anamfuata nyuma. And number two, those people who are saying that maybe Uhuru anacheza Raila, is not like that. Hakuna mtu alikuwa na shida mingi sana kuingia Mount Kenya kushinda William after 2007. But Uhuru made it possible for William kuweza kuingia kwa mioyo yetu sisi watu wa mlima. ningetaka kuambia hivi, saa zingine Uhuru juzi alisema ukiona simba amenyeshewa usifikirie ni paka. Hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Uhuru alisema anataka kufanya kazi. Uhuru realize his deputy want to derail him, ndio akitoka aonekane kana kwamba ni mtu ambaye alifail. And I want to tell my brother who has just said that Ruto ako sawa kisiasa kuliko Uhuru. Me, I would like to pose this question to him. Kama alikuwa anajua siasa zaidi kuliko Uhuru, bona akashindwa kuconvince Uhuru support? Instead, Uhuru akaweza kumconvince support. Ruto support. The whole thing, ile unaona hii siasa mingi ni kwa sababu ya hii handshake. Na mimi sijui kwa nini shida ilitokea wapi kwa Ruto na hii handshake. Kwa sababu pia yeye alifanya handshake na Uhuru after 2007. Nobody complained. In fact, walienda baka wakashinda uchaguzi. Wale ambao wamefuata zile siasa za hii Kenya na wale ambao wanafuata siasa za kwenye tumetoka, sisi kama sisi sasa watu wa Mlima Kenya watu wa Mlima Kenya who make decisions zao dakika za mwisho, na hiyo you can take to any nearest bank, ya kwamba wale watu wote unaona wanaimba wimbo ya William, wale wajumbe wengi wao ukiangalia wako na mashida za corruption. Wengi wao ni wale ambao waliingia na njia za milango ya nyuma ya vifaranga. Wengi wao ni wale ambao constituencies zao hata kama juu wanaonekana kama ni popular hawawezi rudi. Na kuna historia Mount Kenya ya kwamba MPs wale wako huwa wachache sana ndio wanarudi. Na nitakupea example. Kama Nyeri ilirudi mbunge mmoja, Kanikega. Kirinyaga hakuna hata mmoja alirudi. Ukiangalia mahali kama Murang'a ni mjumbe mmoja peke yake alirudi. Juu yule mwingine alirudi kama senator, alikuwa MP wakati ule, Irungu Kang'ata. So ukiangalia hiyo history, ukienda Nyandarua ni wangapi walirudi? Mount Kenya iko na history. So Ruto, kuna mtu amesema wale watu wanamfuata wanammislead wakijua ya kwamba wanafuata mfuko. Kuna wakati itafika, Uhuru aliongea tu juzi, aliitana Mount Kenya, Sagana State Lodge, akaongea tu kidogo na watu siku 2-3, then akaenda kwa vernacular stations za Kikuyu akaongea. Hiyo story ikafika hapo, hiyo story iliishia hapo. Ukaona mambo vile ilibadilika, na Uhuru hata saa hii hajatoka kufanya siasa. Goja uone project zikienda kufunguliwa Mount Kenya na Uhuru, na maybe akuwa accompanied na baba. Hapo ndio utajua. Sisi watu wengi tumekuwa tukisema baba ni mbaya kwa sababu ya kuambiwa. But I would like to ask you, ukiambiwa baba ni mbaya, atakuja kukunyang'anya mali ile. Sisi wa Kikuyu atakunyang'anya mali ile uko nayo. Mtu kama mimi sasa nitanyang'anywa labda kashati, we labda utanyang'anywa kakofia. Wale wanaogopa uongozi wa Raila ni wale ambao wako na maswali ya kujibu. Na zile vitu ambazo zinaambiwa zitarudishwa ni zile zinafaa kurudishwa, zenye zimeibiwa maskini na zenye zimeibiwa inchi. For example, Ruai, ile shamba ya Ruai ya sewage, haijagojea Raila aingie rais ndio irudishwe, imerudishwa na mtu wetu Uhuru. Na hiyo ndio njia ile tunafaa kufuata. Wale watu ambao walifurushwa huko, na mimi nimeona watu wengi wakiongea kuhusu wao tumetolewa wakati wa COVID. Lakini hawaulizi, kwa maana hawakupelekwa huko bure, walitoa pesa. Waulize mwenye alituuzia ataturudishia, wakuwa akisukumana na yeye awarudishie pesa, instead of kusema serikali wakati na reclaim vitu zile zimeibiwa, wanasema serikali inapiga watu. Ile ingine ningetaka kuambia ni ya kwamba watu wale, kama sasa nimeona juzi yule mtu ameunganisha wabunge kuwapeleka kwake kuongea kuhusu Mount Kenya. Hakuna mjumbe mgeni amekuwa hapo wa Mount Kenya, ni wale tu waga watangatanga. Hiyo ni moja. Kitu ingine, huyo ni mtu ukiangalia, sitaki kumtaja majina, ukiangalia ni mtu ako na maswali ya bilioni 12.4 zenye ameiba for 7 years. Ni mtu ambaye amesupply kulingana na zile mambo, na sitaki kuongea mambo ziko kotini, lakini ni mtu amesupply machine za kutengeza watu figo, akasupply vitu mbaya, unafikiria zimeua watu wangapi? And somebody like that atasimama mbele yetu atuambie mimi napigwa juu ya kuunga mkono Ruto. Wale wajumbe wengine wengi ukiangalia ni wale wako na hizo maswali. Ukijiuliza mbona unaenda we kutembea na watu ambao wako na maswali, ni kwa sababu wanajua iniu utawatetea, ukiingia waendelee kugandamiza watu. Watu wa Mount Kenya hawana historia ya kurudisha watu kwa bunge. Kwa hivyo wale watu wote wanafuatana na huyo mjamaa. Huyo anaitaga watu wa vitendawili. Yule ambaye mimi mwenyewe nilivotia rais kwa sababu
Excuse me. Honorable Stano, ni mimi nimekunyang'anya mic na si kwa ubaya.
Kwa nini?
We have to show some respect. Kama hujui unayemwongelea, acha kutuambia rumors. Unaweza nyamaza tu.
Unataka nimtaje majina?
Umuite ni Uhuru anasemanga mtu wa kitendawili, ama William Ruto, ama Moses Kuria, ama nani. Lakini at your age ama at your point at now, huwezi ukatuambia huyo mjamaa mwenye anaitanga watu mtu wa kitendawili. Hatutakuruhusu.
Nitaisema wacha
maybe urekebishe lugha yako.
Anaitwa William Ruto
na uje tena. Mtu next anaweza kaongea. Vince umeongea, Cyrus, Ayaga 3 minutes. And let's watch our language please, because this thing is it is public, na ukitafutwa haiwezi chukua hata dakika 10 ufikiwe. So tunajaribu kukusaidia.
Sijaongea na niliingia mbele ya Ayaga.
Kuna place pa kukublock.
Okay.
Okay, Rupia 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ayaga, just wait because I came before you. So what I want to say, people mistake me for being candid and being sincere. I'm a very sincere person and I like saying the truth. Huyu Stano, wewe unasema Ruto ni mtu mbaya na Uhuru sijui amekuwa nini. Let me tell you, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, said yangu 10 na ya Ruto 10. Alisema ama hakusema? Na hiyo ni ukweli. Uhuru alisema hivyo. Mimi nataka kukuambia, mimi ni Mjaluo original. Na mimi siwezi nikasema yangu 10 na yako 10 na nakudanganya. Siwezi danganya wewe. I can't. If I say mine 10, yours 10, I will give you. And you have to know that Ruto has not failed this government. It's Uhuru. You blame Ruto a lot. It's Uhuru who has failed because he's president. Ruto is not president. And you must be sincere in whatever you are saying. Wajeni kutuambia vitu hapa zenye hazina msingi. Things that are baseless, are unfounded. And then you want to blame Ruto, that Ruto is somebody who is very bad and should not be. Let me tell you, these people are politicians. We hata najua Uhuru hajakusaidia kibinafsi. Hiyo ni ukweli. Uhuru ndio amefelisha hii nchi. Si Ruto. Ruto ni naibu wake, na hiyo tunajua. Sasa hii maneno ya 2022, Uhuru should just shut his mouth while other politicians are doing their politics, because time yake imeisha. Watu wengine wanasema ati Uhuru is still too young to retire. Too young. I've said here, and it's on record, that even if he is young, why did he become president in 2012? He would have waited for 2030 to become president. Sasa kama he should retire. In fact, he knew about the 10 years. Don't tell me that he didn't know. He knew. So let him retire peacefully and let him go home. Because he has given us leadership which is a failed leadership, and we know that. So hiyo maneno unasema wewe usiseme because Ruto alimsupport ama Ruto hakumsupport. Si Ruto supported him wholeheartedly. Mpaka Ruto akasema mimi round hii huyo mwana wa Njomo niko na yeye nitamsupport. Sasa Uhuru akasema 10 yangu 10 yake. Ikafika saa hii mnasema ati amkusema hivyo. Ukijaribu kudanganya baba hivyo, Raila ukijaribu kudanganya, sisi hatuchezi. Sisi ni watu wa matendo, si kusema sema. We will take action. Na and what Uhuru Kenyatta fears most is that Raila and Ruto's union. Hiyo ndio anaogopa. Otherwise kama si hiyo angeshapatia Gideon hii kitu kitambo. Na tunajua pia Gideon sisi mimi kwangu ayaga mimi kwangu najua hawezi. Sasa ni hivyo. Sasa nyinyi mkue watu wazuri. If you promise somebody something, do it. Usikuja hapa unatuambia vitu zingine ati Ruto ni mtu baya, Ruto si nini. You promised him. Can you fulfill your promise? Na mnafikiria baba pia mndanganya hivi. Sisi hatutakubali. Sisi tumeteseka, tumekuwa opposition na we are very strong even in opposition. We will be stronger in government. I'm telling you the truth. Mimi, I don't like people who lie. If you come here and tell us things that are not making sense, they are not adding up, what do you expect us to do? You should expect 1 minute. I know my time inaishanga haraka, lakini mimi wacha niseme kwa hiyo muda imebaki, wacha niseme yenye niko nayo. Way forward 2022.
1 minute 30 seconds.
2022, we should be very keen, even with our elections. I know we will talk tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be very, very much prepared. And I have a very long speech tomorrow to give you. Yes, attend this session tomorrow. You will hear everything. But let me tell you, we cannot live in deceit. People cannot be deceitful everywhere. That sijui nini sahi wamebadilika, sijui wanaenda kwa Raila, si wamalize ya Ruto. Ile ya Ruto walisema si wamalize. Hizi tulisema, tuliwaambia mnadanganywa. We told the Kalenjins mnadanganywa ati 10 hii hakuna. Sisi tumeenda huko wametudanganya. Now let us be sincere. Let us say the truth. Even if it is politics, let us do clean politics. Politics which are founded on truth, not the politics of lies. And let me tell you, going forward, as Kenyans, please let 2022 elections be informed by this 2013 election, which we elected people who have not performed for us. And I'm not afraid to say that. We elected that, we did a mistake, and there were so many things. And you can now see for yourself. The country is for us all, not for individuals. Now, if we have problems in this country, we have it together. If we have lack of leadership, it's affecting all of us. If we have food insecurity is applying to all of us. It's not applying to a specific community. So we should actually be united for a good purpose, not for things that are not making sense. And at the end of the day, you want to say, it's our person who must be there. Nothing like that. I think I have not finished the 30 seconds. But somebody can talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles Rupia. Honorable Stano Clean ama Kim. Malizia point yako in 2 minutes.
Okay, kitu ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kusema, the person I was referring to is William Ruto. Nikisema mambo ya wakati nimesema huyo mjamaa, hiyo nimeclear. The person I was talking about 12.4 billion is Rigathi Gachagua. It's in public domain. Hiyo nimeachana nayo. Wacha niende kwa maana ndugu yangu amenitaja kidogo Rupia, niseme mambo yangu 10 na ya yule 10, hiyo tulisikia sisi zote. Hakuna mtu ako na tofauti na hizo. wote tulisikia, lakini wenye waliambiliana ni watu wawili. Sisi tulifuata vile waliambiliana. Mimi najua Uhuru alisema yangu itakuwa 10 na ya William 10, lakini mimi kwa hiyo 10 yangu kama stano ni gapi? Hivyo ndivyo Rupia anafaa kujiuliza, yako ni 2 ama ni 1? Watu wanaoana siku ya leo na wanafanya harusi kubwa sana, na wakimaliza muda fulani wanaachana. Mtu anaweza sema tulisikia sisi wote, lakini wakiachana tuambiwi. Nataka kusema ya kwamba watu wakioana wanaitana harusi, lakini wakikosana waitani kuachana. Kuna sababu ile ambayo inafanya Ruto na Uhuru wakosane. Sisi hawajatuambia. Na sisi kama Wakenya tunafaa kukosa kuwa watu wa ukabila. Na nasema hivyo kwa sababu Kenya imekuwa nchi iko na ukabila mwingi sana, kiwango ya kwamba ati lazima mtu wetu akuwe pale. Uhuru alisema juzi vizuri sana, kama ni mambo ya kuachiana, basi tunaweza sema hata kabila mbili zimeongoza sana, tuache wengine waongoze. Na hiyo ndio ile njia tunafaa kuanza kufikiria sasa, kwa sababu like now tukisema ya kwamba Ruto ni sawa, mimi sina problem na yeye, lakini tukimaliza na yeye probably atachukua Mkikuyu kama deputy, naye atasema na mimi sasa ni mimi ndo nachukulia. Wacheni tukue wa Kenya, wacheni tuache kuona kama viongozi wetu ni wajinga, wacheni tuache kuona mtu anadanganywa. Huwezi niambia mimi niamke usiku nipate bibi yangu ameniinulia kisu anataka kuniua, ama yeye apate mimi nimemuinulia kisu, na kwa kabisa Mungu aniwezeshe nimzuilie tuendelee kuishi pamoja. Hapana, hatuwezi kufanya hivyo. Kitu ile ingine, tuache kugawanishwa na mambo ya vile tunakaa. Kwa sababu ukiniambia mimi ni hustler, nitakubali mimi ni hustler. Lakini uniambie 92 William Ruto alisupport Moi dynasty, 97 akasupport Moi dynasty, 2002 akasupport Uhuru Kenyatta dynasty, 2007 akasupport Raila dynasty, 2013 akasupport Uhuru Kenyatta dynasty, 2017 ya kwanza na ya kurudia akasupport Uhuru dynasty. Sasa saa hii amesupport hao akafika mahali amefika. Mimi anataka kuniambia, ama mimi Mkenya anataka kuniambia nisiunge ule mkono kwa sababu ule ni dynasty. Tukiangalia mambo ya Raila Odinga, na mimi nataka tuondoe ukabila kabisa. Mimi ni Mkikuyu, naongea kama Mkikuyu. Tukiangalia mambo ya Raila Odinga, anaitwa dynasty, ni kweli. Ruto amekuwa vice president, amekuwa deputy president kwa zaidi ya miaka, sasa ni miaka kama 9. Na yeye si dynasty, yeye ni hustler. Raila anaitwa dynasty kwa sababu ya baba yake ambaye alikuwa makamu wa rais wa mwaka moja wa miezi 16. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri kuangalia history. Anaitwa dynasty kwa sababu baba yake alikuwa vice president, na vice president alikuwa wa miezi 18, mwaka moja na nusu. So ndugu zangu, dynasty ni nani hapo? Huyu amekaa miaka 8, ule baba yake ndio alikaa mwaka moja na miezi 6. Nataka nikiongea hivyo na maanisha ya kwamba tuache kukua na machungu. Mimi ukiongea na mimi nikiongea, tusikuwe na machungu, tusikuwe personal, lakini tuangalie hawa viongozi wetu wanatuelekeza wapi na sisi tunataka kuelekezwa wapi. Nikiongea mambo ya pesa zile zimeibiwa.
Niko na swali kwako.
Yes sir.
Kwenye
niulize ndugu.
Yenye ilikuwa Meru, kuna waziri alisema kwamba wewe Raila tunakupea kwa sababu tunajua mbamba yako. Alikuwa anamaanisha nini? Kulingana na wewe.
Kulingana na mimi, yule alisema hivyo, alikuwa anasema wanampea kulingana wanajuana na wanajua baba yake, ni ya kwamba baba yake angetaka kuchukua uongozi Kenyatta akiwa ndani, angechukua. Baba ya Raila aliambiwa tupate uhuru then tuachilie nani? Tupate uhuru then tuachilie Kenyatta. Naye baba ya Raila akasema hapana, tuachilie Kenyatta tupate uhuru. So akisema tunajua baba yake ni kumaanisha baba yake amestruggle kupitia kupigania nchi hii. Tunaweza kukupatia kwa sababu tunajua hata baba yako alipigania. Mimi ndio hivyo ndio ninaelewa.
Sasa
na alafu nikirudi kwa mjadala
sasa, wewe
kidogo
pia
nikimalizia
unaona,
nikimalizia
apewe kwa sababu baba yake anajulikana kulingana na wewe. Tusipige kura, tusiangalie sera za mtu tukipiga kura, lakini tupige kura kwa sababu maybe baba yako anajulikana, ama from that statement ya Meru peke yake, tukichambua hiyo statement peke yake.
Okay, umeniuliza
kama mimi naona aje. Mimi
kivyangu
unajua baba yako. Alafu sitapeana kwa Moses juu baba yake simjui. Inamaanisha nini? Hiyo ni nini walikuwa wanapeana? Ilikuwa nini?
Haya, nikikujibu umeniuliza mimi kama naona anafaa kupewa kwa sababu ya baba yake. Nitakuambia yule aliongea mambo yake akasema wanampea kwa sababu ya baba yake. Mimi ukiniuliza hivyo umeniuliza, nitakuambia Raila anafaa kupewa kwa sababu anaweza kuongoza nchi na kuisongesha hapo mbele vizuri kuliko vile ilivyo saa hii. Hivyo ndio naweza kusema atapewa kwa sababu ya uwezo wake wa kuongoza, lakini sio kwa sababu ya baba yake.
Thank you. You have 1 minute to summarize. Uko na dakika moja tu.
I can ask him a question.
Wait, Cyrus. Honorable Stano, dakika yako moja, malizia.
Okay, sawa. Nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba Kenya hii tunaelekea uchaguzi. Na lazima tujue ya kwamba nchi hii kichomeka, haitachomeka tukiwa nje. Itachomeka tukiwa ndani. Tukienda kufanya mambo zote na matamshi yale tunatoa, tuangalie ya kwamba tuko ndani, tuko na watoto wetu, tuko na wazazi wetu, tuko na watu wetu na Wakenya wote kwa jumla wa nchi hii ambao wanahitaji kuwa hapa na ambao tusitake kuwaharibia miaka zao zile za baadaye. Na pia kama sisi ambao ni watu wako na miaka iko chini kidogo, ambao sasa sisi ndio tunatarajiwa tunaitangwa viongozi wa kesho, sijui itafika lini, tujue ya kwamba kiongozi akitafuta kura atakuambilia kila kitu, atakuambilia hata nyumba, atakuambilia kila kitu. After amepata hautampata. Jiulize neiba yako yule unakaa na yeye hapo, mnaombana chumvi, hata ujuagi ni kabila gani. Wakati wale wanaenda na matatu, unaingia kwa matatu, hujui neiba yako yule mmekaa naye ni nani. Tukae kama Wakenya, tuangalie ya kwamba after uchaguzi 2022, kwa maana tunamaliza.
Okay, Honorable, you have a problem with your internet connection. Maybe alafu pia dakika yako moja imeisha. Ayaga, 3 minutes. So for those who wants to question, tafadhali acha kila mtu aongee wenye tuko hapa, so that you question at once na tusonge mbele. Ayaga, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope mnanipata.
Yes.
Rupia ametoroka. Rupia ako na shida ya emotions. Siasa itakagi emotion kwanza. Atulie kidogo. Hii maneno ni polepole. Osmos. Finally, nataka kuongea point. Honorable Stano. Honorable Stano amewambia ile ukweli wa mambo. Ukweli Kenya yote hataki kusikia. The truth that will never change. In fact, that guy has spoken everything. All things amechukua. Ni ukweli ameongea. Vote ya Central Kenya is tuambia dangling a lever. It's very slippery. Then Central Kenya, they don't do politics. Like that's us. Western and Rift Valley. These guys wanafanyanga boardroom. Niliwaambia siasa bado. Wataenda hapa Limuru. Sijui kuna mahali hapo Limuru hapo wakiendanga wafanye meeting yao alafu watoke na ile maneno watasema. Hapo ndio utajua mahali kura yao yote itaenda. Achana na siasa, sijui Ruto has what. Ruto has nothing. Maybe Rift Valley. He can count only Rift Valley. That is the political base. But Central Kenya is very slippery. Is not with Raila Odinga. Is not with William Ruto. They will decide. Hiyo time ikifika. If you want to know ni ukweli, look at the Ruto strategy team. Unajua kitu imeleta shida mpaka Gachagua akaita ile meeting ya around 40 MPs wale wako allied kwa tangatanga kule Central Kenya. Ni strategy team Ruto ametengeneza juzi. Ametengeneza hiyo team akaweka wote wakwao. Hakuna hata mmoja kutoka Central Kenya. None. I can tell you their names. None. So after kupeana ile strategy meeting, wale watu wakajua ni kumbe hapa tunachezwa. Hapa tunafuata, because if you can't be in the kitchen sahi, uanze kukua karibu na meko, wewe utakuwa hata karibu na sitting room, mahali maneno itafanyika. So ile meeting, alafu finally BBI, these people are pushing Ruto now to support BBI. Because they know very well that if with no BBI, they will demand for deputy president slot. Wakipewa hiyo, Ruto akiwapea hiyo, it will be very hard for Ruto to get votes somewhere else apart from those two regions. Itakuwa ngumu sana kwake Western, itakuwa ngumu kwake maybe Northeastern, na itakuwa ngumu kwake tena Coast, venye watu wanasemanga amemake inroads huko. Itakuwa ngumu sana kwake. Ukiona the likes of Aisha Juma wamenyamaza huko, sahii ni wakati wa kujipanga. Watu wanajipanga. Things, hata those Western MPs akina Didmas Baraza, mtu anaenda sabato leave na ni mwanaume na ajaza and is not pregnant at the same time. Ni watu wanajipanga. Hata akina former chief whip huyu wa Mumias, sijui ni Mumias East, former chief whip, they are quiet. See, people are bargaining. People are bargaining. Kama usema tu nina propaganda. People are bargaining how things will be. So Gachagua kulitisha ile, it is either sasa wa join the train, wa support BBI, ndio wapate hiyo prime minister, alafu hiyo deputy Ruto aende nayo, alafu hiyo deputy na president Ruto anaweza peana kwingine. Because in the coming election, you can't get Central Kenya out of power. Ati waache kukua president, waache kukua deputy president. Ni hizo ndio slot mbili zitakuwa. Hapo watu watasumbuana. So what I think, this guy are pushing very hard for Ruto to support BBI. Because BBI iko, unajua watu wengine wanapinga tu kwa sababu ni siasa mnapigwa hapa. IBC Uhuru ametangaza vacant juzi ya wale commissioners kwa sababu Chebukati amekuwa akicheza hapo siasa za hapa na pale za tangatanga. Ukisikia Malala amepiga nduru kule ati it is ODM pushing Chebukati out. Chebukati anakuwa pushed out after ile meeting ilifanyika kule Kajiado. After that, Jubilee, after Kajiado, Jubilee ikaandika barua kwa political party wa divorce na UDA. So after that, the central MPs wamefanya casual meeting. Hata hii information ninayo, si rumors. Hii curfew tumewekwa saa mbili hii na imekuwa hard ni kublock such meetings. Ndio maana walikuwa wafanye hiyo meeting kisiri without public knowledge. So wakati wale watu waligundua, wakafanya dabra kadabra, wakablock barabara, kila kitu ikablokiwa, tukawekewa curfew kidogo, alafu wakaifanya vashwa. Sasa mahali huwezi ficha siri. So siasa ndio imeanza. Central Kenya is bargaining. Those people are bargaining for sijui president.
Excuse me, Ayaga. Excuse me. Hii kafyu haikuwekewa corona, iliwekewa hao wanasiasa ndio wasimiti usiku.
Thank you very much. Curfew iliwekewa corona, lakini hii abracadabra imeanza in 2-3 days ya kutufungia kuweka watu walale kwa barabara. Hiyo iko other counties,
hiyo wamewekea Ruto na watu wake, ama unamaanisha nini?
Other counties, sijasema Ruto na watu wake, nimesema to block some night meetings, kwa sababu walikuwa wanatembea usiku, wanaenda wanafanya hizo meetings. Enda Mombasa. Kuna kafyu inaanza saa 4. Umesikia Mombasa watu wamefungiwa kwa barabara, wamelala kwa barabara? Hakuna. Kisumu kuna kafyu inaanza saa 4, ama Eldoret. Umesikia wamefunga barabara kule Eldoret, ati watu wamelala kwa barabara? Why Nairobi alone? So hapo kuna swali mingi tutajibisha. Nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you for being. Thank you for keeping time, Ayaga. Okay, the last person to speak will be Collins, and then we start asking one another questions. So Collins, it's your time. Mike, please, Mike.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to join you again today, and it's been a good show. Been following it. How many minutes do you have?
You have like, for being patient, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'll use 4 minutes. I'll leave you 1 minute. First, I have to correct something that Yaga has said, which is not correct. There is no connection between politics and the curfew. The curfew was put for the coronavirus spread, and the central Kenya combined with Nairobi and Kajiado, the counties covered by the curfew are containing over 22 million Kenyans. The politicians found in those places are less than 40,000. So you cannot put something for 40,000 people to block the 22 million Kenyans. So it's not viable. It's not a good plan. And if it's the propaganda that somebody can use, Ayaga, please, it's not viable. So there are no people sleeping on the road in other counties because people are trying to scavenge on the timings. Kisumu, most of the people who work in Kisumu, Kakamega, and Migori, but most of the time people who work in Kisumu come from Kakamega, or Kakamega coming from Kisumu and Siaya because they are around. Those roads, by 4, everybody's home. Everybody's running home. By 4, everybody's leaving the offices. So a few people, if you go to Kisumu as a town, even if there was no curfew, by Satano, you will see like a ghost town in the town center, except a few clubs that are working. So let us not mix the politics with this epidemiology and control of the disease. It's not sounding good because this thing is listened to by national people. This channel is being watched by everybody. I have good friends and they are very well placed in the government of Kenya and they're seeing it. Now, back to the topic is somebody talked, Rupia. As much as he's trying to be so much passionate about this thing, and though I don't have a passionometer to say how much, but he's trying to be so much personal with this. Stano, you talked well. We have to understand that as at now, the politics of the country has not taken any direction. That's why every politician is still looking for who is best for my next move. As of today, everybody is still looking, and because they think Central Kenya has the highest number of votes, over 4 million votes. So everybody thinks that any leadership that is going to come up without the Central Kenya is not going to receive a backing. So that's why Raila Odinga is like, I have to get a deputy from Central. I have to get a very senior position in the Central. The Ruto team, they have to get a senior position in the Central Kenya. And the central Kenya
like to be
knows it so
with
well that they are not going to have a presidential candidate, but they have to strategize and see who they can go best with. Stano said something that those who fear Raila's presidency, those who fear Raila's presidency are not those people who are clean in the system. There's a group of two groups of people that fear Raila's presidency. One of the group is the old guys who picked or took properties of the government and the people. Especially, you saw the Roy land, the land in Njiru. That land does not belong to the person who sold it, the Madenge people. Those guys sold the land to the public, and most of the people who bought those lands are people who get the loans and they're buying the land. You don't know, those people don't have the title deeds. Even today, as I speak, there are still, those guys are going on. They came with the tinga, the fencing has gone on. Watu bado wanachukua machuma pale. As at today, people are still picking those mabati and any other thing. The guys who bought those lands are really suffering. There is a woman that cried, they took a loan. And there is a guy who is only 29 years old. The guy took a loan of 5 million, alinunua shamba and bought everything for the house. Na import almost everything za nyumba. Imechapwa yote chini. He doesn't have anything, na alitoka huku Marekani. So whatever that guy is feeling is, and it's not that those guys who are crying are just the people who stole the land. They are people who bought the land from somebody who took the land from the government and sold it to Kenyans. So this guy should be followed up so that he can return the money. So those are people who fear Raila's presidency. The other group of people who fear Raila's presidency from Central are people who are below 30 years and they're above 20 years. It's a group that were being told Raila atachukua shamba yenu. And at the same time, this is somebody who doesn't have even a piece of land. He's still telling his dad, can you show me where I can build my house? They were told Raila atachukua. And it was not far. They were told this thing in 2007. The people who sold it were the 2007 the politicians. So as at now, let us still look into this. There is no presidency or there is no team that is going to be formed without the central Kenya. The next thing, somebody said that Raila anachezwa, mara Ruto anachezwa. And then somebody said, Kibaki, Uhuru said, Ruto kumi, mimi kumi, Ruto kumi. Kenya is a democracy. In every democracy, there is an election term. And the term for the Kenyan election is 5 years. So if they were elected for 5 years, even if Uhuru said yangu kumi, what if angeshindwa in 2017? Could he be having his 10? Could he have the 10 to give Ruto if he was not given? So all this, everything that people are talking about yangu kumi, those were called politics of persuasion. So Uhuru Kenyatta got his time. He got his leadership. He was elected again in 2017, which we also know that there was no good election, which brought in some of these MPs who don't even know how much votes they got because they are not sure. There is a constituency in Central, a polling station that recorded 416 votes for one candidate. At the same time, there's another candidate who got 300 votes and another candidate who got 115 votes. If you combine those votes, they are coming to around 800. The presidential candidate in the same constituency did not reach there, got 500 votes. So you are like, are there people who just voted for the MPs and they never voted for president? And there are some places where the president got more votes than all the MPs combined. So you are asking yourself, if these people, they got more votes, they got the people who went there voted for president and left the polling station. some of us, like me, I was a deputy presiding officer at some time. I was a clerk in 2006. So I at least know that when you give somebody a polling paper, it's always 3. For our time, it was 3. For the presidency, for the MP, and for the councillor. So if all those were given to this guy, and then you realize that there are no other votes they are not even found as stray votes. They're not even found as rejected votes. Then you know that there is something that happened within the clerks. That said and done, let us still know that any other political party or coalition that is formed is not going to make to the presidency without a vote from the central Kenya. Back to Ruto being sent out of the party, or Ruto is doing, I think that I disagree with Stano. Uhuru Kenyatta was the president and is still the president. Is the party leader of Jubilee. William Ruto is the deputy party leader of Jubilee Party, where Murathe is the chairman. If a chairman comes out and disown the main deputy party leader, then it means they don't have something called housekeeping. They should call their meeting, disagree as a party, then come and tell the registrar of political parties that we are deregistering this person. I said this in 2019, that if there is a way that Ruto can scramble the whole government of Uhuru Kenyatta, then he should be in a position to get himself out. If Ruto resigns on, not today, but in 2019, he was going to scramble the whole of this Uhuru's government. But because he has delayed, it's better to fight it from inside than to get out. Because if today he gets out, there is a replacement. And the replacement is to Uhuru to call a snap election. If a snap election is called in Kenya, both of them are going to lose it. And why is Uhuru Kenyatta taming Raila every time? This is the reason. When the handshake came, it was not about to despise Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga saw that the country was going on the wrong side. It was not governable for Uhuru Kenyatta to go on. And it was not possible for Raila Odinga also to run his government. So they said, we are all losing it. If there is something that politicians know best, is we must not lose it, both of us. We can all eat, or I can let you eat, but nipige kelele huku nyuma. But if they see both of them losing, they now have politics of interest. They will combine together. So when Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta came together, they came to stabilize. In their stability, they must have scrubbed the person on the wrong side. And the person who was being scrubbed on the wrong side was Ruto, because he is the next on target. He must see the failure of Uhuru's government so that he can get a pedestal to come next time to explain to the people that, you see, I tried to help him and he failed, so I can make it better. But still, I would tell you, Ruto is not the best solution for Uhuru's mess in the country. But because he is part of the mess, he should continue to mess the country more so that he can get the other person to fix it. Giving any other person the presidency in 2022 without giving it to part of the Jubilee is a mess, because the country is holding a lot of deni. Tuko na deni mingi. If you give somebody a company yenye iko na deni haijalipwa, afadhali huyo mtu asikupee kampuni hiyo. You better don't take the company when it's having a lot of debts, because you are getting into power. The first 3 years will be paying the debts. Thank you so much, and I wish somebody can ask me a question.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody sasa ameongea. Arapa Muri, tusikufungie nje bana, dakika 3. Sema kitu. Okay, say something.
Okay, so in my case, this forum is so informative na inatusaidia because we are trying to share our experiences, especially as young people, na tujue hii Kenya ni yetu country and no one else will take it from us. A good example is that nakumbuka someone was talking about Ruto kusupport our jamaa from 92, 97 all through. One clear thing nimekuja kujua ni kuwa politicians have their own interest. Hata kama sisi saizi tufanye nini na nini, hata wazee watujui. So the best thing that I normally advocate in any place in my village where I stay is that ukienda kununua mboka hauwezi uliza jamaa wewe ni wapi, and that is the Kenya we need. Ule mzee tu una value best yako tu, you don't even want to know their second name. Na ukiona even sisi wote tukiwa hii forum, kuna yule mzee mwenye hata ujui kwao ni wapi, lakini tu ukiwa naishi unaweza mcall mwambie kusort. And that is the Kenya we need. Hii wazee huko juu wajisort, wachana sisi kabisa. Who could ever imagine that from 2007 that Uhuru, His Excellency na Deputy President Ruto watai kwa pamoja, the same thing, handshake. So inatuonyesha sisi ni wale tu. So my appeal and humility to everybody mwenye atasikia hii forum is to ensure that tuwe tu sisi, wale ni sisi na sisi tu wale, tusikuwe na emotions na siasa, because hiyo ndio inatuharibu. Na tukipata wajamaa hapo mabesi wetu village mtaa hivi, wakiona mtu ni kama amechaja sana hivi, uonyeshe hii kitu si ati ni kufa na kupona. And that is the Kenya. Otherwise tukiendelea hivi ile tunaona ni kama mimi nimewin wewe umelose, hii nchi bana itakuwa na shida sana. So and then ya pili, tujaribu pia tuongee na hekima, tusikwase watu, because mimi nikiongea kuna kitu najua nikisema huyu maybe Clinton ama Cyrus ama Fils atakwasika. Tuongee tu kama sisi ni wa Kenya, wala ambao tunapenda nchi yetu sana. Na your neighbor wherever you are, make sure your mzee anakujua wewe ni mtu mzuri, ndio asione kama wewe ni kabila hii au hawa jamaa wote na wabaya. Kama alikuwa ni kasumba zake asijue hapana, si wote. And that is the Kenya. We start building like a honorable here Wangari Maathai alianza kupanda miti pole pole au kupanda Kenya yote, lakini at the long run tunaona tuko na Karua Forest amechunga hivyo. Si lazima to make Kenya 100%. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Arap Muri. Thank you for keeping time. Arap Muri, nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Rais is on record akisema kwamba handshake is not about 2022 politics.
Yes.
ODM supporters or MPs allied to ODM are on record saying the president should not play Raila like he played William Ruto.
Yes.
Nani anasema ukweli? Kwa sababu kulingana na sisi wafuasi wa ODM, hiyo handshake ilikuwa to make Baba president in 2022.
Yes.
So wale tunasema kwamba Ruto should support BBI, tunamwambia a support Raila Odinga indirectly ama tunafanyaje? In 1 minute.
Okay, thank you for that. Danza, because your question iko in two phases. Ya kwanza ukasema hiyo handshakes ya 2022 wengine tena, so wote wako right, because politics is about personal interest. Wale wase wana support Ruto wako na interest zao, why wanataka kuwa huko, wale wase Odinga hivyo. And that is why juzi tu penye huyu yani governor Baranya alianza kumention Ruto, unaona na wase ODM wameanza tena cool down. So hao wase wanasiasa tu wanatu, I'm telling you hii kitu hakuna, wote they are right, but sisi Kenya lazima tu max skill, because to be honest hiyo 2017 hapo penye handshake ilikuja tukinji katulia, watu wa Ruto kaanza kuraise juzi tu ati kuna wajamaa wanapatana kunywa chai, naona hata temperature zimeanza kukudi. So si tuanze tuchenge huko chini, ndio wajamaa huko juu wasiwachana sisi kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you brother Arapa Mori. Kuna point nimetoka nayo kwako. Viongozi wakuje, lakini sisi wa Kenya tuwe marking scheme. Asante sana. Asante. Nimeshukuru. Sasa kila mtu ameongea, na kama ulitajwa mahali you can respond. Kizito, you respond in 2 minutes or 1 minute ikiwezekana.
Clinton.
Yes, Cyrus.
Can I speak before Kisito?
Yes.
There's one thing I wanted to tell Stano, that the dynasty and Hasuras are just slogans that are used by politicians, like we used to do in 2013 when we are speaking about digital and analog. I think it is the same slogan that wanted to come in during this time of 2022 elections, but the narrative was misinterpreted, because if you check the meaning of dynasty, dynasty means that it is a sequence of people in power that have been in power, controlling politics, controlling lands, controlling businesses, and so on. Then when you look at that thing, you can relate that there are some people who have been in power, they have been controlling politics, they have been controlling businesses, they have controlling big tracts of lands, and you can relate all those things. But if we, what I can say, it is good as we as Kenyans, we know how to interpret these slogans so that we cannot fight among us, because when we fight, it is only us as Kenyans that are left in problem, that will be left hungry, will be left without shelter, and those politicians that we are fighting for, they will be enjoying in their homes, in their big homes in Karen, in the Luda, the Muthaiga, the other palatial places. But we as Kenyans, we shall be left in anguish. So the best thing, even without trying to bring so much things that we are trying to think, we as young people, we are trying to talk how we can bring a solution to the bad governance that has been in this country, the kind of leaders that we want, and we must come up and speak up. And that's why I always thank Mutebei, because when he brought this channel, we have been discussing so many things. We have been speaking helpful points, and we have been educating other Kenyans out there. So what we are all talking here, at the end of the day, politics is about interests. And because the D-Day is near, every politician is trying to align his position and looking for support from every corner of this country. So when you see Raila engaging with Uhuru Kenyatta, he's playing his cards. When you see Mr. Ruto calling Oparanya speaking, they are all speaking about 2022, and they know what they want at the end of the day.
Dr. Ruto, please. Dr. Ruto.
Yeah,
not Mr.
Dr. Ruto. Yeah, Dr. Ruto. Yes, we respect him. He's our leader. So I wanted to say that at the end of the day, all those people, when they are coming together, they are coming to align their positions and fighting for their interests. So whatever Uhuru Kenyatta said about Yagu Kumi na Ruto Kumi, those people were working very well. Between 2013 and 2017, they have been delivering and doing a great job in this country. But when hardship came in, there was a problem, because Ruto rejected hardship. Dr. Ruto rejected hardship because he said, wherever Raila goes, that house must come down. And you have witnessed that. Right now, a house of Jubilee that used to speak in one accord, now they are divided. They are Ikiwereweke na Tagataga. And this word Tagataga came up with our president when he said that Ruto should go around akitagataga, na mimi nikae huku akuja niambia yale mashida amewaambia na nchi na Kenya wakuje tufanye hiyo kazi. So these things, those political language, if you cannot understand them, you can always be in a problem. Right Honorable Raila more are those people that with the allegations, those people are in corruption. But I want to ask genuinely, when Senator Iroko Kangata was in Jubilee as a good follower of Jubilee, until the day he defected from Chief Whip, he started to be followed by DCI at the EACC. I ask, for all those years, where were they? Are these people genuine with the job that they are doing to Kenyans? That only when somebody is affiliated with the deputy president, that is the time he's labeled corrupt. That is the time he's labeled a bad person. No, if there is a good thing that we want that law to be horizontal, that it is cutting everyone without fear or favor. So the best thing is that we know all these things that you are speaking is all about interest, and there is nothing else. So if I support Ruto to be the president of this Kenya in 2022, I will continue, because when you check, even after 2013 elections, President Uhuru Kenyatta and Deputy Ruto as a pact, they continued campaigning for 2017. But when Deputy President started campaigning after 2017 election for 2022 presidency, there was a problem. And I heard yesterday from Boss Sorey saying that women rep, Boss Sorey saying that the problem came in when there was a meeting in Serena, and some people are speaking about 2022 and how they will support Ruto. When that thing reached President was so furious. And he said, before nullification of elections in 2017, President was so furious, was so angry. But when all those things he spoke when he was bitter, then President of Judiciary, Mr. Maraga, nullified the elections. Then President started pleading with them, soothing them, speaking with them well, so that they can continue with the journey that they had put on the road. So you can see that at this time he's speaking so angry, but after one day he's speaking so softly because of interest. So what my brother Amuri have said, that it is all about interest. The only thing we are supposed to do is to educate one another, that we don't have to fight to get a good leader. We can also decide to get a good leader from somewhere else. If we don't want Raila president, if we don't want Raila presidency, if we don't want Dr. Ruto presidency, then we can come up and vote for another person who will be fit to lead this country without fighting. And that is when they will see that even us as common mwananchi, we can bring change without being influenced by any politicians. And that's what I can say for now.
Thank you, Silas. Thank you for
Can I speak?
For your contribution, Honorable Stano. Let us keep the 2 minutes I was talking about, because everybody wanna talk. So mwenye atatajwa na Honorable Stano ndiye ataongea after Stano.
Sasa asanti sana tena ndugu yangu. Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba kwanza mambo ya Jubilee inasabaratika. Jubilee haisabaratiki. Jubilee vile imefanya vile imekuwa mtindo. Na sana sana nataka kuongea kuhusu sisi ambao tumekuwa kwa hii pande ya Mount Kenya. Ukiangalia 1992, najua ni vizuri pia kuangalia history. 1992 kulikuwa na Matiba na Kibaki. Mount Kenya. ukiangalia wakati huo DP ndio ilikuja hivyo. Matiba 1992 Matiba alikuwa amewika sana. 1997 akapotelelea, ikaingia Kibaki 1997 akawika na akakuwa na wajumbe na akakuwa sasa amekuwa leader of the official opposition. Ikifika 2002 after 1997 tukawachana na DP, tukaenda kitu inaitwa NAK. After NAK Kibaki akachaguliwa na NAK. Tukienda 2007 tukawachana na NAK, tukaenda PNU. After 2007 tukienda 2013 Kibaki akiretire, tukaanzisha kitu inaitwa TNA. TNA tukaenda nayo tukaingia sasa pamoja na Ruto mpaka 2017 Uhuru tena na Ruto wakawachana tena na TNA na URP. Sasa Ruto alikuwa amekuja na URP. Tukaenda kitu inaitwa Jubilee. So kusema Jubilee imesabaratika, Jubilee kulingana na mimi ijasabaratika, inafuata reli, inafuata barabara ile tumezoea siasa hizi za Kenya. Na hiyo ndio mtindo. Unatumia hii ukitoka Kayole, ukifika town unaachana na hiyo, unachukua gari ya Gong. Unatoka Runda, ukifika town unaachana na hiyo, unachukua Prado yako ya kukuelekeza Karen. So Jubilee sio kusabaratika, inasabaratika, ni mwelekeo ule ambao tumekuwa tukifuata kama Wakenya. Nikija mambo ya 10-10. Mimi ningetaka tuambiane ukweli, politics is about interest. Na interest zako huenda zikuwe si zangu. Interest za Sholei, Gladys Boss Sholei ni tofauti sana na za mtu kama maybe Gathoni wa Mushomba, ama ni tofauti sana na za mtu mwingine kama mjumbe wa kule Kigumo anaitwa Ruth Wangari Mwaniki, kwa sababu zinalingana. For example, Boss Sholei sai akisema ana support Raila ambaye ndio opponent mkubwa sana wa Ruto kulingana na vile tunafikiria, although Raila hajasema anasimama, atapata kiti kwao? Hizo ndio maswali zile tunafaa kujiuliza. Siasa za Kenya zimekuwa za ukabila. Na ndio nikasema hapo mwanzoni, ikiwezekana tuanze kujua jirani yangu ni Mjaluo na the other side jirani yangu ni Mkalenjin, na nikikosa chumvi hao ndio wanaweza kunipee. Mimi ni Mkikuyu, Uhuru hawezi nipee nikikosa chumvi, ama nikigonjeka usiku nitapelekwa hospitali na jirani yangu Mkale ama Mluo ama Mkamba. Tukianza kujitoa kwa hiyo mikokoto, yes, tukue tukijua kabila zetu ni hizi, lakini tukose kuzifuata kama ndio njia ya kuishi. Ni kwa nini nasema hivyo? Mtu wa Mount Kenya, for example, yes sir.
Stano, unatuambia tuachane na ukabila.
Niulize.
Alafu natuambia tena Boss Sholei akisema Raila tosha haizi akapata kiti kwao, which is true. Lakini ulianza kwa kutuambia kwamba nyinyi kama watu wa Mount Kenya, Ruto asifikirie mko na yeye. Decision huwa mna make at the very last minute. So, how are these your two statements connecting? Tuachane na ukabila ama Ruto pia asidhani mko na yeye, akae huko kwao, sijui. What are you trying to say, man? Mimi sikuelewi kabisa.
Nafikiria kuna mahali umeniweka maneno kwa mdomo na nitaanza na hapo. Si kusema watu wa Mount Kenya hawako na Ruto. Mimi nilisema ya kwamba wale watu wanaimba wimbo kubwa sana ya William Ruto saa hii, asijidanganye watakuwa na yeye wanaimba hiyo wimbo saa hii. Kwa maana watu wa Mlima Kenya wana make decision last minute. Hivyo nilisema. Si kusema ati hawako na yeye. Nilisema ya kwamba wakati huu asijidanganye yeye Ruto ya kwamba vile wanaimba sana. In fact nilienda to an extent ya kusema ni mfuko sana sana saa hii wanaangalia. Hii ya saa hii nasema tuachane na ukabila, na nikasema mambo ya Boss Sholei. Nimesema ya kwamba hakuna mahali na jicontradict. Nimesema ya kwamba Boss Sholei sai akisimama aseme ana support Raila Odinga ambaye ndio watapingana ama wanapingana sana kiti ya urais na Ruto, hawezi akapata kiti. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu Wakenya ni watu wa ukabila, na nitakuambia ile kitu inafanya tena niseme tuachane na ukabila. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu nimeona ile kidonda ambayo tunajaribu kuweka ukabila itatuingiza kwa shimo mbaya sana, ya kwamba tufike mahali ati ukisikia msichana wako anaolewa na Mkalenjin unaanza kumkasi kama mzazi. Ukisikia Mjaluo akisikia Mkikuyu ndio anaoa msichana wake anaanza kumkasi kama mzazi. Na ndio nikasema hapo mbeleni, ukiangalia zile vitu nimekuwa nikisema hapo mbeleni, nikasema ya kwamba Raila na Uhuru kusalimiana na Raila kuambiwa ya kwamba atakuja kutunyang'anya mali, nikauliza mimi kama Stano sasa nitanyang'anywa hii kashati yangu na wewe unyang'anywe kofia? Nilikuwa na maanisha ya kwamba tumetumia ukabila kiwango ya kwamba ukiona Mjaluo unaona mtu ambaye hafai kuongoza, ukiona Mkikuyu unaona mwizi, ukiona kabila ile ingine unaona kitu ingine. Nikasema tukue na Ukenya. So nataka kusema hivi, kama kabisa William Ruto anataka kuwa rais, kitu ya kwanza, usioutshine your master wakati bado wako na nguvu. Angenyenyekea kidogo. In fact, my brother, kama Ruto angeanza siasa zake wakati kama huu na azipeleke hivyo amezipeleka, ingekuwa ngumu sana kumzima. Lakini yeye alitoa mishale yake mapema, akapea watu nafasi ya kupanga kumgonga. Sasa wakati anajaribu kujizuilia inakuwa ngumu, kwa sababu alitoa mishale yake yote na akaonekana anaelekea wapi, na sio kuzuiliwa, anazuiliwa mambo ya kusimama kama rais, kwa maana akona haki na it is his democratic right to vie for any post, any seat he wants in this country. But you see, saa zingine timing inakuwa nzuri. Tunasemanga Ruto anakuwa mtu mzuri sana kwa kupanga mambo yake ya kisiasa, lakini pia anaweza kuwa mzuri na ashindwe kupanga zingine. Cause kama this one, Uhuru hakuanga na mambo ingine. And my brother, kama unaweza rudi nyuma kidogo 2017, before elections 2017, kusema Ruto anaweza kosa kupigania kiti ya urais ingekuwa ni kama ndoto. Hata watu wangekupeleka Mathare wakiona kama wewe ni mwenda wazimu. Lakini hiyo before 2017, yes sir.
Time yako ni kama inaisha, na kabla haijaisha,
acha
Ruto outshone his master Uhuru. Ni nini alifanya? Si mtu weke tu sawa, at least wenye hatujui tujue huyu jamaa ali-outshine Uhuru kana in this way. Uhuru alikuwa Karen, yeye akipanga serikali kwingine, akasoma ma-ministers wake. Ni nini hiyo alifanya? Cause hata mimi nashindwa tu nikiambiwa ali-outshine the master. Na we ni kama uko na hii information, alifanya nini to outshine the master?
Ile information niko nayo ni ile uko nayo, na ndio nitakwambia sahi. Ali-outshine his master wakati Uhuru alisema sasa tumeingia tufanye kazi, na mimi ndio nitakuja nitakuwa manager wa campaign yako 2022 2021 ikifika, tukienda 2022, lakini kwa sasa tufanye kazi. Alisema hivyo mahali mimi nilisikia na masikio yangu. After hiyo mkutano rais alisema hivyo. Hiyo weekend William Ruto alienda Meru na akaanzisha kampeni yake mara moja. Tukakaa tunaona ako Sunday hapa, ako na kina nani wako hapa. Akaanza campaign ambayo rais amesema tuachane na campaign sahi. So Uhuru akaona ya kwamba mimi kulingana sasa na maoni yangu sijaambiwa na Uhuru. Akaona huyu mtu anataka kugonga legacy yangu, so wacha mimi niachane na yeye nisonge mbele. Kuendelea wakaenda na hapa Embakasi. Tukasikia Uhuru akisema ya kwamba huyu kijana ako hapa ambaye amezoea kutangatanga, akija hapa akanyamaza, akasema akija hapa akiingia chorochoro mnamwambia maneno. Hapo ndio walitoa ile jina ya tangatanga, ni kama ilikuwa kama mokari ya president. So mimi kulingana na mimi naona vita zilitoka hapo.
Vita zikaanza. Ya Uhuru ya tangatanga ilikuwa in good faith. Ati mkimuona hapa mwambieni shida aje aniambie. Was it like that?
Sasa unajua mambo mingi nikisema nasema kulingana na maoni yangu. Ikiwa hapo ukiangalia kama unaweza irudia uone vile aliongea huyu kijana akija hapa amezoea kutangatanga kila weekend. Akapose. Nikana kwamba aliona
hakusema huyu kijana amezoea kutangatanga.
Huyu kijana Ruto.
Nilisikiza hiyo clip mara moja but hakusema hivyo. Unaweza iko kwa YouTube. Ama itafute kwa YouTube utuplay sahi. Kama ni hivyo unavyosema.
Iko kwa YouTube. Alisema huyu kijana Ruto. Nitaitafuta lakini dakika zangu zitaisha. Ningemaliza kenye nilikuwa nasema kidogo. Niseme tutaangalia hiyo ya Ruto. Tutasema hiyo ya Ruto, lakini nilikuwa nataka sawa. Point yangu ilikuwa hiyo word tangatanga ilitoka hapo, na nilikuwa na kujibu swali umeniuliza. Ninaona ni kama wapi walikosana wakati Uhuru ama President Uhuru aliona ya kwamba huyu ameanza kazi ya kujipanga 2022 na mimi nataka kuacha legacy. Tukianza campaign hakuna kazi itafanyika. So vita zao zilianza hapo. That said and done. Ninataka kuhimiza pia, juu najua sasa sekunde ndio zimebaki, nataka kuhimiza ya kwamba tukifanya hii maneno tujue politics is about interest. Ruto ako na interest zake. Ruto akikuwa mkubwa yeye ndo atapewa security, sio mimi, sio kabila yake. Gachagua akikuwa president ama akikuwa mkubwa atapewa security, sio mimi, kabila yake ni yeye atapewa. Na hatapewa security ya kumlinda kuliwa na wanyama, ni security ya kumzuia kufikiwa na yule Mkenya yule tu alimpigia kura. Sasa tujiulize sisi kama Wakenya tunaelekea wapi na tutaenda wapi na hizi siasa? Na kwa sababu sio kitu inaweza isha hivyo haraka ama watu kuelewa haraka, kwa sasa vile naweza kusema ni ya kwamba tushikane vizuri na tusupport handshake, kwa maana imeleta amani Kenya hii, na tujue ya kwamba Nairobi ikiwa na shida, manyumbani kwetu kuko na shida, kwa maana hapa Nairobi ndio tunafanya mambo na matowns zile kubwa ndio zinatusaidia kule manyumbani. Asante sana. Mungu awabariki.
Okay, so Stano, one last question to you from this guy. Anasema kwamba sasa una agree kwamba Ruto kutolewa kwa chama, umetuambia politics is about interest. So yeye kutolewa kwa chama, si eti alifanya kitu kibaya, ni interest majamaa wako nayo, ama yeye kuteswa hivi it's still politics. Wakisema we ni mwizi, you are corrupt, bado ni politics. Kulingana na wewe, si ndio? Politics.
Okay, hizo ni maswali mbili na nitajibu. Kwanza, Ruto kutolewa kwa chama kama ni mimi kulingana na mimi, Ruto hajatolewa kwa chama. Ruto watu wake wale wame misbehave ndio wametolewa kwa nafasi za uongozi wa chama. Lakini bado like now Caleb Kositanyi alikuwa deputy secretary general ametolewa, huyo hata saa hii ni mjumbe wa Jubilee. Mtu kama Kipchumba Murkomen alitolewa kuwa majority leader wa Senate ama Ndwale, they are still members of Jubilee. Ile kitu walifanywa, walinyang'anywa nyadhifa zao za uongozi wa chama ili waendeshe ile chama wameanzisha bila kufunganishwa na Jubilee. Hiyo ingine nayo Ruto mambo ya uongozi inakujanga na chama Kenya hii. Ruto anajua vizuri sana yeye ni second in command. Kuna mambo ambazo anaweza kuongea na rais na amwambie rais, naona hapa kunaenda hivi na hivi na hivi. Kama BBI tuliambiwa ya kwamba Ruto alitoa watu watatu, manake walitoa watu 14, Raila na Uhuru walitoa watu 14, wakagawana watu 7. Uhuru akaita Ruto akamwambia, my brother, lete watu watatu, mimi nilete watu 4, na wakaingia kwa ile Building Bridges Initiative. So mambo zingine hata kabla hajakuja kutuambia huku nje, kama angekuwa genuine na sincere Ruto, angekuwa anaambia Uhuru, na zile zinakuwa ngumu anaambia wale watu ambao alinominate kwa ile Building Bridges Initiative. Because hata saa hii you don't expect mtu kama Maina Kamanda ama mtu kama nominated MP wa ODM a support ideas za mtu mwingine. Kwa nini? Huyo hajachaguliwa na wananchi, amechaguliwa na mtu individual. Hivyo ndio Ruto alifanya, akiweka watu kwa building bridges ili wa represent interests zake binafsi. Thank you very much.
Lakini unapoenda ujue kwamba Ruto ametolewa kwa chama kwa sababu amehusishwa na UDA. At the same time, Maina Kamanda unaowataja walikuwa Kibera wakikampenia ODM candidate. Sijui kama hiyo ni indiscipline ama hiyo sijui how I can call it. So kama ni loyalty to the party, hapo Jubilee si wajitoe wote, because wote walikuwa
Jubilee,
Mombasa kwa ODM, wengine walikuwa Kibera ODM, and they were in public. So
Secretary General wa Jubilee alipoulizwa hiyo swali ya kina Maina Kamanda kuenda Kibra na ni nominated members wa Jubilee, alijibu, na nataka kusema hiyo ndio msimamo wa chama, alijibu akasema ya kwamba hakuna mtu aliwahi andikia chama ama akauliza wapewe disciplinary action. So hata mimi nasema mtu yeyote ambaye aliona kulikuwa na makosa alikuwa nafaa kuwa amelaunch complaint na chama. Hawa kina Millicent Omanga complaints walienda na wakasomewa na wakaambiwa mambo zao ni gani. Lakini ile ya Maina Kamanda hakuna mtu aliwahi raise. So huwezi kuchokora macho ambayo haikuumi. So Jubilee kanyamazia hapo. And also kisiasa, ndugu yangu, 2 seconds. Kisiasa ni kumaanisha party leader wa Jubilee ambaye ni Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ana support candidate wa ODM huko Kibra, ni vile hakutangaza hadharani. Kwa maana kama nominated MP anaweza enda kufanya campaign kwa chama ingine, hiyo ilikuwa ni treason kwa chama. So ukiangalia kisiasa unaona alikuwa wanaongea na Raila, anamwambia na kusupport hii, lakini wacha niwaoneshe niko pale. Na hiyo ndio mieleka ya kisiasa tumeizoea ndugu yangu. Asante.
Okay, thank you Stan ama Stano. Nani ametajwa na Stano?
Thank you.
Okay, Sam.
Asante sana Clinton. Stano, umeongea kweli kwa upande nyingine. Kwa upande nyingine nasema naweza kujibu hivi. Kwa mfano, umeongea juu ya kamanda. Kuna tofauti gani ya kamanda Cecil Mbarile, na Isaac Mwaura, Senator Pregale, wanaitwa nani? Sorry, siwajui sana kwa jina, au seneta na wale wengine waliofukuswa masenators ni wote walikuwa wamechaguliwa ama walinominatiwa, walichaguliwa, sio ni nominated. Sorry, they were nominated in a Jubilee party, in a Jubilee ticket. Commander was nominated in a Jubilee party, by Jubilee party. Now, what is the difference between them? Does it mean that commander has more the upper hand to talk whatever you want to talk, to say whatever you want to say, or to accuse whatever he want to accuse? there's one thing here. Tusije tukajifanya sisi tunajua ile kitu tunafanya. If the constitution of the party says you have to do this and this and this, it has to be that way. It does not mean that it can be altered. No, you cannot alter the party's constitution. Lazima remain hivi. Kwa mfano, mimi sijawahi kulini, mimi niko nje ya nyumbani, pole, lakini huwa nasoma. Second thing, mnasema Ruto alitoka nje ya nini? Yaani kweli pengine ametoka ama ametolewa, inaweza kuwa kulingana na party ama UDA ametolewa kulingana nao, lakini hiyo party ilikuwa kabla ichenjiwe kuwa UDA ilikuwa inaitwa nini? Tafadhali, mimi nauliza nyinyi wale wanajua.
PDR.
PDR. So PDR. So okay.
Yes.
Thank you, son. Thank you, Kim. PDR walichange jina yao kuwa nini? UDA. Unajua ambaye mwanzilisha chama? You know. Nafikiri we are sitting here as if we don't know what ni. Mwanzilishi ya PDR hiyo kabla ikuwa UDA. Do you know that person?
Yeah, anaitwa Hillary.
Hapana. Msijaribu kutujidanganya.
PDR ilianzishwa na Hillary ya 2020.
Ni nani alikuwa mwanzilishi? Who was the name? Mwanzilishi. Yeah, mwanzilishi nani?
Kidogo. Hiyo chama ilikuwa inaitwa POA. Mwanzilishi wake alikuwa Rafael Tuju.
Ndio huyo sasa. Ndio huyo sasa. Unajua Rafael Tuju anacheza mchezo wengi wetu sisi hatujui. Wengi wetu tunachukua Rafael Tuju ni kama mtu tu yeye ni kombavu ya Jubilee anafukuza. He is strengthening his own party. This is somebody who is strengthening his own party. Hii chama sio ya Ruto. Hii sio chama ya Mudhama ama Senator Jilo, hii mwanamke ama MP Lokowololo kutoka West Pokot. No, this is Tuju's party. Is trying to strengthen his own party before it disembarked from the government. You people, sometimes politics is a game, and you have to. It's a game of a chess. A chess you have to play with a strategic way. Let us not play in the knee. Yeah, okay. So the next thing, whether Ruto is gone out, whether whoever is going to come in, to me, it makes no difference. To me, I just want one thing. The people and the citizens of Kenya are able to sustain themselves with the life. Whatever the politicians are going to play, it makes no difference. Because they get millions or whatever they get it. We employ them. We employ them. You yourself, as an employer, you give them millions of money. You as an employer, you remain with tens of money, not even hundreds of money, tens of money. So who is the loser? We are the losers as employers. We are the losers as the taxpayers. We have to think that. Stano, kuna kitu uliongea kidogo.
Yes.
Wacha nigusie kidogo Mheshimiwa Stano. Wacha nikugusie kidogo Mheshimiwa Stano. Kuna kitu uliongea
karibu
kuwa Deputy President alicheza mchezo wake. Mwenyewe kweli alicheza mchezo wake. Hatujui vile alicheza na hatujui vile waliongea na hatujui vile wanacheza mpaka saa hizi. Kumbuka kitu moja. Mimi na wewe na wenzetu na wale wengine ambao tunaangalia hapa na wale watu wengine wako nje, anajua ni mchezo gani kati ya baina ya rais mwenyewe na deputy yake wanacheza. Let us not cheat ourselves here. We just read things on the newspapers, media, whatever we are going to read it, whatever we are going to talk here. But in the real sense, these are people we don't know what they're talking. Let us not cheat ourselves. Let us tuache vitu kando. We just say, kwangu mimi wanasema, I don't know what they are talking. I don't know what is going between them. Maybe it's their strategic way, which they are playing it, of which we don't know how, we as ordinary people don't know it, whether we are media, whether wako karibu na wenzao, wako na hawa, whether they are, it doesn't matter whether they are strategic people in their offices. These are two different things. To me, I can just say, okay, whatever they are playing, it remains to them. But hopefully, one day it will come out, the reality. Vile Stan umesema kuwa wakati ule BBI walikuwa, wakati Ruto alikuwa Ruto na Raila walikuwa na president wakiongea juu ya hiyo mambo yao. Wakati Ruto alikuwa anasema kitu fulani iende hivi, watu wakambuu. It's okay, that's normal, they have got right, whatever. President akasema unajua ilikuwa ni button ilikuwa ni hand over, lakini mwenzangu akaangalia nyuma. It's their own of me, but that's their own problem. Kwetu sisi kama raia, it doesn't matter, it's their own problem. Hatujui ni strategy gani wanacheza pale. Mimi kwangu, kulingana na mimi, I'm not a strategic political strategist. I'm not a politician, but I can say as a little bit of psychologist. You see their body language. There's something similarity between them. They are playing something that most of us, as ordinary people, we cannot know it. And let us not take it for granted. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you so much, Clinton.
Thank you.
Clinton nimetajwa, sijui nijibu, nimetajwa.
Itabidi ungoje time yako. Stan.
Nitagoja. Tycoon.
So kabla ya Tycoon hajaongea, kulikuwa na Benson.
Habari zenyu.
Is it my time?
Tycoon. Anaweza ongea, mimi nasikiza, tunaweza mwacha aongee kwanza, mimi sina haraka vile.
Okay, thank you Benson. Tycoon.
Anaweza ongea, mimi nasikiza, tunaweza mwacha aongee kwanza, mimi sina haraka vile.
Tycoon.
Yes.
Say
Hello,
something, Tycoon.
Munanipata? Hello, guys. Do you
Nakupata.
get me?
Say something, Tycoon.
Hello.
Okay, now the thing, Sam, I think I should speak more about
Nakupata.
Stano. First, I'll start with Stano conversation. The
Excuse
first
me,
talk.
Tycoon. Excuse
The
me.
real issue about the different.
Tycoon, your speakers are on na
Yes.
hatukupati vizuri. Uko nyuma yetu na sekunde 57. Kizito.
Okay. First, when I would like to start with just 2 questions from Sam. For Sam, please, do you know the meaning of nominated? These people, these nominated members, when you are being nominated in a party, you are being nominated to help, to give them numbers, to help them in achieving all what you are there to support. It's just like when we were in secondary school, you are from once we were telling them they are there to be heard, not to be seen, not to be heard, just to give us numbers. That one. And if we are people who employ them, and the word you use to employment is so good. We are paying them with our taxes, we are paying them everything, and instead of doing their work, we are paying them. They are telling us what they will do. What will we? How long will we wait for them to start? They want us to continue paying them for nothing. It's just like Ruto was saying. He was sent away from the office. When you are sent away from the office and you are getting money, why? Leave that office, leave that money. That one you will answer me. You will answer me, but let me go to another point. I want to finish my point, then you people will answer. Kutolewa kwa chama au watu wote wenye wametolewa kwa chama, by the time you are being elected or you are joining any party, you have to sign that you are going to support the party. You cannot be in one party and you are in another party. That one, there's no party, even in the whole world, I've never heard, whereby you are in 2 parties. And these parties also, you have to pay contribution. How will you pay in both sides? No, cannot work. What we have to understand, politicians are doing business. Just like Stano said, politics is about interest. What is that interest? Interest is they are there for business. You find somebody is coming to politics. Why is it that if they do, there's nothing they are gaining? Why is it that they even kill people? Why is it that they even pay money? Because they want, after they've used their money, they've killed, they want this money back. That's why they play these dirty games, this chenga huku na huku, to just to maintain their position and to continue. Like you go to
Kizito.
every sitting, every
Excuse me,
leader.
Kizito.
These people you hear, this was chief G whips, G.
Excuse me, Kizito. Kizito, nishachukua mic yako. Excuse me. Excuse me, Kizito. Guys, can you hear me? Kizito,
Yeah,
Kizito acha
we can hear
kuongea.
you.
Hauna mic.
Tunasikia wewe Clinton. Nafikiri Kizito amezao kidogo.
So Kizito, nilikuwa nasema kwamba don't make such serious allegations online. Not all politicians kill. Na kama uko na evidence
No, but
mtu ameua,
you know, Clinton,
the
sorry.
procedure.
I understand, I know what you mean, sorry. But you know what Stano said even before? The only problem we have, we don't want to speak the truth. Look, Stano was talking the truth. Everybody's throwing stones at him. He's throwing. It is the truth.
Excuse me, in your case, what is the truth? Which politician killed?
People have to speak the truth, like corruption. When people are corrupt, say they are corrupt.
Yes, I want the truth. which politician, according to you, killed so that he may remain
No,
in office?
I'm saying they go to an extent they can kill. I withdraw
So,
that, but they go to an extent that they can. I'm just giving you for you to feel the impact of that. I never say they are killing, but they are going to
okay,
an
yeah,
extent that they can
okay.
even kill to get that position.
You can
I
now
want us
proceed.
to just get the impact of it. So, but sorry, dynasty and Asla. Dynasty and Asla is a word that even nobody can dare speak, because all these people who are speaking, they are saying they are Aslas. They are going with the choppers. They have gaslers. They stay in Rwanda. Nobody amongst them can even go and pick somebody from Madare to become an MP. They will never. So when we are talking here, please let us just be let us speak the truth. Me, in my point, Stano, you talk something that I will never forget. Raila will be, if Raila to be given the presidency today, all these people were fighting him, blocking him. They just afraid that, oh, this man will interfere with our business. He will do this. But why do you want to stay in power to cover yourself? And these people who are suffering are the people who gave you work, who employed you. If he's the person who is courage enough to come and remove them, come and expose them, let us have him. Then we see where the country will be. We talked about,
Kizito,
people were talking yesterday.
Kizito,
It was live in
excuse me, Kizito.
JKL when boss lady was saying
Excuse me.
it's like,
Excuse
sorry,
me,
it's just
Kizito. Excuse me, Kizito. Kizito, we are using this show to enlighten some of the youths. Ama kama kuna mtu pale nje hajui kitu, tunatumia hii show kuwaelimisha. Ukisema Raila atapewa presidency, presidency hupewa ama ni nyinyi hupiga kura? There are some things you have to set the record straight. Watu hupewa wapi? Ukiniambia Ruto atapewa presidency, nani hupeana? Nani ako nayo?
No.
So let us not discourage the youths that are watching this thing kwamba wasipige kura 2027 ama 22 eti presidency kuna mtu atapewa ama kutakuwaje. So let us use the right words to put across our point.
Okay.
You can as well say if Raila is elected
uongozi.
president in 2022 atafanya hivi na hivi.
We elect them. Hakuna mtu anapewa.
Yeah. Proceed. You have 2 minutes.
No, I'm just saying, okay, to put the record straight, I said in case we go and vote him and he becomes the president of Kenya. Yeah. You will see there will be a very big change, because what Kenya needs now, we need somebody who can stand up and talk the truth. That truth is what people doesn't want.
Umemute Sam, umemute. Not Sam. Kizito, umemute mic. Oh, ni kama umemaliza. Asante.
No, I thought you muted me.
No.
Yeah, that's why I kept quiet.
So you
I
have
never
1 minute.
said. Okay, I want to use 30 seconds. In politics, let us speak the truth. When Mount Kenya said they will not give, it's the same way where nikisema Raila atapewa, you have to learn them. That is the truth. Between the president and his deputy, whatever transpired between them is supporters. It was live in JKL. Even every day they were used to. Why is it that when they are being removed, removed from these chairs, this chair is when they start saying that this this chama is bad. Please,
so
let
Kizito,
us tell the politicians, when you are nominated, you don't have work. You are just there to be seen. You are there to be not to be heard. Why must you be there? Secondly, women representatives. Women representatives, their work is just to make noise. Because when it reach where they are going to sit and discuss something, they are quiet. You saw it the other time. There was analysis that all these young youth that we elected in parliament, almost 30% of them, they don't talk in parliament and they earn money. Some say that we pay them, we employed them. You employ somebody who cannot even talk. It's we who employed them, so let them represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kizito. So Kizito, we've learned a lot from your speech and naweza sema kwamba before the JK live hiyo ya jana ambapo women rep alituambia kwamba what transpired between the president and his deputy ilikuwa ni supporters wake. So kulingana na wewe, kuanzia hiyo jana ulivyosikia women rep akiongea, umejua kwamba William is being mistreated because of that, not corruption. Hii tunaambiwa kila siku.
Now we are starting to know the truth. The truth is starting to come out one by one. That was
So
one tangible truth.
history ya yeye kuwa mwizi umegundua kuanzia jana ni politics. Now that the truth is coming out, sasa umemwondolea lawama ya kuwa mwizi, ukagundua all along it has been politics. Okay, you have a problem with your network connection. Tycoon.
Yes, my brothers. I've heard you guys speaking, starting with Stano, then Sam, then Kisito. But I need to start with Sam. The first thing Sam has spoken about is the difference between the deputy president and the president, that is his boss. And you see, the issue here is the difference between these two individuals is not all about who has not done what, but it is the issue between both of them is the succession politics of 2022. It is not all about when is someone supposed to start campaign. That is not the issue. The issue between the deputy president and the president is the succession politics. Just get to know this. We last time while we were online, I talked about the same thing, that the president is ready to surprise us with Gideon Moi candidacy. So this is the issue. If the president, deputy president, to dilly-dally, wait for endorsement, which was not guaranteed, and now Gideon Moi is to be supported by the president, and that is the only surprise that he made in Nyeri recently. If I leave politics, let's not discuss those petty politics of nani anasunguka mtu wa kutangatanga nini. But all the politicians, remember in 2013, when after the election of the president and the deputy, they went around all this country after, and everybody was fueled. Even the president himself, he was fueled to go around the country. When it came to the second term, after getting votes for the last term, Uhuru Kenyatta started changing behavior, and that was the behavior of succession, according to my own understanding. And let's not battle these propagandas of William Ruto has done this, he has done this. let's leave that and let's discuss these things in a reasonable way. Once I leave Stano, I go to Sam. Sam, you have talked about the UDA. Once you talk of UDA in the first place, it was poor. That was the political party owned by Rafael Tuju. But because of Tuju, maybe he was interested joining Jubilee and ditching UDA. He sold the poor. It's just like ODM, which was bought from Imanyara. You remember the battle between between Kalonzo and Raila, whereby Kalonzo pushed Raila to the far end, whereby Kalonzo went with the party. That was the original ODM. That was ODM Kenya. This other one, ODM, was registered through the back door by someone called Itopu Manyara. Not Itopu Manyara, someone called Manyara. That was another person. He registered his party through the back door. Then Raila was almost becoming partyless. And then finally, Raila chose to go and buy that party. And he used as the original ODM, but the real party, which was registered by Kalonzo and Raila Odinga, was ODM Kenya. You now understand that. So Raila bought ODM after being uncomfortable with Kalonzo to become the presidential candidate. There was a contentious agreement. That is why Raila opted to go and buy ODM from Imanya. And the same case here. Tuju left his political party and he sold to someone that was from Northeastern. Maybe William Ruto was using the same person to buy the same party. Then he left and joined. You cannot be a member of two political parties. Be aware of that. It is through the political parties, you can only be a member of one political party. And you can be an affiliate of another party. So you cannot be a
Excuse me, Tycoon.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Tycoon.
Yes, sir.
You are not using an earphone, ndio maana unajisikiza kwa nini sasa sisi hatukupati.
Unajisikiza kwa nini sasa sisi hatukupati.
Oh, amunipati.
So
Let me just do away with
tafuta earphone.
Bernard
away with my
Benson.
Benson, say something.
Open the mic.
Unmute the mic, Benson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just did it. Personally today, I'm kind of like just listening to what everybody is saying, and generally I usually have like very different opinion on everything that people usually say, and one of them, like, I usually stood by the wananchi, and about the issue of Ruto being kicked out of Jubilee. There are so many things that are contributing to it, despite the fact that people are saying that Ruto was early campaigner. He was outshining his boss. I don't think that was the main reason, because one thing for sure that I might think might have contributed to that is that these people were not. The Jubilee Party was not formed on ideology. There was no vision for Jubilee Party, and it was a party that was going to be short-lived. And this tells you the picture of the parties in Kenya, especially when NAK came to power. That was when Kibaki and Raila formed I think it's 2007, right? And when two political parties, or when two godfathers of the party come together to deliver for the country, they have their own interest, yeah? And when these interests are not met, they kind of run apart. And what, as much as they might say that Ruto was stealing or Ruto was corrupt, that is a lie. It is a lie in that, like, even in the might be the side of President Uhuru Kenyatta, there were people who were, the government was their own government. So if Ruto was one person who was saying to be corrupt, and you are in the same government and you're the president, you had that right to stop the deputy president from doing that, which means this thing was happening when the president was well aware that such thing is happening, you know. So because president has the intelligence, that is one. Then secondly, another thing that might have contributed to that is the foundation of our politics in Kenya, the way it was formed. Kenya is a tribal nation, and every tribe or every political party, they have their demands. If you cannot meet those demands, I tell you for sure, you will not succeed. And I can tell you, look at even what is happening with NASA. Look at everything that is happening with the political party. So even UDA itself, it will not last for 10 years because the ideology is not there, the vision is not there. Yeah, because if you look at a political party with a, I can bring you back to, I can give you two countries. We have ANC, we have the NC of South Africa, we have Chama cha Mapinduzi. And if you look at how the Chama cha Mapinduzi is run, is like, you find that even in universities, we have these political parties in there, and like the students are being groomed. Look at somebody like, if you look at Paul Makonda, look at Joket Mwegelo. There's also another one, all the people that have been given position by the late Magufuli. Those people were in Chama cha Mapinduzi. So which means if they have what we call Nyerereism in them, they do that. When you come to us in Kenya, you find that the political party is formed today. And the reason why the political party is being formed is formed because maybe I disagreed, I want to disapprove a point. So immediately after disapproving that point, that vision ends. Yeah, it's not all about corruption, that because somebody is stealing. Yeah, that's not what is making these people to part away or making our politicians to disagree at some point. Yeah, look at even ODM. Yeah, that we cherish so much. There's no democracy there. Yeah, because there's a way in which if you want to become with the new ideas in ODM, actually you will not survive. Ababu Namwamba was there. He never survived. Yeah, because like you are bringing a new idea that people do not subscribe to. There are things that if you don't follow, look at when the ODM was fighting, there was a time Millie Odhiambo abused the president. And today Millie Odhiambo is one person who is praising President Uhuru Kenyatta as the best Gladys Wanga. These people are showering praises for President Uhuru Kenyatta just because there's something that is bringing them together. Yeah, and what is bringing them together is like they are seeing there's a possibility of maybe somebody becoming the president, forgetting like the common man. They don't think of somebody in Samburu who does not go to school, somebody who Samburu who is learning under a tree, you know. But you see, so it's all about political ideology, the vision, and the interest. So that is what I can say. And Ruto will have massive people to come to his party. But if immediately after achieving that, people will disintegrate and go to their places. It's not about achieving their selfish interest, and that is all about political in Kenya.
Thank you, Brother Benson. Vincent.
Yes. Hello. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, thank you so much. I just thought session is just to contribute maybe to the topic of the day, which is very nice. The topic pertaining the formation of the UDA, the author of William Ruto from the Jubilee Party, from a point of view, it has aspects. There are so many things that contribute to the struggle in Jubilee, the struggle and the formation of the UDA. First, the way my predecessor panelists there, the way they said because of the corruption or all those things. In my point of view, it is about the interest. The interest. The Uhuru, generally, as we see currently, he might have interest, personal interest, and the group interest. Maybe he has his own people who have life and a lot of ambition after 2022, beyond 2022. And those are the people who are trying the this is the thing, from what we know, the interest. The interest is what is really driving the fight and the struggle in any political party. Remember that the people who are currently trying to believe are not holding any position in public. They're just the official of the party. But when it comes to the public opinion, when it comes to public opinion, people do not go along with those people. But whatever they are saying is what is happening in parliament, outside parliament, in the middle of the government. These are the people who are saying, if William Ruto becomes the president, then they have no chance in the next government. So their work is to do all ways possible in order to lock William Ruto outside. Anyway, this is the interest that I'm talking.
Okay, thank you, Vin. Vin, you have a problem with your connections. Maybe you can check where the problem is. Thank you, Vincent. Dune, 3 minutes.
Mike. Okay, Clint, thank you for giving us this chance. I've been here almost 1 hour just waiting. You give me the time I talk.
Hapana, nimekupea juu wewe ndio uliongea wa kwanza na sasa kila mtu ameongea.
Yeah. Yes,
so
yes,
you have
I
to
agree.
speak again.
Yes. Yeah, actually, for me, I want to start from saying that whoever wants to be in the parliament or to be a politician, in the first place, some of them they come out for being to benefit themselves. Like you might find somebody who have never even done even statistics in the area where he comes from. That's where you find hakuna vitu nyingi huyu mtu anajua. So yani akuna ile roho anataka kuitwa mbunge, anataka kuitwa MCA, anataka kuitwa like any part of the any part, even as a play like a politician. So this issue of wanasema ati watu ni wezi, from my side I can say all Kenya, the entire Kenya, beginning from our own homes, Kenya is corrupt. Everyone is corrupt. Don't claim like that Ruto is corrupt. Everyone is corrupt in Kenya. Starting from the parents. The parents, you lie to your kid. Mommy, stay there, I bring sweet to you. At the end of the day, you will not come to sweet. You understand? That's why you find the kids now, they're starting growing that mind. You find that, Mommy, ameniahidi sweetie, eventually umpatie sweetie. So that's why we find whoever comes to the public and fights for presidency or fight for member of parliament, you find that he's not coming out with fully helping the common mwananchi who is now going to elect him or elect her to come to that position so that he can give out or he can deliver to them. The only thing they are going there, some of them, they're going there to benefit to themselves and their families. So when I see people calling Raila, Kalonzo, Uhuru, they are corrupt, I say everyone is corrupt. Again, this issue of saying people, you know, in Kenya, this, I don't know, I can call it ideology or what, that somebody when he has done something, even the public knows this is the person who has done this. Hata hawakubali huyu mtu aletwe kwa meza. Unaona? Ukipelekwa mahakamani, you pay. Unatoka. Unaona? Na huyu mtu ako hapa nje, lakini the common mwananchi mwenye anaiba kuku, anafinyiliwa, anakaa ndani, yani anaweza kaa hata kama ana pesa. Like, that's why I say these politicians, they are not actually, they are not like coming down to help the common mwananchi. Like, if I can say from my side that if Raila is being elected as a president of Kenya 2022, from my own observation, I can say that Raila is a good man, is a good politician, is a good leader who can put things on the platform. Because we find that that's why most of the people, they are against this guy, that he might be coming out to erupt some of the issues which some of the people here are undermining people. Like, you find somebody akona crime somewhere, ameiba shamba ya mtu, lakini hataki kuiachilia. Mtu anaenda pale anafanya vitu kwa the big office, akiulizwa anaanza kusema, oh no, I cannot see, si mimi nimefanya hivi. Like, I can say like Echesa, there's something Echesa did to slap that IEBC representative. Akiwa mahakamani akiuliza anasema alikuwa anamtengenezea mask. No, that's not Kenya we need. We need Kenya people who talk. If you have done a mistake, accept. Like the politician, when we go there, or any politician who come to the public to file, to say their whatever their agendas, that what they are going to do to them, give these people a span of 3 months, the moment you elect them. That's the time unaona barabara inaanza kupigwa, inaanza kunyoroshwa, at the end of the day hii barabara unakuta aishi. Juu anataka kuwaonyesha ana deliver what he came to do, but then at the end of the day hii barabara ama hii project yote alikuwa anaanzisha haiendelee. Unaona? Mtu anakuja anaweka kisima, hii kisima inachimba, after all kuchimba ile maji, now disputing to the people, the entire area, you find hii project ina delay. Anaanza kusema tunataka pipe, tunataka nini. Sasa inaanza kuwa imekuwa kama kinyumbani. So from my own, I say, never trust any politician. Never trust any politician. Like, if Uhuru said that yangu 10 na yako 10, I can't remember the guy who said here that if he failed that time not to be re-elected again, wangepata 10. So politicians, they are using kind of a language and lies. They use more lies than the truth.
Thank you, Dun.
That's where we find. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nani anataka kuondoka kwa show in the next 5 minutes? Nikupe time uongee na uondoke. Arap, unataka uondoke after how long? 5 minutes. Then kuna mtu anataka kuondoka in 2 minutes time. So Sam, tumalize in 2 minutes alafu ulale poa.
Yeah, thank you.
Kwa job. Yeah.
Najua kesho nimebakisha masaa karibu masaa 4 niamuke usiku nikienda kazi. Anyway, thank you gentlemen. naweza sema kuwa it has been one of the few time that people can discuss with a good narrative discourse, mahali watu wanapeana jawabu wao na wengine wanani. So, sio kila wakati inakuanga hivi. Hata ni maajabu kwangu leo kuangalia kitu kama hiyo leo kwa hii mtandao. Wangungu, how are you? So, gentlemen,
Sam, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes na unazitumia kutuma salamu.
Nimeangalia Wangungu akiwa mimi. Anyway, mimi naweza sema hivi. Kwa kumalizia nasema nimeshukuru sana vile mmeongea kila mmoja. Vile kila mmoja ametoa mawazo yake, majawabu yake. Kisito ameondoka. Kisito is no longer there. Kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa anamjibu hapa, alikuwa anaitwa Tycoon, ametoka. It's okay. Tycoon, uko pale? Tycoon, umeongea kitu moja ambayo sikuwa na kuelewa, kuwa the president is going to be handed to be needs somebody. No, Wakenya ambayo wako saizi miaka 18 kuelekea mpaka 35. Kwa mfano, mimi nasema kwa mfano, from 18 to 35, next election, each and everybody is going to elect somebody or is going to vote somebody according to his or her own thinking. Sio wakati ya kupeana tu kupatia bato unapatia Ruto. Hapana, hiyo msidanganye. Ama kupatia Musalia. Hapana, hiyo sio hivyo. Raila asubuhi ni baba, tupatie kama Mandela. Haiwezekani. Young generation wanafikiria maisha yao. Inakwambiwa saizi. There's nobody in Kenya, whether young generation, old generation, kila mtu anafikiria maisha yake. After all, ni sisi ndio tunaandika hawa. Wewe ni mwajiri, unapatia mtu mamilioni, ni wewe mwenyewe unapata shilingi 500 kwa mwezi. Haiwezekani. Afadhali uandike mtu anapata milioni, lakini at the end of the day wewe unapata hata kama 50,000 kwa mwezi, itakuwa imekuridhisha. So the next election, it is going to be very, very tough kwa watu wote. Let us not speculate. Let us not take it easy. Hii mambo ya hii shida tumepata hii kwa mwaka moja sasa hivi, naweza sema mwaka moja kutoka February, March last year mpaka now. It's on 1 month, in 1 year. It's going to change. It is going to change the narrative of all, not even Kenyans, the whole world, especially Kenyans. Mnaona sasa vile iko mara sijui leo COVID, mara kuna kuna Moderna, kuna Pfizer, sijui Sputnik imekuja ikakatazwa. So the 47 million watachanjwa namna gani? How they get the vaccine? We have to think that. Na politician anaamuka, natoka asubuhi, anaingia ako na barua yake kuwa anaweza tembea kila mahali. Wewe ambaye unamlipa yeye, wewe unakaa kwa nyumba, unakaa nyumba kama mjinga na unamlipa. Let us think one thing. Forget about anything else. Let us think our own future generation. Forget about us. Tujisahau sisi wenyewe ambao tuko hapo saizi. Tujiweke chini. tufikirie wale wanakuja juu, watoto wetu na vitukuu wetu. Those are the most important people. Hao ndio watatuangalia, watasema ai, wazee wale walikuwa mbeleni. Ni kama vile tunaangalia baba na kina Moi, na ingawaje tulikuwa na mdharau Moi na kina Raila. Raila is one of the few people ambaye yeye amebaki kuwa anatupigania. Yeye mimi nawaambia ni ukweli. He has been fighting for us in each and every way. But for the last 1 year, amerudi kidogo hivi, and kuna mtu anamsunguka. Anyway, I don't want to say. I'm not a politician and then neither do I want to go there. Lakini Mungu anasema yeye mzee akiwa na kwa miaka miwili mwingine ama miaka mitatu nyingine, we are going to go in a very good way. So gentlemen, Wangungu, tutaongea. I will call you. Kisito, Tycoon, Stano, tutaonana. Benson, Amuri, Clinton.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
I wish you good evening, good morning kwa wale wako asubuhi kwao, good afternoon wale wako kwao, good afternoon. Mimi naenda kulala gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Sam,
Good night.
gute Nacht.
Good night.
Gute Nacht. Bis morgen.
Yeah, bis morgen.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Daktari.
Yeah?
What is the conversation ya leo inahusu nini leo?
Ruto kicked out of Jubilee, alafu vile hiyo time anafukuzwa, wazee wa Luhya wanaenda wanakutana na Raila, na huko kwao pia wanasema kuna Luhya unity. Sasa hii siasa yetu ya Kenya itakueje? Sasa kabla hujatupa maoni daktari, kuna mtu anataka kuondoka, situmpe dakika 2 aseme, alafu Harapa Muri.
Sawa kabisa.
Microphone, Harap. Harap, you have 2 minutes na umekatalia mic pia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to respond to Kisito na some guys also when you already mentioned some few things. One, sijui mbona watu wana complain that Ruto anataka kutolewa na siona kama alifanya makosa. For example, ukisoma the message from the party leader Jubilee kwa constitution yao iko page 5. Ukiona the last paragraph inasema we welcome the active participation of all and of women, young people, disabled, minorities, and then I insist we will ensure all voices are heard and contribute to the party's effort to enrich and advance multi-party democracy and development in our great nation. So sioni mbona wanaanza kufrustrate wazee wenye wako na hiyo tag ya tanga, yet from that nimesema dear members and friends, I may insist that what value that internal democracy in Jubilee. So mi naona hiyo ni si poa. Now I want to respond to Kisito pertaining nominated members of parliament. Wenyewe alisema ati ni watu wa kuonekana tu, hiyo sikubaliani na yeye. I'll give examples. One, we have many nominated members of parliament wenye wamecontribute sana. Ya kwanza ni yenye nimechecked from National Assembly bill yenye wameraise like Honorable Maina Kamanda, kuna bill ya the National Cohesion and Integration Amendment Bill 2019. That bill raised by Honorable Maina Kamanda is a very important thing, very important bill as far as cohesion is concerned. So for anyone to say that nominated members of parliament are there to be seen, not heard, it's I don't think it will sound well. Another example, akasema pia women in parliament should not talk. I'll give an example again of a powerful one. Despite the fact that she's a woman, she's also a nominated member of parliament, Honorable Martha Wangari. There is also a bill, the Employment Amendment Bill 2019. So from my opinion, it shows that they are really contributing. They are even elected members of parliament that in that list aject about 63 at 2019 hawako. So this Honorable Maina Kamanda nominated akona na ya National Cohesion and Integration. Honorable Martha Wangari akona hiyo bill ya the Employment Amendment Bill 2019, and also to represent the youth Honorable Gideon Keter akona aliraise na bill ya the National Youth Council Amendment Bill. I picked these three because in a represent Honorable Maina Kamanda ni wazee. That means that despite the fact that he is nominated, you has also played a very critical role. Second one, Honorable Martha Wangari, on employment, she's a woman nominated. She has also done amazing. And also Gideon Keter on National Youth Council. So I'm of the opinion that it is wrong for someone to say that nominated members of parliament are only to hard numbers. No. Somebody can be nominated because an opportunity did not present itself for that person to get an opportunity to be elected. But he or she maybe has played a very critical role for the party, either across the board, maybe the ruling party or the other parties. So that is something I really was of the opinion that consider should check on those nominated members, that they are really playing a very important role on the same. So maybe that is my opinion. Subject to discussion on the same. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Arapa Muri. Asante sana kwa maoni yako.
Thank you.
Yes. Somebody is calling me. Doctor.
Well, I just find the whole Jubilee thing is such a letdown. It's very, very unfortunate. Mimi niliangalia hiyo nini ya Ruto, hiyo interview ya Ruto, and it's just sad to see him sitting over there, and these were two guys who came on national television with matching shirts, TVs, stadiums. And as a Kikuyu man myself, one thing I have to say that it paints the whole Okuyu, generation or people in a very bad light. And then I would like for Kalejins to know that we are not all like that, and part of the reason Nananga there's that somebody, because I don't know if people normally ask themselves, why is it that there is all this huge Kikuyu community still fighting and saying we feel like we owe Ruto something? Personally, me from where I sit, I think loyalty has to count for something. It's we do. It's sad. It's sad. Let me just put it that way. And I know the ODM fraternity, I'm not seeing Ayega here or Danri. I know those guys are happy. They are happy, but I can also say this. the same Uhuru that betrayed Ruto, you guys gonna have to be very, very careful. You know, you can keep saying that he is for us, we have the deep state on our side. But what happens if we get to May, ama June, ama July next year, Jamaa chape kona? Then what are you guys gonna say? Because it is very well can happen. I personally, I had a lot of hopes for Jubilee. I thought they can do better than they have done. But I guess the legacy is going to be the BBI. If BBI comes to pass, from where I see it, I don't see what is it that BBI is going to bring to the country that we do not have today. I think the whole 35% it's just ni kitu imewekelewa tu hapo to I guess to make us to make you guys vote for. I think the whole BBI thing it's about the 4 position. It's about the sharing of power. Is that good for the country? Mimi sioni. I don't know what a prime minister is going to. I think we're just gonna shift. Okay, so now we have 6 positions. Now the other communities are going to ask, so what is there? What is the? Because you can only distribute it so much. You can give, the Mudavadi umpatie hii, Raila umpatie hii. So what about the other people out there? So I think BBI is just gonna ni kama kidonda unawekelea bandage, side moja inafunguka kipande ingine. So I don't see BBI being a solution for our problems. Would I want to see more focus on, let's say, fighting corona? Yes. Would I want a government that is fighting for the youth more? Yes. Would I want to see a government that is creating more TTIs? Yes. Would I want a government that is focusing more on healthcare issues? Yes. Lakini as far as BBI, I know people say, oh, BBI is, it addresses all those issues. But how? And so let's wait and see. Kila kitu inakuanga na mwisho. So hata hiyo BBI, I know that with the deep state support itapita na itakuja na tutakuwa tu hapa. Wale watu wanasema ati now wako na deep state, so Raila is gonna be president because of the deep state. Tutakuwa tu hapa. Leo all I can remind you is the same Murathe unaona hapa, the same Raila Odinga unaona hapa, no, the same Uhuru unaona atakuwa tu hapo. And I can say this without fear of contradiction. Hata watu unaona wakisupport Raila wakiwa the Kieleweke faction, they still have skepticism on Raila Odinga. I can tell you that. They can say, I think it was Kabogo who went to Nyeri the other day and said something that was very inflammatory on Raila Odinga. And these are the people that the ODM function is really saying that wako na sisi. I can tell you, I don't think they are. And if I was sitting in Baba's camp, I would be very anxious. I would be very afraid. I would rather be dealing with a Ruto I know, rather than all these other guys that are all of a sudden are my friends, are my supporters. All of a sudden they are saying, jamaa patiwe hii kitu. I don't know. So that's my take.
Thank you, Daktari. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Honorable. Kuna mtu ananiita na simuoni.
Benson, I believe.
Benson is muted.
Clinton, eh?
Who is that?
It's
Benson.
me. Clinton?
I don't see you, man.
This is Honorable Mugo.
Oh, Mugo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Clinton, can you hear me? Yes, I want to start by thanking you for such a good platform. It's very okay. And on today's matter, I really want to support it on this way, without any fear of contradiction. In this Kenya, I have seen things that I don't know how I'm going to phrase them, but we lack to understand that all leaders are chosen by God. All leaders, despite the kind of the leader we have today, or we chose, we must accept first that this leader is a God-chosen leader. So when I see someone who claims to be the principal assistant, and instead of supporting the leader or trying to respect or maybe if there is a problem, approach him on the right way, it's unfortunate. I expect someone to be someone's deputy, to be of high caliber on ways of how to address his head. So leave alone. I don't support this being of no. I don't support when Jubilee expels the deputy president. But let's look at this level. You have your junior, and your junior want to tell you how you are going to operate, or in such a way that there is not even respect.
Excuse me, Mugo.
And there is something.
Mugo, say, excuse
Yes?
me.
I'm saying.
Excuse me, Mugo.
There is something that I'll support on what Stan said. Yes? Yes? Hello?
Nataka nikuulize kwamba kabla hujaendelea mbele.
Clinton, am I on air?
Yes, but niko na swali kwako. Swali ni, ukisema kwamba you have a problem with a junior officer trying to tell the head how they should do things. Your statement number 2, you have a problem with the junior officer failing to tell the head that they should do the right thing. What are you trying to tell us?
Yeah. I'm trying to bring up this point. You don't have to go on public to try to imbalance your head. You want to embarrass him on try so that you can gain either political mileage or something. There is a certain protocol.
Yeah.
I even expect that both the president and the deputy, they are friends. They are people who can reach each other on private ways. So that because all we know, the deputy president was trying to get married, but it was the wrong way of trying to do things. Because now we look by example of both President Obama, the former president of the US, and the current president. It was such both a formal relationship and friendly relationship. And look at the way Biden has been supported by the former president until now he's the president. So what I'm trying to say is, no matter the differences or no matter the differences between the president and the deputy president, Ruto took the wrong direction of trying to prove his point, of which we know it was trying to gain some political mileage. Because, like I was saying about the Stano point, in Mount Kenya, it's hard for you to buy any member. You can rent. Mark me. You can rent, but you can't buy. So all these people you want, you see them trying to follow the deputy president on they are after their own gain. Because like recently I've seen that they want to talk on behalf of Mount Kenya on what we expect to gain from the coalition or from deputy president Shea. But you can't just sit. A group of what they claim is they cannot just sit and make decision on people, about 8 million people applicable. They have to come and take our views. We tell them what we expect. It's not them to take their own views, claiming it's our own views.
Okay, thank you,
Mogo. Can I ask Mogo a question?
The numbers. Have the number, and we should not try to Mugo,
Excuse me.
trying to
Mugo, hatukupati vizuri
like
lakini
bargain.
expect some
In
questions.
politics, we bargain by number, we bargain by a lot of it's a lot of
Hatukupati vizuri.
things we have to.
Hatukupati vizuri Mugo.
Yeah?
Hatukupati.
So
Unisikizi bana. Tumia earphone. Weka earphone alafu hiyo echo uko nyuma yetu na sijui sekunde kama 35 hivi. So eka earphone alafu utatupata vizuri. Meanwhile, Daktari, uko na nini kwa Honorable?
Oh. I was just going to ask Mugo. He says that the Gachagua group did not come to Central Kenya to ask them questions. And I would like to ask, did Uhuru do that when he went to the BBI? Did Uhuru ask you any question about hooking up with Raila Odinga? Ama yeye he is excluded from talking to the Kikuyu, to the Mount Kenya community?
So Mugo, unmute and respond. So Mugo hatumii earphone na kwa nyuma yetu kabisa, so sielewi itakuwaje.
And sawa, anybody else can respond.
That one I can.
Clinton,
that one I can respond. That one I can respond. Whether Uhuru came to Mount Kenya to ask us, yes, he did. He invited us to Sagana State Lodge. Can you hear me?
Before March 18, before the handshake, he came to ask Central Kenya.
Kama wewe haukuitwa, wale wengine waliitwa, mimi niliitwa na tulienda Sagana State Lodge na akatuambia kuhusu BBI na akatuambia vile anataka na points 13 na point 9 zenye walipata na Raila, na wale ambao tulikubali. So Uhuru aliuliza na tulimwambia ndio. After hiyo tena tumerudi huko tena akatuambia mambo ya kuja mambo sasa hii ilikuja juzi ya kupitisha. And then he said what he did when he was vying for presidency. There are those people who went to Limuru. This time he said tutaenda Sagana. So Uhuru aliuliza maoni yetu kuhusu hiyo kitu na tulikubali wale ambao tulienda. That one I can say, and it's there. Na Sagana State Lodge, mikutano zote zile watu wameenda hazijakuwa hazijakuwa zimefichwa. It's only that zinaendwa na watu wachache kulingana na vile ile mahali inatoshana. And then he said hatungeenda Limuru kwenye huwa tulienda Limuru 1, Limuru 2, Limuru 3 wakati walikuwa na negotiate na Ruto. Hatungeenda huko wakati huwa kwa rais na kuna mahali pia kwingine kubwa kama hiyo State Lodge. Kwa hivyo Uhuru ametuuliza Gachagua, about Gachagua says that he was elected, he is a member of parliament for Mathira, so he has that authority to speak on our behalf. Don't forget that Mount Kenya is not Mathira, and he cannot purport to speak on our behalf. The only person who can speak on our behalf is one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because if you can go back to those days when they were campaigning, even Rigathi Gachagua himself had that poster ya picha ya Uhuru, ile poster ya Uhuru, ile picha ya Uhuru pale kwa ile poster yake. Lakini hakuna MP yote wa Mount Kenya ambaye alifanya campaign bila kuweka picha ya Uhuru. Walichaguliwa kwa sababu ya Uhuru. In fact, hata walikuwa nafaa kuita hiyo chama yao Uhuru Party. kwa maana walichaguliwa na jina ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Rigathi Gachagua ama any other person, even the likes of Kimani Ichung'wah, kama wangesema tunasimama kwa niaba ya Ruto, hakuna mtu angewachagua. So walichaguliwa na jina ya Uhuru, na hiyo tusiwahi sahau. Right now wanasema wanaenda kuongelelea mambo ya Mount Kenya kwa ile serikali wanafikiria itakuwa ya Ruto, na ni vizuri kujipanga. Kila mtu anajaribu kutafuta bargaining power, but you see ukichaguliwa in a certain constituency, wewe una represent hao watu, hauja represent region. Sasa wale wanaenda kuangalia mimi nikikosa, nikifutwa, na maybe kwa bahati nzuri Ruto apate nafasi, nikifutwa kazi na wale wamenichagua sasa hivi kama mjumbe, nitakuwa wapi? Ruto atakumbuka nilisimama na yeye. Number 2, kulingana na mimi, ninajua ya kwamba hawa wabunge ambao wanasema sasa wanaenda kuongea, hawakufaa kuenda already wako na candidate anaitwa William Ruto. So hakuna kitu wanaenda kuongelelea, washa decide ni William Ruto. For instance, wakienda Ruto akatae zile matarajio yao ama zile vitu wanasema, watafanya nini na wataenda wapi? Watarudi tena kwetu kutuambia sasa tumetoka kwa Ruto? To me, hiyo ni ile inaitwa double standard. And I want to say, wakati wanaenda kuongelelea, wanatafuta njia ya kurudi kwa rais. Wanatafuta njia, sasa ndio wakuja wakiwa sasa wale watu 10 ama watu 5 ambao wanakuwa pande ile nyingine wamekuja, tutawaaccommodate namna gani? Juu mmoja akija hakuna mtu atanotice. Wanatafuta mbinu za kurudi kwa rais. Wanatafuta mbinu ya kurudi kwa ile fold ya kuenda kwa kieleweke. So hizi vitu mingi ziko hapa, unaona ni vile tu nilisema that politics is about interest. Interest zao saa hii ndio wanajaribu kutafutia njia, na usikuje kuambiwa kama for example tukiongelelea kidogo mambo ya hizi coalitions zinatengezwa. Wale watu wa Mount Kenya hakuna coalition wanaweza tengeza unless wajiite sisi ni group ya Ruto ya Tangatanga ndio wasikikane. Wanatafuta mahali watakuwa kwa meza. Wakikuyu, nilisema tena na nitarudia, Wakikuyu sio watu huwa wana make decision wakati huo. Wakikuyu make decision saa ile either wako kwa threat fulani, ama kumekuwa jioni, kuko karibu kukua usiku, na mambo itafanyika usiku. Saa hii
Thank you.
Ile yote unaona wakifanya ni vitu za kuangalia mifuko yao na interest zao. Yes.
Thank you. Wakikuyu ni watu wa make decision at the very last minute. Kumaanisha hiyo last minute wanaweza make decision waseme the next president atatoka Mount Kenya. Si ni kweli?
Hiyo ni wewe umesema, mimi nimekuambia ni watu wa make decision dakika za mwisho, na nikakwambia saa hii wale wako kwa Ruto ni mfuko wanatafuta. Lakini
unatoka Mount Kenya. Si unatoka Mount Kenya.
Wewe umedecide kusema hivyo, na ni haki yako kama mwana Kenya.
Si unatoka Mount Kenya. Na umetuambia hapa eti, nawaambia tena narudia, Mount Kenya sisi who make decision at the very last minute.
Yes.
Ukasema hamko Tangatanga, hamko kieleweke, hamko ODM. Mimi nikawapea option ya 4. Hiyo decision mkienda Limuru kuimake, si mnaweza make mseme next president na deputy wake watoke Mount Kenya. Sio pia ni decision.
Nimesema ati hatuko Tangatanga, hatuko kieleweke na hatuko ODM. Hakuna wakati nimesema hivyo. Mimi nimesema tuna make decision dakika za mwisho. Sijasema hatuko kieleweke. Nimesema tuna make decision dakika za mwisho. Na nikijibu hiyo swali yako, nikijibu hiyo swali yako nataka kuambia hivi. Tunaangalianga ni wapi interest zetu kama Mlima Kenya zitaangaliwa. And this time round, I don't think we are ready for another Kikuyu president. I'm not sure that tunataka hiyo. Sidhani tunataka hiyo kabisa, na hiyo ni maoni yangu, na ninajua tukielekea pale uchaguzi ukifika, tukifika pale uchaguzi ukifika, tutakuwa sasa tunajua lazima, hakuna vile tutakosa kuwa kwa serikali, not necessarily presidency, but hakuna vile Kikuyus watakuwa nje ya serikali tena. But as of now, I can tell you what people are positioning themselves, and it's their democratic right. They are leaders, they are elected leaders, but there is no one except Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye anaweza kuongea kwa niaba ya Mount Kenya region.
Okay, na ukiendelea kusema hivyo eti mimi bado niko tu kwa hapa kwa decision because Mount Kenya will decide. Mko na kura nyingi sana. So hapa kwa decision nimekuambia eti hamko tangatanga, hamko kieleweke, ukazusha ukasema sijasema eti siko kieleweke. Kumaanisha msha make decision, hamko tangatanga lakini mko kieleweke. So decision gani tutegee at the very last minute? Kama sio kubaki kwa kieleweke ama kuingia tangatanga. Which decision are you going to make? Si utuibie ulikuwa Sagana 1, ulikuwa Sagana 2, na hata kadi ya kwenda Limuru pengine ushapata. Ni decision gani?
Former president United States of America. Unaniweka maneno kwa mdomo. Mimi nimesema ya kwamba tuta make decision dakika za mwisho, na nikaenda to an extent ya kusema ya kwamba huwa tuna make decisions tukiangalia ni nani ambaye ataangalia interest zetu kama mlima vizuri. Na wacha ni explain kidogo. Tutaangalia nini? Ni nani tuhakikishia usalama wa kazi na mali zetu na kutenda kazi mahali popote Kenya hii, kwa maana sisi ni watu wa kwenda kila mahali kutafuta riziki. Ni nani atatuangalilia hiyo? As of now, kulingana na mimi si spokesman wa Mount Kenya, but kama Stano, as of now, yule ambaye amefanya mimi naweza kutuma kitu nyumbani, naweza kufanya mambo zangu kule reserve, wanarely sana na sisi, ni Raila Amolo Odinga as of now, kwa sababu amefanya kukuwe na stability. Hata kama kuna hizi mashida za corona na nini, hizo ziko kila mahali, but yeye ndio amefanya. Kama uchaguzi ingekuwa inafanywa kesho, I can tell you kama decision ndio inamekiwa ile ya usiku, itamekiwa na njia hiyo. Na kitu ingine ya mwisho ni ya kwamba tunagoja kuona mwelekeo, na mwelekeo sana sana haitakuwa kwa Ruto. Hiyo nakuambia, hiyo naweza sema ni vile siwezi weka full stop. Mwelekeo haitakuwa kwa William, na utakuja kuniambia, kwa maana tutakuwa na Mungu atatuweka. Haitakuwa huko sana, kwa maana kuna vitu Wakikuyu wanaendaga wakirudia na hapo nyuma hapa na pale. In any case, tunaomba Mungu tufikishe hiyo 2022, kwa maana hata watu wengi wabunge wamekufa walikuwa wanaongea mambo ya 2022 and they are not there.
Thank you, Honorable Stano. So kabla mtu mwingine hajaongea, Honorable Yaro.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys.
Jina lako ni Mutembei, si ndio?
No, my name is Ibrahim Yaro. I did
ile ya kwanza ulikuwa Mutembei.
Yeah, I rectified. Actually, I wanted to look for the channel, but I rectified it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys. I have joined you lately. First of all, let me classify myself as per my stand. I'm a diehard hustler campaigner. Mi ni mtu wa Ruto damu, so I will talk from that direction. If I may ask few questions to my friend Stano, is it not actually, is it good for Mount Kenya not to be trustworthy most of the time when you say you will decide at the last minute, and yet you are one of the biggest community which are contributing to the vote turnout of this country? If I may ask
now,
Stano
about
please.
Excuse me,
okay,
Ibrahim.
about trustworthy.
Ibrahim, you have 3 minutes to talk your point. Then kama umeuliza mtu swali atakujibu baadaye. So finish talking, alafu huyo mtu next.
Okay, as by my stand, I normally consider the politics of this country. Stano is saying we are the people who will decide at the last minute. Is it really sure that is the people vote considered first? And then if I look at the political point of this country, we have so many issues. Issue number one is that we always select, but we forget why we elect people for. What is the purpose of us electing the government? To elect the government, for me, I consider it that this country should move ahead with better economy, with a properly structured politically well structured. And then as per youth, we are always complaining and talking on behalf of my community or the other community. But does it really suit us as a youth to talk on behalf of community or on a certain of tribe when we have hard issues as a youth? Does it really help us to talk about community issue when a Somali guy and a Kikuyu guy is just facing the same problem? Was it worthy for us to say I am from Mount Kenya and I must follow a certain decision when maybe I don't know that decision may even lead me to maybe harder situation than this one that we are in now? So for
Thank
me,
you.
I consider myself a hustler, number one. And then for every hustler, we need to dissect the politics of this country and look into it so that outcome will be better for us. For me, whatever I hear about Ruto is always giving me an hope as a youth. It's telling me try to do something from bottom up approach. I've seen in several occasions. For me today, I'm a young businessman and I know what about businesses. If somebody at least give me an equipment of starting a kinyozi, I'm sure I've started now strengthening my economy by doing by using the same equipment to gain my daily bread. And I don't look at the politics as a communal issue or maybe from a point of pride. I normally look at politics of this country to be more advanced than the way we are now. And the good thing here, when I look at these faces, all of us, I think we are youth. We are the product of this country. We are the ones who are going to forward this country more better. And I consider you guys to think more than deciding or than keeping tribal issues in our mind. For me today, I will be better in Kikuyu land where I can do business and I know tax is if it comes to a tax issue, I don't have much issue with tax issue. If it is doing simple business, if it is better for me. If it is an odd job opportunity, I want to be equal to everybody. And then maybe if it is a tranquility for all of us, we need peace in this country for us to prosper. It's not necessary we talk about Kikuyu, Jaluo, Somali. When it comes to election, then we decide if it is not Kikuyu, it is not normal, or it should not be. I think I'm clear on that. And I want Clinton, host Stano, I want you to respond to my question. I asked you, is it necessary for you to make a decision on a certain direction from a certain political leader when maybe you have seen and tested the leadership style of a certain person? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ben, what are you having? Microphone, Ben.
Okay, asante sana. Leo kunaona kumechacha. Jambo la kwanza, daktari alikuwa ameongea kuhusu kwamba kuhusu Daktari William Ruto kitu ambacho amefanyiwa Wakikuyu kumabandon. Mimi nataka tu kukumbusha daktari, ukiangalia historia ya Kenya na kuleta tu kwa Raila na Kibaki ilitokea, unaona, ilitokea na utapata sana sana wengi Wajaluo labda unapata wengine bado wameshika kwa moyo zao kwamba ni sisi pia tulitendewa hicho. So ukiangalia siasa ya Kenya ni ile siasa ya watu wanadanganyana, si siasa ya ukweli. Watu wanadanganyana sana. Ni kwamba kuna mahali watu nataka wafike. Hata ikifika saizi, even this BBI ambao tuko nayo saizi, I'm one person who has always not for BBI, and I have the reason why for not for BBI, because I feel as a person like BBI haitasaidia Kenya, kwa sababu kitu ambacho sisi kama wa Kenya we are lacking leadership. The people we have are not leaders, because all the leaders that you see, all of them hawajaheshimu katiba. Hawajaheshimu katiba. Unajua, sasa utaniambiaje kama hii yenye iko ndio kuiheshimu wamekataa? Sasa hii yenye itakuja na BBI italetwa aje? Na Stana amesema kuwa labda hiyo BBI italeta vitu mingi, umeelezewa hizo vitu unaambiwa, those are just things on the paper, but in the real sense they will not come. I believe tunaomba hata hiyo 2022 nasema itakuwa hapa, tutakuwa hapa, and you will bear me a witness, because in Kenya is whereby there's a child in Marsabit or even in Mount Kenya, they're still studying under a tree. Is whereby there's a child, bado wanasoma chini ya mti, na tuko na viongozi ambao wanasema Kenya hii wanataka kuibadilisha. Utabadilisha aje Kenya na kuna mwanafunzi mtoto ambaye bado tu anasoma ndani ya mti? Ikifika mahali pa health sector, kwa hospitali zetu bado hakuna madawa, na bado unataka kuleta katiba ambayo italeta pesa mingi, ina create positions. That one it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And like Honorable Ibrahim, and as much as you say you are a hustler, Damu, I support you that 100%. But like, I have to look, like, if I'm to support this guy, what kind of thing or what kind of vision this person is bringing on the table, with even all the policies now they are bringing in, these things could have been done long time ago. Do you want to say, is it when now the sun has kind of come out, like these ideas are there? No, I disagree when it comes to all these people who are in power. They've played a political, Raila has played his part well in Kenya. There are good things that he has done. I'm very proud of them. There are things that Ruto has done. Ruto is really a hard worker. When you look at it when he was in the agriculture minister, there are things that he has done as a minister, very achievable. When you Kalonzo, there are things that he has done, Mudavadi, but all these people are tainted. Why can't we as people start to think a way in which we can liberate our country? Because one thing that I'm happy of, I can choose a person who is not recognized, and I lose that election, and I lose it honorably, but the history will judge me right, rather than going with a person who I know will not deliver. Is that a PR? I cannot go with the PR. I will vote, whether it's a Kikuyu guy who has a vision for Kenya, whether it's a Luo guy who has a vision for Kenya, whether it's a Kamba guy who does not talk about his tribe, but talk of Kenya. I will vote that person. I will fail with him, but I will be a proud hero Kenyan who has voted a vision and voted a vision that is going to help Kenya, but not voted a tribal lord or a tribal father. That is something that I promise I will do. That's what I think we should do. I'm not afraid of losing election. I can lose with my person with one vote. Yes. I'm not afraid of losing, but I will celebrate my lose. If I lose the election, I will celebrate it, knowing very well that I lost with a good vision for my country.
Give us your candidate then.
Benson, can I respond to your statement, please?
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Ibrahim, relax. There is somebody who was asked some questions here. Honorable.
Mugo, has not.
He's not with us.
Honorable Mugo.
Please, if you're not talking, mute your microphone. In a letter echo. So meanwhile, guys, before Stano replies to Ibrahim, acheni nichukue fursa hii kusema kwamba it was nice debating with you people. And as I leave, I wish you all the best when you are continuing to debate. Na mwenye show anajileta, ataendeleza nilipoachia. Hivyo basi, kama nimekukosea, naomba msamaha na tutaonana siku ingine tena na tena. Meanwhile, kabla hajaingia mwenye show, Bernard, huyu Bernard wa Embassy. Unajua tunavyofanya kila siku. Meanwhile, asanteni sana jameni na Mungu awalinde. Mimi naitwa Clinton Otieno na tutaonana kesho majaliwa. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you everyone for sticking by and continuing with your contribution. I believe we'll proceed. Thank you. Mwenye show ndio huyo. Karibu.
Endelea Bernard.
No, I had just come in, so I was still reading the mood and seeing where to come in, but I'm grateful. Thank you.
Stano alikuwa ameuliza swali. I think anaweza jibu. Unmute your mic, Stano.
Iko
Yeah.
unmuted, yeah. Niliulizwa mambo ya hiyo ya pili sikuishika vizuri, maybe Yalo atairudia, but ya kwanza nilisikia aliuliza mambo ya trustworthy. Hiyo niliishika. Sisi lazima tukue watu ambao wanasema kitu ambao wanaweza kurudia kesho, na tukiahidi ni vizuri kutimiza. But I can say, unaweza ahidi saa hii your girlfriend ya kwamba utamjengea nyumba ya ghorofa 5, na wakati mmeanza maisha na yeye mmeanza kupata watoto, ifike mahali ikuwe sasa inakuwa ngumu kutimiza yale. Ujenge maybe ghorofa 2 ushindwe kutimiza ghorofa hiyo, na hiyo sio makosa, ni kushindwa, umeshindwa kutimiza. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kukua trusted, hiyo sisi tuko nayo. What we don't have ni kuweka na nilikuwa nimesema hapo before kabla Mutembei hujakuja, nilikuwa nimesema ya kwamba watu wa mlima Kenya ni watu ambao walianza na vyama kuanzia Ford Asili, wakapanda DP, wakapanda wakaenda NAK, wakapanda wakaenda PNU, wakatoka PNU tena wakaenda TNA, wakaenda hivyo Jubilee, sasa wako Jubilee. Na nikasema Jubilee sasa hata ukiona inasabaratika, sio kusabaratika, bado tunapanda ngazi, ni step by step. Hiyo ndio muundo wetu wa kisasa. Maybe hapa ndio tutafikisha tuseme Jubilee itaendelea. So mambo ya hiyo ingine, swali ingine sikuielewa vile alikuwa ameuliza, but that one nimeijibu ya kwamba sisi ni watu wanaweza aminika. Na pia kuna mtu pia amenitaja kidogo na akaongea kuhusu mambo ya sisi vijana. Vijana ni watu ambao wanaweza kosa kuongea mambo ya ukabila. Hiyo ndio tulianza kupigana nayo hapa. Mi kwanza hakuna time nimeongea nikakosa kuongea mambo ya kujaribu kupinga ukabila, na nikasema neiba yangu wa kushoto ni Mkalenjin, neiba wangu wa kulia mahali naishi ni Mluo, na kuna Wakamba na kuna Wadigo na tunaishi pamoja. So mambo ya ukabila ni kitu tunafaa kupigana, but at the same time huwezi kuwa umetoka kwa kabila inaitwa Hewa. Lazima ukue umetoka kwa kabila fulani, na lazima ukue proud kukua kwa hiyo kabila. Kama hiyo kabila ni ile ndogo sana, kubali Mungu amekuweka hapo na sababu. Kama ni ile kabila kubwa sana, kubali umewekwa hapo pia na sababu, na usitake kugandamiza kabila kubwa ukitumia ile njia ya kusema sisi ni marginalized. Yes, unaweza kuwa umetoka kwa marginalized tribe, but wewe akili zako na mwili wako na uwezo wako hauko marginalized. Unaweza kuwa umetoka kabila kubwa sana, lakini hata hauna matunda unaweza sema imekusaidia kukua umetoka kwa hiyo kabila kubwa. Na nitapeana example ya presidency. Kama Kenya saa hii tumekuwa na mapresident, huyu ambaye yuko ni wanne, lakini mapresident watatu wametoka Mount Kenya. Na ukiangalia ukizunguka Mount Kenya utapata kuna watu wako na shida hata hawajaivaa viatu, na wako hata labda wengine wako 70 years. So president kutoka kwenyu ama kukua wewe uko kwa kabila ile kubwa, sio kumaanisha ati nyinyi wote mnaishi vizuri. Hapana. Hata ukienda Gatondo South mahali maybe president ametoka, sitting president ametoka na founding president wametoka, utapata kuna watu pia wako na shida mingi sana. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that mimi nikiona Yaro naona ndugu yangu, nakosa kuona kabila yake. Nani Bernard akiniona ama Atuya kiniona anaona ndugu yake kwanza, lakini hiyo sio kumaanisha ile kabila ametoka anaweza dizone. But sisi ndio tunafaa kupeana example kwa wale watoto na vijazi vijavyo, ya kwamba tulitumiwa sana kuoneshwa mambo ya ukabila kwa interests za viongozi. Nataka kusema na nilikuwa nimesema pia hapo before ya kwamba mtu kama Raila, sisi tumekuwa, mimi miaka yangu ile nilikuwa nikijua Raila ni kimtu ambayo ukikiona ni kama kijitu. Yani Raila alikuwa amemekiwa ni kama kikitu utaona utoroke. Yani nilikuwa nasikia jina Raila mpaka naogopa. Na tulimekiwa kujua hivyo. Kuna mtu mwingine labda Mjaluo ama mkabila ingine atajua, ukiona Mkikuyu hata kama ulikuwa umeweka kikombe yako vibaya hapo nje na Mkikuyu alipitia hapo, hata usishinde ukiitafuta, juu Mkikuyu alipitia hapo na labda umemisplace. Sasa tunafaa kutoka kwa hizo cocoons. Tunafaa kuanza kulete muundo mpya sisi ambao tumepitia hizo mambo. Mimi nimekuja kurealize hata huyo Raila sio mbaya, kwa maana mimi hata akija sasa hawezi labda ile kitu ataweza kuninyang'anya. Tuliambiwa Raila akija anaweza kuwanyang'anya mali zenyu, atakunyang'anya nini? Mimi labda hata ile kashamba niko nayo sio yangu, labda ni ya baba yangu. Sasa mimi nitanyang'anywa maybe kashati ile niko nayo, you know. So mambo ya ukabila, sisi ndio tuko na jukumu kubwa sana ya kupigana na hiyo mambo ya ukabila na kujiweka kama Wakenya.
Sawa sawa, acha Hatuya tuongeleshe. Hatuya.
Yes, nilisikiza Stano akiongea earlier na nimesikia akiongea tena. You know, the fact that anasema he was made to believe that Raila is a monster, it is still the same way he has been made to understand or believe that Ruto is a thief. Now that they have already used Ruto, they have utilized him fully, it's now time to see him as a monster. Now, because they want to use Raila, it's time they have been told that Raila is not a bad person. Raila is actually a good person. And the moment they will finish up using Raila, they will again be told that huyu jamaa munaona vitu ametufanyia. So Stano, it is a mentality that was installed in you that Raila is bad. It's still the same mentality that is being installed in you that Ruto ni mwizi, huyu jamaa ataharibu mali yetu. It's still the same way. So ile chuki nimeona uko nayo na William Ruto ever since I joined the call, it's the same chuki ulikuwaga nao na Raila. It has been installed in you because 10 years ago, 8 years ago, you guys liked the guy. He has not changed. It is that the narrative has changed. Interests have changed. He no longer represents what your people, not even you, those people who are using you want. The people who are using you, the people who are making you believe that William Ruto is a monster, they have now don't have use for him. They see Raila as the one now, that person who can again give them room to continue looting. You have said the same, that you don't feel the impact, not that the impact that the presidency comes from your region. It's because the people who have always used you to tell you that Raila is bad have again now changed narrative. It's time that we judge leaders based on their deeds, not what we have been told by those tribal chiefs. Again, Benson, I came in when Benson was speaking about voting to lose, but voting wisely, voting to be judged by history correctly. Politics is not a church. Politics is not a temple. Politics is a game of numbers. In the United States, they have two political parties where the Democrats and the Republicans. In the Republicans, in some 4 years ago, there were so many qualified guys, but those people the United States opted to pick Trump as a candidate. Not because Trump represented the best ideologies for the Republicans, but because he sold them a narrative. He sold them the making America great again. Politics is all about perceptions. In our scenario here in the country, we have so many good leaders who can make good presidents. But because they cannot package themselves as politicians who can drive narratives and gather masses, then we have no obligation. Because you cannot tell me that now, because I'm so morally upright, I will wake up and go vote Ole Kiapi, while I 100% know you won't win. The problem is, if you are a leader, you must package yourself to be liked by the people. You don't have to have the money, don't have to have anything. You have to package yourself.
Okay, sawa sawa. So Honorable Mugo.
Do you want me to respond to Mr.
Mutabei?
Yes.
Yes, Mutabei?
Mugo
am I on
nataka
me?
na wewe ongea pia.
Mtembei?
Huyu Mugo tuko na yeye.
Okay, thank you, Mutabei.
Mugo unajisikiza huko zima. Mugo ama nani?
Mugo amelala.
Ni Stano.
Hey, let me respond if Mugo is...
Okay, respond.
Mr. Tuya, I agree with what you are saying, and is a good thing. But the analogy that you are giving is what has been killing us, and what has made us the way we are. What you've said about the America, if you ask somebody who has been in America, the campaign that Trump made is, when you speak to people of America, they always believe one thing, that the immigrants have come and taken their jobs. Yeah. And this guy was a TV star. But even though he won, but there was a regret. And the people who did not vote for him, I think they were celebrating, knowing very well that they stand the vote I made not to vote for him was really meaningful, because this is what you voted, you know. So that's why I insisted on this, that even if I will lose, but I will lose with that leader who has a vision that reflects, that a vision that can uplift the country, that a moral vision. Because you cannot tell me, for me, the way I understand, that you want me to vote a leader. I can give you an example. I'm coming, while I will not mention my area. There was a time I had a conversation with an MP of my area. Like the MP next to his home, there was a school whereby the kids were learning under a tree. Yeah. And he has a very good package to the people of the constituency and telling them how they are going to do things. Should I vote this person because he has a package? No, I'm not going to vote that person. I will vote the person who says I will build the school, and I lose with him, and I will celebrate. Yeah. So I think that I just need to be very practical, because if you believe that you have a package and you're voting somebody knowing very well that this person is not going to make it, this person, you know his history, then where are we headed to? Yeah. So that's as you as a person, then you need to become ambassador of your country. And by becoming ambassador of your country, you have to tell the citizen and the people who are following you the right thing to do. Like, we should not vote this person because of this character. Then we lose with him. But the more we say this, the more we do this, so many people will come to our side. But if we lose because he has a very good package, we just vote him because we know we are going to lose, then there is no change that we are going to make as a country. That's what I believe. There's no change. Yeah, because we as the youth, you know, let us just be very serious about the Kenyan leaders that we have. Even today, there's so many things that have really happened. You know, it pains me so much that, like, when you even see the women as the street, you see our kids, the kind of school they are going. You know, I, as a person, I'm just doing a business, and I can manage to take like around 10 kids to high school. An MP just gave like 3,000 from a bursary fund, and you're telling me to vote this person? Surely, because he has a good package? You know, we should tell them the truth. Say the truth, and it will set you free. If you tell them the truth, you will be free. Let me fail with the guy that I think has the right vision for my country, rather than going with a person with a better package for my country. No, we cannot afford to do that. You cannot put me, for example, to vote a chaser to become a president because there's a good package. Surely. No, my friend. I don't think that one can work. No. I need to meet you when we talk.
No, Mutembe, just a second.
Yes.
Benson, acha kutarget mtu bwana,
Immediate
please.
answer. 1 minute. Just a 30-second answer. Benson, I was not referring to the person in the best package. I was saying that politics is all about packaging yourself to the people, packaging yourself in terms of policies, ideas, and ideologies.
I
not
got you wrong.
packaging yourself in terms of money. So if Ole Kiapi wants to be the president, or if Mutua wants to be the president, he must package himself in terms of ideas, ideologies, and also in terms of mobilization skills, which is key in politics.
I hear you now. That one now I agree with you.
Okay, Benson.
Yeah. Oh, Bernard or Benson. Oh, what is happening now? If he says that, if Otuya says that, then I agree with him fully. But like the way I was thinking is phrased the wrong way. That's why I kind of got mad, you know.
If I may contribute to Atuya's statement,
No,
Atuya, remember.
On the aspect of packaging, Honorable is still.
Ngoja
Okay.
bana
Let me say something about packaging. I believe that is one of the places where we are being led into political fraud, where somebody just goes and wears something that portrays him as responsible when underneath he is irresponsible. Then he comes and sells his articulate in making you believe that he's the answer to your questions, only for him to end up being the multiplication of our problems. I believe we need to get back to the place of making our vote count, not just voting for anybody, but making our vote count. And the first place of our voting, our election fraud, it's not at IEBC. Our election fraud takes place at the mobilization of regions, whereby instead of me as Bernard, let my vote say I am for this, I will vote, and all my family have been packaged to vote in a certain way. So their individual thought, their individual preference are not speaking. It is our community, it is our region, it is our people. That is where the fraud takes place. So until we disintegrate, so that we come from the same house, one votes for Jubilee, the other one votes for Kenya, the other one votes for ODM, and we all come back home when everybody's voice has been heard. If we don't push for that and continue being heard like animals and be told it is this way, and you mnapiga foleni mnaingia cattle dip hiyo mukitoka, I believe we need to free ourselves from the cocoon from this enslavement of I have to vote a certain way because I come from a certain region. No, we should make our vote count individually, not just getting somebody to, vote for him apite as pite. No, we must emphasize that what is it that is best for this country, and in my opinion, as a person, as an individual, I'm voting for this because this is what I want, not because this person has amevaa ngozi ya nguruwe ama ya kondoo na amekuja hapa kutuhadaa kwamba yeye ndio suluhisho, kumbe yeye ndio shida.
Okay, sawa. So we go to Mugo. Mugo, tunakungoja.
Yes. Sorry, I've been having problem with my network, but I hope mnanisikiza. I support Bernard kabisa 100%, and we have a very big problem, because like now, if I listen to the Hustler Nation, I haven't had any agenda on why they want to take the government. The only thing I know is they are telling us we are hustlers, and hustlers should lead, not dynasty anymore. This is very fake.
No, Mugo. Ruto anatembea akisema bottom up.
What? Let's be specific, because politics of president is not the same as MCA. It's not the same as MCA. It's not the same. It is not the same. There is this thing, if I marked well, when Atwoli said something, that being the deputy president does not guarantee you to be a president. If we look in Kenya history, I think it's only the former president, the late Honorable Moi, who managed, and it is because Mzee just died on the seat. Therefore, let's use the agenda, and let's not complicate issues trying to buy citizens, because when you claim you are taking advantage of the poor by telling them we need to rule, we want to ban this country. I don't think there is anyone who wants to return our country back to 2007. It is very fake. And if you think by becoming a dictator you win, it doesn't. It doesn't. I have learned a good lesson from the America, me myself, from what Obama and Biden have done. Not even one day did Biden raise, when he was the vice president, try and shout out or to try and block his boss from anything. Now look, the fruits. But here in Kenya is where the deputy is even known than the president. Therefore, it's very honest when we understand that leaders come from God. Whether the leader is rotten or bad or evil, we must first respect the president. It is a symbol. First, the president is a symbol of unity. And if you have been taught to learn, when you learn, the voice is so shouting than the head. There's a problem somewhere. Because I would like to know why would someone go for a seat by do or die? Why? What does he hold? What does he hold?
Anataka kusaidia Kenya.
Therefore, back to my friend Atuya and Honorable Ibrahim. I understand your hustlers, and it's good. There is power of freedom of expression where you want to be. If you want to be hustler, but let's be hustlers of the right. We are in 21st century. I don't expect at 21st century the only thing you can prove to us is that wheelbarrow is the best than anything else. We are in 21st century. When our kids are still running, they are running under the trees. So, my point was, it is not good to or bad to be a hustler or not, but kama vile mkubwa wa hustler anasema upungufu wa jinga Kenya ni dogo sana. Therefore, utakuja utuambie ati kesho jinsi juu kila dynasty ndio wameongoza, sasa ni mahasla wataongoza, na hamtuambii hawa mahasla wanatuongoza kutupeleka wapi? Hawa mahasla wanatuongoza kutupeleka wapi?
Okay, sawa.
Where we are going to head.
Okay, sawa. Gadhuma, Wangugu. Wangugu hatukusikii, naona uendi kwa gari.
You cannot hear me?
Yes.
No? You guys cannot hear me?
Tunakusikia vizuri sana.
Oh, okay. Anyway, maybe I just have to agree with what Atuya said regarding, I think it was Tano. I don't know kama Tano bado hako. I think Atuya articulated it very well when he said that the Kikuyu nation is now in the middle of being told how Ruto is. So Ruto is the new boogeyman for the Kikuyu community. I think that is what is in progress. And Mr. Odinga is a new hero. And so we will have to wait and see how that works out. I wish Tano was still here because I really needed to respond to him. He keeps talking about how I guess he was one of those people who went to Sagana. I don't know. He says that Uhuru came and told them, about the BBI. But my question again is, did he come and tell them? He says he's one of those who was told. And he says that some of us were not told. Yeah, it's okay. We were not told. We were not invited to Sagana. But he does not know kama sisi tulikuwa invited by Gachagua. I might have been part of the Gachagua team. And as far as I'm concerned, Uhuru never came and told the Kikuyu community about the handshake. He came late to tell us about the BBI only because he needed the support of the larger Kikuyu community to support the BBI. So as far as I'm concerned, Mimi handshake walienda wakakaa na Odinga and they talked about it and they agreed. So me, by the way, after the last few days, I have a new candidate. Mimi, I'm not even in the hustle movement anymore. Mimi, candidate wangu kutoka saa hii moving forward is a cool or court. That is my candidate. Na ninamalizia hapo. Ninamalizia hapo. From now onward, now moving on, I'm talking about a cool or court, and he's my candidate. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you. Thank you. Qué bueno.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I speak after Ashley? Thank
Okay,
you.
Ashley.
Yes, I actually came in because I think the person who talked before, somebody who was talking before, I can't see the name very well, Gatuma, he left. But I wanted to tell him, Mugo, I don't know why he's coming to say what the deputy president should do. What we fail to understand, akikuuzia sera zake na huzipendi, you don't have to tell him what to do. What you do, you go with the one who is in line with your interests. Kwa hivyo akikuja aseme wheelbarrow and you don't like wheelbarrow, you can step. Akuforce. Akikuja aseme it is saying for wheelbarrow and not dynasties, then you leave. You don't start telling him he doesn't have to talk about wheelbarrow. Juu awezi control mtu, awezi ambia mtu, that is what he's selling. Ukienda kwa duka au kwa market na mtu anauza sukuma na mwingine anauza cabbage na mwingine anauza waru, do you tell this one ya waru, kwa nini unauza waru? Why kwa nini unauzi sukuma? No. Unaenda unanunua sukuma zako na ule anataka waru anakuja ananunua waru. So deputy president is selling his agenda. If you don't like it, you don't start dictating to him what to sell. In this life, deputy president has to be deputy president. He cannot be who you want him to be. He has to be himself. He has to sell himself. He has to sell his interest. And he has to you don't have to say he's a thief. If you think he's corrupt, what you do is you go and choose among the other lineup, because he's not the only one. You choose the one who you think is not corrupt, but you don't start concentrating and saying the deputy president is corrupt. Then that is an X for you. You can convince me not to choose him, but you can attempt to start telling him that he has to change and talk about something else. That will disqualify him to you, Mogo, if you don't like what he's selling. But you don't have to say, oh, he's doing this. And people keep saying respect the president. The president is not a monarchy. We respect the queen. That's, like it's a monarchy. The president is a servant of the people. And respect in this case is earned. He has to conduct himself. First, he has to respect his citizens. And then once he respects his citizens, he will earn their respect automatically. Ask yourself, why are people not respecting him? Is he disrespecting the people who he swore to protect? Is he protecting them? If he's protecting them, if he's doing his job, if he's not maligning the constitution, if he's not hiding behind BBI and giving us a constitution he very well knows is not good, he's dishonest. How do you respect someone who is dishonest? Why is he coming up with 5 different versions of BBI and selling it to us and lying to us that it is going to unite the country? So far, the people who are disuniting the country are the people talking about unity. Is BBI magically going to bring, is it like magical, once we pass it, magically all these people are going to change? It's just a document. The people selling to you, if somebody is already bad, rotten, they have to have a personal change themselves before they can sell it to you. But if that person is already rotten and they're already lying to you openly, if he said he kumiza angu na kumiza Ruto and he didn't keep that promise. So hata hii BBI ikipita, how sure are you, hata ikikuwa on paper, that he will keep it? This government, starting with Uhuru, were told by the court, which the judicial should be a separate unity, and they should obey the judiciary, because in Kenya, nobody is above the law. Today, Miguna is outside the country, yet he should be in Kenya. They have disobeyed that same constitution. Uhuru has disobeyed the constitution he swore to protect. Miguna started to come back. They refused him to come back. If they have any problem with what the judge said, they should have gone to court and filed a petition and up to the highest court. And if the CJ says it makes a final decision whether he likes it or not, he should obey. So how does he expect his citizen, the people under him, to obey if he cannot obey? And then you say we respect. You don't respect blindly. You don't respect blindly. Someone has to earn that respect. So that is one thing. Ukitaka kumrespect na bullshit yake, go ahead, but don't force everybody else. He has to earn the respect. And in the first place, before he's respected, he has to respect the people who put him in that seat. And so far, he hasn't. Our Kikuyu wamekuwa na 3 presidents. These Kikuyus are the ones whose houses have been demolished in the middle of the night because someone stole land and sold to them. Hata kama mtu aliiba land akauzia watu, peleka huyo mtu kotini, prosecute them, and then process these people warudishiwe pesa zao na government, because the government was sleeping where these people was doing these crimes, and then see how to get compensation from this person, but not the demolish people's houses. If they are in land that was acquired, investigate. Don't just come and blow them off. And some of them are Kikuyus. And then you say, Nyinyi wa Kikuyu, your time is over. It is not sisi wa Kikuyu. Tuseme Kenyatta wasikue na another chance. That would make more sense. Well, let's say Moi doesn't have another chance for 50 years. That would make more sense if you want to say that. But I think anybody should have a chance to go to the poll and let the people choose. Now mta choose, you live to regret, or you live to be thankful because you are wise in choosing the leader that you choose. Because the leader we choose as Kenyans is the one who is going to be the face of Kenya. Sometimes watu wengine mnasema akuwe president. Huyo mtu anaweza enda kuongea na president of America. The other day, I saw Uhuru had come to talk with Trump. He was shaking. He was scared. You could see. You need a person like Philip Mogo, who is confident. You have to look at other aspects. No, I'm just giving an example. You have to look at these people, not only in a national level. Can they hold their own? Can they represent you? Can they make you proud when they meet other leaders? Hata ama wanaenda wanajikokota huko, they wanajisikia inferior. You can see it on camera. It's a shame. So that's things we should think about. Can this person express themselves when they go to the world stage? Ama wataenda wajikoe lapo kwa mwisho. Yeah? When we go to put your vote, I'm going to end now and say, when you go to put your vote, huyo mtu unavotia, atapatia Kenya heshima as they go out to represent you? Can they go and hold a conversation and not be scared of Putin? Ama wataenda wapatiwe deal baya, and then they take that bad deal because they are inferior? Or can they go and hold their own and debate on the same level with our international leaders? So let's think about that. And last but not least, watu wale wanasema ati nani anauza wheelbarrow. Wacha wale wanataka kununua hiyo wheelbarrow, whatever his agenda, let them buy it. Wewe hautaki kununua wheelbarrow, unataka BBI, endo kavotie BBI. Don't concern yourself with that. That has none of your business. That is none of your business, and you cannot control what someone else can do, just like you cannot control what I am saying here. You are not able to control someone else. You're only able to control yourself and your own decision. So watu wote wakuje hapo, atafurahi analeta wheelbarrow because atafail if you think it is such a bad idea. You should not be advising your enemy. You should let them talk about that wheelbarrows a lot. Give them full 100% so that they fail if you think it is a bad idea. Unless you think it is a really good idea and you're scared, and that is why you're coming to make it look like a bad idea. Waenda utulete sera za mtu wako and come and publicize it here so that you get as many people to get on your bandwagon so that your person can win, instead of wasting your valuable time to come and tell us about who you are opposing. Let them, kama wanafanya vibaya, furahi na unyamaze, usiwaambie. Ukiwaambia, then I think that you are being dishonest yourself. Because why can you tell someone you're competing with that they are making a mistake? Let them make the mistake. What is your wheelbarrow?
No,
and it is
actually,
so bad an idea.
let me ask you a question. What changed from the digital Jubilee of 2013 that was moving the nation to the international platform where technology has gone to a higher level? Our children should learn using laptops and all that. When did it revert back to wheelbarrow? We feel
that is a question. That is a
we
question I'm going to ask.
we were carried to go for digital world. Then we are taking back to wheelbarrow.
Bernard,
The people being
Bernard.
played, and the DP is not being honest with us.
So if he's not being honest with you, Bernard, what you need to do is go to look at a person who you accept what they are saying and follow them.
Ashley, unanisikia? Please, ngoja kidogo before ujibu, nataka Collins abaki hapo akiendeleza hii debate kidogo. I will be coming in some few moments. So Ashley, jibu hiyo swali basi.
I'm sorry, I would be only here for around the next 20 minutes, so I may not.
Okay, then Kewel anaweza ongoza.
Oh, Kewel is here. Good.
Ashley,
I would only talk after Ashley, and then you give me. I'll leave.
Okay, I'm done. I'm just saying, don't worry, Bernard. If Ruto is deceiving you, if Ruto is
Oh, somebody is having his earphones on.
Okay, my last thing, and I keep seeing people keeping on saying what Ruto is doing wrong. If he has so many things doing wrong and you don't support him, don't waste your time, with your energy on him. Come and tell us who let us sera za mtu wako. Uza mtu wako, otherwise you're wasting your time. Na huyo mtu wako atapata publicity because uko kwa mwingine waste time yako hapo. Stick with your person, bring your sera zake. I believe a lot of Kenyans, hakuna wajinga wamebaki, people are intelligent. Wala wanataka kufuata wheelbarrow, people understand the wheelbarrow, the bottom up. It's not that they don't, only some people want to twist it. Don't waste people's time. Just bring your idea. Na kama hujaona mtu, say the kind of person you would like. Just leave Ruto. Kama anadanganya, atadanganya wajinga wake, na wajinga wake wakiwin, then wataform government.
That is correct, Ashley.
Am I next?
Collins, you and then myself.
Oh, okay. Thank you again. And Kewel, we are sorry, we are going to give you the position of kuendesha hii mkutano, so hautaongea personal opinion sana. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a very, very short time. Ashley, you are right. And I may not be wrong to say that you are not right at the same time, at some point. Though everybody has his own opinion, but at some point, we also need to understand this point and this forum. We don't need to campaign here. We only need to know, because none of us is going to be the president, none. And for record purposes, none of us is going to be the president. But all of us is going to have a president. So which kind of president do we want for ourselves? That's the question we should be asking. I should be supporting a presidential candidate in Dr. William Ruto. I should be supporting the presidential candidate in Raila Odinga. I should be supporting a presidential candidate in the name of Mudavadi, Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and my party leader, Alfred Mutua. I know that's very strange that I said my party leader is Alfred Mutua, but that's the truth. But what type of president do we have, and which type of president do we want? Even if somebody is doing a wrong thing and is our opponent, because he has a chances of being a president, do we need a competitor who is going to defeat us, to kill us? Do we need a competitor who is going to defeat us, to call us in again and enjoy? There are times when we need to clap for others in class if we cannot be number one. because none of us, all of us cannot be number one at the same time. There are times when we are in the class, you know you are not number one, but the more you clap for others, does not mean that the more you clap, the more you're getting the marks. No, you're also getting challenged so that next time you can also study so that you be clapped for. We have William Samoei Kipchirchir Arap Ruto. This is a presidential candidate. But because he is not the president, he is still the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And he is assistant, the chief assistant principal of the president of Kenya. They work in cahoot. All of them, they work together. If they fail together. If they pass together. We cannot say that Ruto is now better and Uhuru is good. We cannot say that Ruto is good and Uhuru is now better. If they are better, they are both. If they are good both. And if they are worst, they are worst. But it comes a point when Ruto can be an option because he has advised the president and the president has refused to take the advice. Then we say, yes, I did this and you didn't take it in. There is something called political responsibility. Then there is individualistic responsibility. Then there is personal responsibility. And then there is a communal responsibility. We cannot blame the Kikuyus because Uhuru has misled the country and then we tell the people that Kikuyus misled the country. When Kibaki was leading the country well, was he not a Kikuyu? He was the same Kikuyu. So if Kibaki led the country well, then Kikuyus led the country well. If Kibaki misled the country like Uhuru has misled the country, it is not Kikuyus, because the people who are suffering most in this government are the Kikuyus, the most. They are the highly industrialized and most of the businesses are owned by Kikuyus. The people who are being, most of the people living in Nairobi, whose houses are being demolished, but that comes by virtue of their percentages, because if you have a high percentage in a population, you have high chances of being found in a wrong side. Because if we say 10 people are found on the wrong side, and the 60% of the population are always Kikuyu, then it means there are 6 Kikuyus in that. There is a possibility of getting 5 or 6 Kikuyus because they are the high numbers. Now, here's the thing. Our country is still suffering from one thing: personality politics and confrontation politics, where I know Bernard is selling for me Ndizi. And today I didn't want to eat Ndizi, but I still go and say Ndizi ni mbaya. Why don't I go buy my orange? That's what is killing us. I also know that Kewell today is selling potatoes there. But today I needed some yams. Instead of going to the market and buy my yam, I'm still busy telling people how the potatoes are not good. But I didn't come to buy it. And I don't want it. Maybe I'm allergic to it. So if our people can know that Kewell is the presidential candidate, he's selling for us Ndizi. Tell me why Ndizi is better than the potato. Then I will understand, okay, Ndizi is a fruit. The potato is not a fruit. Okay, so what can I get from the Ndizi? Oh, there is some sugar here. But I will also tell you, but I also have sugar in the potatoes. So can you convince me why the sugar in the fruit is not the same sugar that I'm going to get in the yams? So if a presidential candidate can come with a solution, that's why we ask them, bring me the manifesto. I know our people are very poor readers. So if you are not easily reading, tell Kewell, please, the potato that you are selling today is also having sugar. But the other guy who is a Tuya is also selling for me Ndizi, is also having sugar. So what's the difference? It's upon the two guys to explain to you why there is sugar in this and there's also sugar in this and the difference. The other guy will tell you, this one, you can make chips with it. It's sugar, yes. You can make chips with it. This one, you can use it for breakfast. This one, you can also use, but somebody will tell you, Ndizi is good because after eating your main food, you can also still use it as a fruit.
I think Collins is over speaking now.
Yeah?
You over speaking. We need also to speak.
Let him wind up. Let him wind up. Continue, Collins.
I'm winding up. But the same thing that Ashley said, let us move from the personality politics so that we know that what is killing our country is we have 67 parties actively acting as of now. 67 parties. Can't we have two parties so that we know Party A stands for social democracy, Party B stands for conservative. So we know that whatever is in the place is what is being protected by the Party A. Whatever is the progressives, they have their own party. So that we know the new guy born today depends on the idea coming from which party. If we are still having personality politics, where we know I'm supporting Raila Odinga because he comes from the Lugha land, I'm supporting Salim Davadi because he comes from our Luya land. That is when you'll find briefcase parties like Ford Kenya. I'm not calling any party briefcase party, but like you will find briefcase parties where you must dance to the tune of Wetangula for you to get the ticket. They will elect any person in the name of I'm in the Ford Kenya. So with that, I think somebody can ask me a question because I'm seeing a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Collins. I saw Honorable Ibrahim.
Yes.
Kevin, kindly, can you give me time because a lot
Yes,
of people
Ibrahim.
ask questions. Okay, I'm glad to be in this group. I can see group imechacha kiasi. First of all, I have seen everybody's opinion. I was listening to everybody's opinion, but there is a point that which we are not considering it properly. There's some people who are giving example USA, United States of America, as example. Let me tell you, one problem we have in this country is not about the leader. I know most of us, all the time we normally go and vote on a specific date on election day. But immediately we vote, we forget why we have voted people for. We don't put people into account. I've never seen in this country people complaining about, I've not specifically a certain, there's no movement which is there to put leaders into account. The moment tumechagua mjumbe ama rais ama government, we just consider it tumechagua and it's up to them to do the right thing. But it's not that way. Let me give an example. When President Uhuru took over from Kibaki, the country economy was in a better position. After that, the country went into so many debts, so many borrowing, and there was no strong movement in this country which just came out and put the government into account. Later, 2017, tukarudi tena tukarudisha to the same government with the same president. Does it really matter when we always vote people according to their personality, but we don't consider what they have done or we have never put them into account? In US, if you I'm not personally from US, but if we check the website and those newsrooms, we always hear that people are complaining. They are putting the government into accountability, and you have seen there's no personality politics in those developed countries. Whatever they care is the welfare of the people, the wananchi who are living in that country. Do we really consider that politics in this country? I think it may bring change, but it is not I don't see if we keep on the same trend ya kuvote mtu then I expect afanye maajabu ndio the economy of the country grows better. On actually you have stand your ground as Hustler Nation. I think Ruto is there. I'm campaigning for him because I'm like to his manifesto. He has been telling us about bottom up approach politics, the economy. Sorry. Then he has started an initiation of assisting young guys, especially by providing that so-called wheelbarrow that people are saying. I know what wheelbarrow can do for a family today in this country. I know what border can do for a family
this country, surely. No, it's not all about is Ruto is from Rift Valley. Na mimi nimetoka Central ndo nimpinge ama Hamida from Lowland ndo nimpinge. But I need to look at the manifesto. And I always believe that every leader, I think those people who have come to the presidential limelight, who have contested as a president, if you check their manifestos, I think they have some good content. But actually, Jubilee also had one, but they never put it into use. You remember recently there was a Big Four agenda. I don't think whether the Big Four agenda is still working. Universal healthcare, manufacturing, are all Jubilee manifestos, but I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. There's nothing which is working out for them because we shall to put in a table. People are on BBI now, and if I talk about BBI politics as youth, we really support BBI as it is, as the content itself, or we are supporting it because planning is supporting. If I check around the general, according to regional politics, I've never seen a leader who came from Lowland who is supporting BBI. Sorry, who is anti-BBI? The reason being, I'm sure I've already learned. The reason is that a certain leader who is a BB from that area is not leading anti-BBI campaign. That is how exactly most of us we follow. I don't know. These days they call themselves Ngombe. Maybe say Ngombe because I don't follow some things that I don't consider is proper. As a youth, do we have really look at BBI from that point? If I may give my opinion, you see in this forum, all of us we are youth. It's better for us to dissect the BBI content itself. I read the BBI. I have seen some good content, some good part of it, and I have seen some parts which are not even necessary for me to even to read about, especially something that brings more financial constraint to the country, economic constraint. For example, we cannot have 600 MPs when we cannot even contribute to pay 470 billion that we are going to county. I think everybody for us here we are living in a certain county. Can you check around your county? Ask about those people who are working with county. Do they receive their salary? Even forget about counties. Do those people who are working for national government receive their salary? I think initially by 15, 16, around that area, people have received their salary. As per this, people have not received their salary. Economy is hard. Then still we are continuing on an issue which will still constrain the economy, like BPI. Yes, BPI is good somehow. There are some things that can be done by not even going to referendum. For example, government can today give directives to a KRA boss and tell him for a certain age group, maybe for youth, from next year January, they should not have to pay KRA their taxes. Issues on there are a lot of issues. Like I think the most important thing which now people are campaigning for about BBA is about increment of constituency, which is favoring some region positions, which is specifically favoring some leaders in this country. Do we really look at do we really consider such a document as a change for this country? Do we have to support a document just because somebody is campaigning for that document? I think it's our high time for youth in this country to dissect every content about tumeletewa na wanasiasa so that we should not regret later when we have already voted for it. Remember, we have voted 2010 constitution. There are so many good things in
Wind up, Ibrahim. wind up.
So
I will wind up.
Kewel.
There are so many good things in 2010 constitution, like devolution, but today devolution, it is deathbed. To run a devolution is to run by finance. If you are not providing proper finance for communities to be run, what do you expect from 35%, which already we cannot even raise 15%? Do you think this government will raise that 5% to run this country or to run these counties? So tusijifunge macho, tufungue macho, tuangalie hizi maneno ya BBI vizuri. And let's also add our opinion. Si lazima tunaimposiwa ndio tumeamuliwa hivyo ndio ipelekwe bunge ipite then ikuwe law. I'm sure itakuja kufinya watu wengi in future, but it's our high time for us to think about. If we think about the constitutional amendment, did we ever look at punguza mzigo? I think I read about punguza mzigo. It was all about community interest, but we never think about it just because Ukuru of course was not somebody who was so famous in this country in political position. Kaitupa chini ya meza na haikuwa imeenda popote. But
Thank you, Ibrahim.
So kindly let's think about that one.
Oh, Kewel.
Okay, thank you. Anybody
Okay.
can...
Kewel.
Who is talking to me?
That might be Mugo.
It's Mugo. It's me, yeah?
Okay, because I want Nancy to speak. Yeah.
Yes, let me respond to Ashley.
Okay, briefly, please.
Yes, I struggle to understand a lot of things. Like these hustler people, why should you come try to tell us that when Uhuru was meeting, Trump was shaking or something? You want to show us that you can support your hustler guy in terms of thinking that either our guy Uhuru, yes, I'm a kieleweke team, but there is this thing. There is this thing that you want us, or you want us to make that you want to make us believe that your guy is better than ours through humiliations, because
as you're thinking, Mugo, as you're thinking, what I told you about Uhuru shaking, I can put it for you on video. That is a fact. It is not an opinion. Number two, I am undecided. I am not supporting Ruto. I am just telling you, as an undecided person, I feel that you're unfairly attacking him. I am not on either side. And I'm a Kikuyu like you. I'm not on either side. And that is what we need to know, that the fact that I stand when I see some unfairness does not mean that I support that person. And that's the problem. When I talk and say something like what you said was off, and that's why I got on air. I was listening, but I couldn't. It just bugged me so much what you were saying. And that's why I got here to tell you we really need to change. Like Bernard is asking, does it mean that only one community can provide a leader? As long as someone is Kenyan and people go to the polls, if that person comes from one community, the problem is that these people come and they elect people from their community. So each community wants to get there.
Excuse me, Ashley, can you bring your face? You're speaking a lot of pregnant points. We should see.
She won't.
I want you to see my soul. My face and my soul are two different things. So my face is not of importance. Let me tell you, you're missing nothing. If my words could resonate, that's all you need to hear. My face will take away from what my message.
Actually, you're on point. Proceed, please.
Tukienda Eburu nitaleta uso.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Nancy, can you proceed, please?
Hi, guys. Once again, thank you for the opportunity tonight. I'm glad to be part of the discussion again. I've been listening keenly for a very long time. And I'm still, I think, at the point where we started, where we said identity politics have to go. We have to look at somebody for the leadership they'll provide and the direction they're going to take our country towards. We need to stop saying Ruto ni wa sijui ni Mkalenjin na ni wa Kikuyu sijui. All these politics will not take Kenya to the next step where we have a very progressive constitution. 2010 constitution is renowned around the world of being one of the progressive constitutions in Kenya. All we need to do is get a leader who can implement it, who we all agree that is a good leader, regardless of tribe. We are all young people. My son, I don't think my son will think the wife I'm marrying is Kikuyu or Luo. All he will think is whether he's happy with that wife. Tribe will be a non-issue to them. We're creating the future, a country for our children, for future generations. So please, Bernard, mambo ya kuja hapa kutuambia ati Ruto anapatiana wheelbarrow, sijui tunafaa kuwa tukienda laptop. If I might be very honest with you, if a person in Kenya cannot feed themselves or cannot even buy daily bread, they don't need a laptop. They need what Ruto is proposing, bottom-up approach economics, putting money in those people's pocket. I don't care whether you do it upward, outwards. But lakini kama mama mboga akona pesa kwa mfuko, laptop zitakuja juu kila mtu akikuwa enabled ataweza kupanda juu. But at the moment kucompare sijui orange, wheelbarrow, sijui Ruto anasema nini is a non-starter. Let's start thinking what ideology do we want? What is the next step that we are looking for? What are the qualities we are looking for in a leader? But I have to do a bit of politics. Today, I'm shocked and I'm lost. I listened to News Gang. I listened to Otiende Amolo this morning. He's a chairperson of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And it's disappointing, guys. You should know we are being, actually, we are being led by, in quotes, thugs. If at all we can be debating today when Mwananchi has already provided their signatures that county assemblies have two different bills on BBI. One of the bill has got even a clause that does not exist in our constitution, if at all that is true. In our constitution does not have 87C. So guys, start seeing these leaders for who they are. And that's why we need to move away from the leaders. Let's look for what one can deliver. If the BBI bill does not awaken all of us, then I don't know what will. And I'll leave it there for now.
Hello. Hello.
The KOL seems to be off. Benson, you have something to say? A response?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Collins, send me your blueprint of your party, because like I'm still a Kenyan who still fight for Kenyan common man. So if the Mutua party is going to be a very good one, I will go for it. Secondly, my friends and brothers and sisters, let us be realistic. The way I see your faces, the way you talk, the way you smile, you people are very intelligent.
Mr. Collins.
Yeah? And you are people who are very intelligent, who've gone to school. Ukiangalia mtu na ukisikiza kenye mtu anakuambia, kama wewe ni mtu ambaye anasoma utajua. The things like politicians do tell us, they're lying to us. They're really, really lying to us. Yeah? Because I will not mention politicians' name, because I know when they talk the truth, I know when they lie to me, because they've lied for us for too long. Yeah? And we know. There's some of the things when you tell me as a person with the small intelligence that God has given me, I will keep quiet and I know it is a good no, this is a lie. One, despite the fact that you will say the BBI has very good things in it, from the first one day when the BBI was started, it was a no for me. And I had a reason why it was a no for me. Because the people and everybody who is pushing for BBI, these are politicians. They are not leaders. I can tell you for a fact the difference between a politician and a leader.
Guys,
A leader,
can you? There is echo coming through. Can
from
the
me?
guys? No, from Kish and Honorable Ibrahim.
Oh, okay. So I will tell you for free. There's a difference between a politician, and this is something that you will decide for yourself. There is a difference between a politician and a leader. One, a leader will always think of the generation to come. He talks about the things that, what will the generation that is coming, what are we going to do for that generation? Politician will think of election every time. How will I be the president?
Kitch.
Yes. Right? Okay. So we know when we listen to them talk, I will always know this is a politician and this is a leader, because I will know on how they react. Look, for instance, how politicians react. When they're in an accident, for a common Kenyan man, nobody cares. Let's take, for example, like a son of a politician died, the chopper will always come, you know. And that's and you want to tell me like this is the guy that you want me to put in office? We are not going to do that. Let me just say we. I am not going to do that. You know, yeah. I'm coming from Lugha Nyanza, yeah. And like sometimes I listen to Raila very much, but there's sometimes I disagree with him. And I disagree with him on a purpose. There's so many MPs who are around Raila who are sycophants. They don't help people go to their constituencies. I will not mention one. There was a time when Ruto was called to do a fundraising to build a library in a school for poor people. And like this guy, an MP that's from an ODM, criticizing that. And this is a library that is going to impact knowledge on the students who their parents cannot afford to buy books. Even though I don't agree with Ruto's policies, but what he did was 100% right. Give due credit. You know, let's call them out. You know, if I know DP is saying something that I don't agree with, yeah, I will not say it, but I know the narrative of Hustler. He's a very good man, hardworking guy, but he should come up with a very good narrative that is a very attractive, that is not scary. I love some of his ideas, but the way the narrative comes out, it impacts a lot.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask
Yeah.
a question?
Yeah.
You've made a comment that DP needs to come with a narrative that is not toxic, or you use a different word, I can't remember. Can you tell me why the bottom, forget about the word hustler, the politicians are trying to make us believe their own meaning, which we should not buy.
Yes.
We are intelligent people. Can you tell me one thing that talks about empowering the poor person that is toxic to the situation in Kenya?
Okay, I just want to explain based on, because we were talking about, I heard you talking about the bottom up. What he's talking about is very good, yeah? But the time at which it is brought is very wrong, you know? And if the kind of policies that he's saying, he has been in the DP for the longest time. He has been a DP for the longest time. Does it mean now that the bottom up, or the kind of the thing that he's talking about, that knowledge has just come? You know,
no, but is the DP the president?
He's not the president, but his assistant. Remember, they were elected together, and because in the way we look at the Kenyan politics or the kind of African politics, it's always believed that the assistant president will always, immediately the term expires, he will always be the president. If it was wise enough, he could have come and told the president, this is a very good approach, and it could have been a very easy way. I usually don't criticize him, but the messaging, I'm not very comfortable with the messaging. Yeah, it's not because that is it's like
Benson, let me correct you because I think sometimes we are a show that need to be giving the correct information. Our system currently mirrors the American system, right?
Yeah.
Mike Pence was Donald Trump's assistant, right?
Yes.
He disagreed with anything Donald Trump was doing. You remember even Donald Trump telling him to allow the insurrection to go ahead in Parliament. But even though Mike Pence was very much against Trump, Trump continued with everything he wanted because he's a president and he had the numbers of his own MPs who believed, his own members of Congress and House of Representation that believed in him. This is the same scenario for the deputy president. And why I'm telling you that we shouldn't be blaming the deputy president, look at his idea about TVET. I'm finishing.
Okay.
If you look at the baby idea of TVET, Ruto used to talk about this idea and explained it during the campaigning period. When he was allowed for his idea to be implemented, today TVET is one of the most successful Jubilee outcomes. So to me, we can't blame DP. He's not the president. He has no instrument of power.
Okay, just
Can
a
I
minute.
say something at least?
Okay, wait. Let me correct Nancy. Nancy,
No, okay.
the analogy. Okay, the analogy, the kind of the thing you're saying, the way you analyze the American politics and Kenya, this is very far apart. And one of the things that contributed, let me tell you, and I will tell you this, and you'll bear with me. One day, ask somebody. The reason why so many of the senators and the members of House of Representatives were for Trump. One, they were afraid of losing election because the base had already shifted to Trumpism. And the people who kind of like did not go with him lost election. And lost election. And the thing that contributed to that, it was about jobs. And like it is a belief in America that the immigrants came and took our jobs. And that was the point whereby Trump said, like, when we get back, we are going to take up our jobs. And there's the racial part of view. He gave the platform to racism that, like, he gave it a platform the American themselves wanted. It is there still today. That's why, like, he did that. So if you want to compare the kind of system, the vice president of America and the Ruto, that one does not work. It cannot work in the Kenyan scenario. It doesn't work and it doesn't apply. I believe so.
No, it is because you're refusing to, you are talking about they were afraid of losing the election. That is not correct. Because hang on.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was president of America for 4 years. And majority of his populist ideas that he propagated, Mike Pence was against them. So he was the vice president, but he had no power to deny any of those executive orders that Trump was signing. His own ideas were not implemented within the 4 years. So it is the same analogy.
Nancy, let me ask you.
If you look, if you look for the reason why even Trump was
do the rest of the people get something? Do the rest of the people get time to talk at least?
Yes,
Hello?
you will get time.
Mnajua mko na Kisha hapa, anafaa kuwa amepewa first priority. Anaongea at least tumsikie.
At least hata niseme kitu bwana.
Yes.
Au sio?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. Mimi nitasema hivi, nitaongea kwa Kiswahili kidogo hivi. Sitaki kuzungumza kwa Kizungu because unajua hii lugha ya kukuja kwa hawa watu saa zingine anatatiza sana. Alafu ukiongea point haingii kabisa. Nataka kuongea ile lugha ya mama ndio point ingie ndani kabisa huko ndani. Sasa yule jamaa
meanwhile Kish, before malize Bernard you can control the show, naona Kevin anasumbua na internet.
Sawa, thank you.
Okay, Kish, go on.
Aya, sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka ku correct yule Benson mwenye alikuwa anaongea about the DP. nimwambie ya kwamba ni kama yeye haishi Kenya, to see kwamba DP amewekwa kando kabisa. Me and you and everybody else tumejionea sisi wenyewe. Kwa hivyo watu waikuja waanza kusema ati amekuwa DP for all these years na kwamba hakuwa anaenda kusema maneno, hakuwa anaenda kuambia president all this kind of thing. Mimi na wewe tumejionea kwa macho yetu sisi wenyewe, tumejionea akiwa ametengwa. Mnakumbuka hata ile chanjo ya corona ile, hakuwa amepelekwa, hakukuwa invited pale. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wamemtenga kabisa. Kwa hivyo watu hukuja hapa kuanza kusema ati alikuwa sijui DP for 8 years, kwa nini hakusema kwa Kibaki? Wacha ni in quotes, ni kaupuzi kidogo, kwa sababu sisi tuna macho, wewe una macho, umejionea wewe mwenyewe, umeona DP mwenyewe akiekwa kando. Kwa hivyo hata unakumbuka hata akiwa pale kwa Citizen, vile alisema mimi I have good ideas. Lakini kwa sababu nilitengwa na position yangu ikawa imechukuliwa na akina hao wengine hao, sasa kuwataja kwa sababu hata nikiwataja wao nasikia kulia ama nasikia kisunzi. Kwa sababu hao ndio wamekula hii nchi, wameikula hii nchi mpaka waimaliza. Sasa sitaki kuwataja kabisa. Akasema yeye position yake imechukuliwa na hao akina whatever those ones. Hao ndio wamechukua those positions, na akasema akapatiwa nafasi arudi pale aende aseme kwamba aende aongee na huyu mkubwa wetu huyu, amwambie sasa hivi ndio maneno inafaa kuwa. Atamwambia yale yanafaa kuwa na hii nchi itaenda mbele. Lakini sasa akina Benson wakikuja kwanza kusema ati alikuwa DP, amekuwa DP for more than 8 years na sijui ati whatever they are saying, mimi naweza sema hivi, DP ndiyo, yeye ni DP, amewekwa kando na mimi na wewe tumejionea. Kwa hivyo tukisema ati kwamba alikuwa na nafasi ya kusema, huo nitauita upuzi kidogo, na ile inaitwa hypocrisy. Waona? So kwa hivyo mimi hapo nataka niweke sambamba kidogo hivi.
Naomba nikuulize hivi.
Naam.
Wewe na mimi hapa hatujawahi hudhuria cabinet meeting. Hivi DP ametengwa, huwa haendi katika kikao cha cabinet?
Yeye mwenyewe alinisema
masuala ya serikali na policies zinaamuliwa katika cabinet. Kama DP anakaa katika kiti chake kwa cabinet na ministers wengine, ametengwa kivipi? Na kama ametengwa, sisi tunamtetea na sisi hatukai katika cabinet, tunajuaje?
Haya, uliangalia ile mazungumzo yake kwa Citizen? Uliangalia
Niliona
ulikuwa macho. Haya basi, mpaka hapo hata sitaki ujibu tena. Mpaka hapo tu, mpaka hapo. Si umesema ulitazama ulitazama ukaona akiwa Citizen, si ndio? Yeye mwenyewe kwa kinywa chake, yeye mdomo wake hivi akasema kwamba nimetengwa. Na sasa kama hajatengwa, mbona wale ambao wako kwa serikali hawakukuja after yeye wakuja waseme yale maneno Ruto alikuwa anasema yote alikuwa uongo? Hakuna hata mmoja alijitokeza akasema hivyo. Yeye mwenyewe alisema nimetengwa. Hakuna hata akasema huku kwake ile hustlers mansion ile. Akasema hapa hata huwa hawaji. Waona? Na akasema ametengwa. Na ndio sasa nakuuliza, kama basi huo wote ni uongo na unataka ujiseme wewe kwamba hati yeye huwa anaenda lakini anaenda secretly, lakini haikuja kwa screens ya TV anasema uongo, basi mbona wale ambao huwa wanakaa pale, mbona hawakujitokeza wakuja waseme DP vile alisema ulikuwa ni uongo? Mbona hawakuja? Waona sasa?
Naomba nikuulize tena ili tusonge mbele. Kama wewe kazi yako imechukuliwa na uko kwa ofisi, mbona uendelee kuchukua mshahara ili hali ufanye kazi?
Kwa sababu si yeye, kumbuka yeye anafanyia Wakenya. Mimi nilimpigia kura, mimi Ruto mwenyewe nilimpigia kura. Waona? Mimi sitaki atoke, mimi nataka akae pale. Waona? Sasa wale ndio wanafaa wawe wanampatia kazi. Sawa sawa, na kama hawampatii kazi basi anakaa. Hakuna makosa ambao wamefanya, yeye anakaa pale, wakitaka watakuja watampatia kazi.
Na ule amemtenga, bosi yake ndio ana misuse funds za wananchi because ni taxpayers money. Akimtenga akatae kumpa kazi, yeye ndio anafaa aulizwe, kwa nini uko na mtu hapa na umpi kazi, anafanya nini?
Bas ndio hiyo sasa.
Okay, let's move on. Honorable Mugo is back. Uko na la kusema?
Yes, I was having a problem with my network, but I'm back. Ni vile tu na shtuka sana kusikia mtu akisema ati deputy president ametengwa, haswa wao wenyewe wanajua katika katiba ya Kenya saa hii the office of the deputy president is an independent office. Anatengwa, ako na haki ya kusimama. Yeye ni msaidizi wa president. Is a principal assistant. So hafai kutuambia anatengwa. Wao wenyewe wako na njia zao za kujaribu they are trying to buy sympathy. They are trying to buy sympathy vote of which
Mugo, wait, let me ask you a question. Wewe mtu akieleweke, acha nikuulize. Mimi let's say mimi na wewe, mimi ni PA wako, si ndio?
Yes.
Tunafanya kazi pamoja, lakini wewe ndio una delegate task. Usiponipatia mimi, hiyo ndio kazi ile mimi nimeandikwa, nikuje nikuwe advisor wako na mtu wako wa mikono. Usipoona mimi niko na kazi 10, upatie Nancy 5, what would die? Mimi nitatoa kazi wapi?
Hamna haja ya kupatia hizo 5. Kwa nini kupatia hizo 5? Well, you are just, I don't know, there is it is underlined under the constitution, the work of the deputy president.
No, it's not. That is why you need to go back and read. It says he is a principal assistant of the president. Na ndio unaona wanasema we might need to amend our constitution and actually write what the deputy president in the future will be, because at the moment the constitution does not speak itself onto the roles of the deputy president.
Then if the deputy president is wise enough, if he feels he's sidelined, let him quit the job.
No, we are the ones that gave him the job. We want him to stay there until his term is over.
Mimi wacha niseme inaonekana hao watu wakieleweke bwana, nyinyi mnashinda sini.
Subiri Kich. Subiri kwanza. Mtu mmoja, kama una swali unainua kidole, utachaguliwa uulize. Tusiwe na majibishano hivi kwamba tutengeneze kelele badala ya mawasiliano. Tunaelewanwa?
Haya basi, nimeinua wangu hivi.
Okay.
Naumwa bwana.
Okay, sema la kwako. Dakika moja.
Dakika moja. Wacha nimuongeleshe huyu Mogo huyu. Anasema ati kwa nini DP asije akatoka, asijitoe. Kwanza mimi nilimpatia kura, Nancy alimpatia kura na wengine wote. Sawa, sisi ndio tunamwambia wewe kaa pale, ukae pale. Sawa. Kitu ya pili, si huyu ati huyu mkubwa wenyu, huyu ambao mnamuimbia huyu ambaye sijui ameenda huko kufanya ni wapi huko, ameruka akaenda na kuna COVID. Huyo mkubwa wenyu huyu mkubwa akina huyu Mugo huyu. Haya, niseme ndiko huko ameenda na kufanya mabiashara zake huko. Sasa huyu Mugo yuko wapi? Mugo ndio huyu hapa. Sasa Mugo nakwambia sisi ambao tulimchagua DP ni sisi tulimpatia hiyo kazi, si huyo mkubwa wenyu. Huyo ambao mnamuimbia huyo si yeye ambao alimpatia kazi, ni sisi tulimpatia kazi. Kwa hivyo huo mkubwa wenyu akijisikia maua sana hataki kumpatia yule kazi ile ambayo anafaa kuwa, basi akae na kazi yake, Ruto mwenyewe alienda kwa Citizen akasema nimetengwa, na kama naweza patiwa kazi niende ni wasavu wale wa Kenya, mimi nitaenda nitawasavu, lakini huyo mkubwa wenyu huyo ni maua tu hivi.
And I want I want to add something. Mugo, I know you're saying that DP should resign. When someone bullies you, you should not give in. Hakuna kitu amefanya ndio resign. So we need to put blame or the responsibility on the head. Kwa nini the president anakuwa na mtu mmoja alafu amtumii? He is the one who is misusing that position. So I want you to go back to your Kiweleke boss and tell him to use the funds of the taxpayer well and put everybody to work. Amepatia CS Matiang'i jobs za DP. That's why he's called the super cabinet minister. So tell him to give DP his job. Lakini what he did, he tried to clip his wings, na yeye DP akakataa kwenda kukaa Sogoi, akajipatia kazi. So amekuwa akienda kusaidia wananchi, anafanya wheelbarrow, anaenda anafanya hizi miradi, alafu anaambiwa sasa ana campaign. And the reason you see him from church to church, from function to function, is because he has free time. So if who wants him to earn free money, he's going to do that. And the people who chose him have told him to stay there. As long as the people have told him to stay there, he's going to stay there. If Uhuru is not comfortable with working with him after choosing him, let me tell you something. Uhuru alichoose Ruto, akampeleka Central. Watu wa Central walikuwa nakataa Ruto. Akawaambia hapana, wacha tufanye kazi na yeye so that we can bring the country together. And then after the 2017, sasa amemshukisha, amempitisha kwa bridge, amefika kule alikuwa naenda, all of a sudden wanaanza kusema about Kiambaa. Wanaanza kusema about him being a thief. Now, kile Kimondo, Raila, sasa huyo ndio mzuri. Juu kuna bridge ingine, kile Kimondo ni lazima kimpitishe ya BBI. And now if it is true that Ruto is a thief, let's agree with your analogy and say that Ruto is a thief and say that Ruto is bad. Well, all the things, alifanya all those things. Then there's something wrong with Uhuru. He's not a good CEO of the country because he made a bad mistake twice. How long did it take him to realize that he had made a wrong choice in his DP? So before we even tell Ruto to resign, we should tell Uhuru himself to resign because he does not make good decisions. If he chose such an important, a very pivotal position, and he got it wrong, not one time, not two times, but 3 times. Before we go to say Ruto is bad and he needs to resign, you need to go and tell Uhuru to resign and tell the people, I am so sorry, I brought you a thief. I brought you a corrupt man. And I don't want to leave this country to a corrupt person. So I will do the honorable. I brought him to you. I am going to resign right now. And I'm going to ask you people to do a fresh election. I am going to stand here. I'm going to be impartial. And I'm going to make sure this election is done right. And then if Ruto wants to stand in that election, wacha asimame. Kama watu wanataka kuchagua huyo mwizi wamchague. Na kama ameiba na wanataka kumprosecute, let them take him to court. Let them charge him. But remember, Uhuru will not charge him because him himself, anakalia mali ya wizi. And being in possession of stolen property is a crime.
Now, Lucky DP, please connect your phone with the earphone, something else.
Now, Bernard, let me get back to Ashley.
Okay.
Now, like vile mkubwa wa Hasla anatuambia hii Kenya ina upungufu ya wajinga. Kweli kabisa. Hamwezi kuwa mkituambia hii mambo ya kwenda kanisa nini ati ni juu hana time ya kufanya kazi. No. We are wise enough to know these are sympathy votes juu hamna agenda. Lack of agenda is what making you the only weapon you have is to try and get some sympathy votes. That's why utakuja kutuambia una kazi ili tukuhurumie. I'm not
just interrupt you for 1 minute.
No, there is a lot
of... When you're talking about the bad things, when you're talking about the bad things about Ruto, give me 1 minute.
No.
When you talk about the bad things about Ruto, tell us what your person, the one you're supporting, is going to do. So we
Hold
want a
on,
comparison.
Ashley, please hold on. Let him make
The
his point.
president has
Let one
done a
person
lot.
speak at a time.
I'm saying, yes, I can prove the president has done a lot. The president has done a lot. And we know some of those things. We can even mention them. But the thing is, what we are talking here is why and why would someone try to go for a fundraising in a church just to get some sympathy votes, and you, the followers, you want to tell us that the guy has no job, that is his work is just to go for fundraising.
Bernard, Bernard, 1 second.
Okay, thank you, Mugo. Your point is
Mugo.
made. Yes, now.
Just this. I am very disappointed, but again, you're entitled to your own opinion. Anybody in Kenya can go and fundraise and do whatever they want. But when a president of Kenya decides to mutilate our constitution and refuse to respect the office he's holding, kwa sababu sisi hatumuulizi a respect Ruto, tunamuuliza a respect ile ofisi Ruto ana occupy. Whatever job Ruto is supposed to be doing is supposed to be delegated to him. Uliona leo, the court iliamua kuwa all the CSs were illegally appointed. Hata mtu akipeleka hiyo super CS ya Matiang'i alipatiwa na Uhuru kotini. If Omkia Omtata actually said he might even try that one because it is not provided for in the constitution. You're telling us of a president who is disrespecting our constitution, and yet you're telling us he has done a lot of things. And when you're talking about the good thing, amefanya peke yake, hajafanya na Ruto, and yet you're telling us Ruto angekuwa kwa. Please, you cannot probate and reprobate at the same time.
Let me ask you a question, Nancy. Yeah? When both the president and the deputy president were in good terms, Ruto was seen all over going opening, alikuwa anaenda kila mahali akifungua miradi. So what I want to understand is what you claim that the president is not doing according to constitution or is not working. Hizo miradi alikuwa anatumwa saa hiyo, sababu walikosana. Sasa ndio mmefungwa macho mkaona hakuna kazi inaendelea, sababu wamekosana.
Sisi hatujasema hakuna kazi inaendelea. What we are saying is the deputy president came out. We've always been wanting to know what happened. The deputy president came out. He has told us he's been sidelined, and we've all been speculating. We've now heard it from his own mouth. So don't take that away from him. Wakati Uhuru atakuja atupatie story side yake, then we can analyze the two and make a decision. But as we stand, Uhuru is disrespecting our constitution.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Mugo.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Ashley, I have a minute. Yes.
30 seconds. Yes, 30 seconds. I want to say, I wish we had a city hall where Bob and Ruto would be called on stage and would ask them these questions. Like Nancy said, Ruto spoke his mind the other day, and he plainly said that he's been sidelined. So it is for Uhuru now to come and tell people why he has sidelined Ruto and why he's continuing to pay him and why he is wasting the taxpayers' money by creating positions that are not allowed for in the constitution. We need to hold him responsible. We need to hold his feet to the fire. Whether we are kieleweke, we should not follow blindly.
Thank you very much. Let's have Wycliffe, please. Karibu kwa show. Unmute your mic, Wycliffe. It's like we lost Wycliffe. We may come back. Kitch,
Basi sasa huyo nani unaona ametoroka, huyo anaitwa ni Honorable Mugo huyo. Amekimbia Haya. Sasa yule, unajua mimi huwa nasema hivi, wamekuwa saa zote wanasema sijui DP Ruto ameiba, ameiba akafanya hivi, akaiba kule, amefanya all those kind of things, ndio si hivyo ndivyo huwa wanasema. Haya, mimi na wengine wote, sisi wote tumewaona hao wakijaribu kumuimpeach, si ndio? Ile kumtoa kabisa, ile walikuwa wanataka kumtoa. Sasa ile nasema kama kabisa wana ukweli na wana evidence kwamba Ruto amekuwa akiiba ama akifanya haya maneno yote ambao walikuwa wanasema, mbona basi wasichukue kesi moja, investigate, waimpeleke kotini, ikihukumiwa basi wachukue hiyo kesi ambayo imehukumiwa waende wamtoe nayo. Lakini hawezi fanya vile kwa sababu hakuna. Waona, kazi tu ni kwenda pale kusema ati sijui Kimwerela ameiba huku, sijui huku ameiba pale, sijui ameenda na nani, amekula ugali wa nani, amekula hivyo. Hiyo ndio story yao. Lakini ukienda pale waulize, haya basi mmetuambia haya maneno yote, ameiba huyu, ameiba mpaka kuku ya nani, haya fanyeni hivi. Chukueni kesi moja tu, moja hivi. Investigate, pelekeni kotini. Na kwa sababu nyinyi mnataka kumtoa na kufanya ile impeachment ile, basi mpelekeni kotini, jaji akiamua mchukue hiyo kesi muende bunge mkamuimpeach nayo, hata katiba imekubali. Lakini hao hawezi fanya hao maneno yote. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu hakuna kitu DP amefanya, ni maneno tu huku hapa wanaongea na huku kwengine kote huku. Waona? Sasa wewe ukiwaona Bernard, manake maybe wewe unaongea na hao wakubwa hao, ukiwaona uambie hivyo, mimi huwa naona kwa TV hivi, huwa nasikia ni kama karibu hata nipige TV hivi ngumi hivi. Kusema kwamba ati Ruto amefanya hivi, ameiba hivi, amefanya hivi, amekula pesa ya nani, all those kind of things. Paka mimi mwenyewe nasikia kuambia sasa nyinyi kazi kutoka Januari mpaka Disemba ni huku tu Ruto kaiba, Ruto kafanya nini. Chukueni kesi moja, pelekeni kwa koti, akihukumiwa basi chukueni hiyo kesi, pelekeni bunge and then muimpeach. Waona? Lakini hawezi kwa sababu hakuna kitu ameiba, hakuna kitu amefanya, ni kelele tu. Bwana watu.
And even though he's stolen, what they are afraid of, if they take him to court, that will open a Pandora's box, because that will create other sequences that he might know something they've also stolen. So either they have stolen with him, ama yo amewaibia, ama hajaiba. Lakini kama ameiba, DCI iko, ECCA iko, KRA iko, so they need to stop wasting our time and tell us what they can do for us. Na Honorable Mugo amesema ati Uhuru amefanya, he's building roads when people are dying of hunger because of corona. So even his priorities are upside down right now.
Okay, thank you. Ashley Wycliffe is back. Please take the floor.
Yeah, nimefurahi sana kuungana na nyinyi ndugu zangu. Nimesikia mnuko kwa ya mjadala mzuri sana. I'm happy to hear what you guys are talking. But there's only one problem we are having as Kenyans. Kenyans right now, group yenye tuko sahi vijana ndio wengi sana katika Kenya. But it seems we young guys, ambapo we are going to be the leader of tomorrow, you don't see these things. We Ruto mnaongea juu yake, hako na scandal chungu mzima. And we Ruto mnaona ndiye ana disrespect the president, that's why the president amemweka kando. But the law says sheria yenye iliwekwa walienda as a pack. The president cannot sack him. So vile the president hana namna vile anaweza msack, ilibidi atoe ile madaraka aliyompatia kwa sababu alikuwa misuse. Ndio sababu akamweka pack. The same Ruto mnaona huyu amepanda mahindi huko Kongo, inapitia Uganda ikiingia Kenya, ameua uchumi ya Kenya, mahindi huko kutoka Rift Valley. Ndio sababu
hebu tupatie evidence, tupatie evidence.
Just listen.
One person.
No, we will not listen. We want you to ask kama president anajua ameiba, kwa nini hajampeleka kwa koti? Kwa nini bado
Look
iko
here,
nje?
you guys, stop being itchy and extra sensitive. Let the person make
No,
his case. You will make
don't pro-
your rebound.
Bernard, we might forget. Let
Note it down, note it
because
down, so that
point mingi.
no, we should not have exchange matches like that because we are not communicating. Let the people watching also flow with the show. Sawa, relax kwanza, at least mnampatia 1 minute a make case, then you can intercept. Not the first 30 seconds you're already writing them off. And then there is nothing wrong with holding brief for the DP or any other person. But don't make it that if anything is mentioned, it should result into fighting back. Take it easy kwanza. Wycliffe, please.
Bernard, can I say something? Since the time is short, let us agree that the Kenya is a working democracy and there is a security, there is a DCI. So if someone has case against anybody who has stolen, let us not waste our time here. The president has the instruments of power. If someone has stolen and he has not taken any recourse, there is a reason. So let us discuss things that will build us. Kama ana case yapeleke DCI, let us agree on that and not talk about it. We are wasting that time when we start talking about that.
Thank you, Ashley. Ashley, please. Let's Ebu, tumekuwa hapa tumeongea. Wycliffe amekuja sasa hivi. Naomba umpatie muda amalize kesi yake alafu tajibu. Honorable Ibrahim, please. Just a little patient. Let him make his point, then we can respond. Karibu Angel pia.
Okay.
Wycliffe, go ahead.
Yes, kitu ningependa kusema madugu na madada, kama tuwezi funua macho kama vijana wa Kenya, bado tutakuwa na the same problem. Because as I'm talking to you, I'm not in Kenya. I'm out of Kenya for almost 12 years. I've been in Kenya. Some of you guys umekuja kama mimi nimekuwa Kenya, nimeona what is there. If you cannot read out these people ambapo wako complicated in corruption, ndio wanakuja na pesa mingi wametuibia, ndio wakishakuja pesa zote tunawaimba tu usiku na mchana, mnakosa kutoa watu. We still have the problem. Let's be open minded. Uangalie mtu ana scandal ngapi. Why can't you look for somebody who is clean? That's why hizi ambazo zinaendelea. Once scandal za Ruto angekuwa resign. Jamaa ameoa kwa ofisi yake, askari wenye alikuwa na scandal kwa ofisi yake. Angekuwa resign.
No. Do not waste our time. Do not waste our time. Stop wasting our time. No.
Hold on.
Wacha tuongee.
That's the problem I have.
Hakuna time ya kuwaste time.
You guys acheni mwingine ongee bana. Kwani mnadhani
kuna kesi zingine ambazo ukisema ati mtu ameua si vyema kabisa. It's not good. Si vizuri kabisa. Si vizuri.
Tunakufika usiku lakini hatutaki waste time. Kama ameiba kuna DCI. Kuna DCI, let us not talk about that. Kama DCI anajua ameiba, Uhuru anajua ameiba, why they have not taken him, we should now go to them and demand that they arrest him. Otherwise, kukipa kisema ameiba na anasimama, they are allowing it. So let us talk something constructive and not waste our time.
Ashley, time ina waste waje? Shamba ya Muteshi it was ni kwa kotini.
Then let us let
5 million.
Those are things we cannot, if they know what I'm saying, we are wasting time because if it is true, we have stolen.
That is information in public domain. Achani kungagu wengine bana. You cannot sing Ruto peke yenu hapa.
So the one you need to hold responsible. In this case, the one you need to hold responsible.
No, you actually
wewe ndio chairman pale. Chairman, hebu niseme, waona huyu Mtembei huyu? Hii maneno ambao wanasema sijui ameua. Tunaweza ongea maneno zingine yote ya kuiba mashamba na kufanya maneno mengine, lakini kuchukua roho ya mtu alafu unaekelea kwamba mtu ndio ameua, hiyo si vyema. Waona? Hiyo afadhali tuongee maneno mengine yote, sijui mashamba manini, lakini kusema mtu aliua si vyema na si vizuri.
Unless you have
Mimi wacha niseme hiyo. Hizi hayo maneno mengine yote tutazungumza, tutafanya nini, lakini kusema ati kwamba alichukua roho ya mtu, hiyo si vema. Waona? Kuna watu wengi ambao wanakuwa accused ati kwamba amechukua hii, amechukua roho ya mtu. Tusije hapa tukakuja kusema ati kwamba mtu ni muuaji na kwamba kabisa wewe ulikuwa naye akiua, mlikuwa naye akiua. Usije
imetosha. Ameongea mambo ya kuua ama ameongea mambo ya mashamba? That's what I want to know.
Ameongea mambo ya kuua ati Ruto ameua maaskari wangapi kwa ofisi yake, you know, and this is a public platform.
You know,
so
the other day you are doing an expose. You are doing an expose on the police, and who are we blaming? We are blaming Matiang'i. You know, if Ruto is a thief, we need to be blaming Uhuru. Uhuru brought him. So if you are saying that Uhuru has made a mistake and he needs to step down because he's employing thieves and corrupt people, I would see that as a discussion to be had. But to blame the person who was brought, we should reflect. We should not deflect, but we should put the blame where it lies, in Uhuru's feet.
Ashley,
that is where the blame lies.
Ashley, let him make his point.
When it comes to stealing, that is confirmed even by the court. Mambo ya run grabbing, it's confirmed, lakini sasa kuua hiyo achene.
Okay.
Wycliffe, go on. We're listening to you, Wycliffe. Finish.
Okay, so my point was mtu aliwaa kwa ofisi yake, there was a scandal ya magari, hiyo iko hapo. So ndio nasema kansi kama vijana, please guys, can we be sober and look somebody that who can bring our, these people has been there, they have looted our country. Can we look for somebody else who is fresh, who when a scandal, then he can lead our country? You guys are the only people can change the country, but you're still hanging to those people who has scandals, who have defrauded the country. Can't you see? Can you put a political aside and be one thing is to understand that we need to bring our country back? Somebody just killing in Raila, the other one is killing Ruto. These people, they have been there, but in fact, I don't understand sometimes. So you guys, when you argue something and you see the country is going, sai tuko kwa deti yenye sijui mabilioni na mabilioni na matrilioni. You are the one paying the taxes. You are still to want to bring the person who has looted the country. In some developed countries, scandal ikikupata unatoka unakaa kando. So killing there, you are killing there because you know made the mistake. Ukikaa kando utapatikana. Uhuru pengine peyosi, he knows what he did with the Ruto. That's why hawezi mwambia kwa macho toka uende. Hata kama sheria, hata kama walikuwa na sheria inasema Uhuru has got ana power, anaweza toa Ruto na kumweka kando, but sasa anampaka mafuta. I just want to give you an example. Magufuli took Tanzania only 5 years. What he has done, Tanzania has never done in 50 years. 5 years. Don't you think you can do it? What's wrong with we Kenyans? What's the problem? Hamuoni? Mna macho na hamuoni, mna masikio na msikii. Asanteni.
Thank you, Wycliffe.
You're welcome.
Wycliffe, asante sana kwa kusema for me, mimi naweza taka tulete mtu mpya kama vile Magufuli aliletwa. But I don't think from listening to this discussion now for a month, I don't think the Kenya young people are ready for a new person. They want to debate Raila, Ruto, Mudavadi, Wetangula. It's like a ping pong. So unless we can all think that way, tutaishi na wezi wetu.
Can I just add one point?
Go on.
Yes, there's a things here we don't see. Mimi, I don't support anybody, but I just go to the facts. Wanasema Raila ni mbaya. When I was growing up, I had right. Alipigania multi-party ambapo devolution. Hii magavana mnaona wote wanakula pesa mabilioni, imeletwa na Raila kupiganiwa akifungwa. Hii senators unaona wote wameletwa na Raila na kupiganiwa. Pesa ambayo imeenda mashinani, this guy has been there years, but has deprived, hajapewa uongozi, akishinda inanyang'anywa. Amepigania hizo wote, wao wanakula, au mnaona pesa zinagawa hizo. It's because of Raila fought for what? Devolution. But he has never been given a chance to lead the country and do whatever he wanted to do. Ndio anaenda kizeeka, sawa, wakienda kumwoka. Kwa hivyo we don't see, always tunaweka motives ndani. Na mnaona hizi vitu mnaona?
Sasa umeharibu. Raila is as bad as all of them.
Nancy, no. Hold on, please. There is why does the name Raila irritate you? Hold your horses.
Let me tell you something. What Nani has said, I can't see, my eyes are not very good. It is true that he did all those things. Unfortunately, well, on his way out, he is dismantling all the foundations he laid.
Actually, hold on. Hold on. You will have your time to respond. Let the person finish their point, and then we move to the next person. Angela, hapa atatusalimia. Let's hold on, please.
Nikimalizia, I don't understand we Kenyans where we are coming from. When the election it was over, the country was going to flames. It was going to flames. The guy saw that it's going to, and actually it was going to be very bad. Akaona hapana, if that's the case, people cannot die. Lean down, Uhuru akamwita wakakaa chini. Kenya, that's why you guys buka hapo sasa mnaongea. You have free because these people came together to make a country. That's where you can see there and you can call your corner the way you're talking. It could not have happened. But walikaa hadi, where did you want us to go? Ataka vita kitoka mtaenda wapi? You have to focus ahead. You have to look where you are going. Chance imewekwa. Why can't they, ile pesa wameletewa yote itengeneze? Mbona inaliwa? Mbona hawaongee kwa hiyo pesa? Watu wanashikwa na hawapelekwi kotini. What's wrong with the Kenya? What's wrong with you guys? You are the young guys. Mnasema kama mtu, we don't vote. You can vote Uhuru out, you can vote Raila out. Do you know why? Kwa sababu serikali wakienda presidency elections, kutakuwa na president tofauti. Kutakuwa na wale, because they are not popular, mtaenda kwa wale wanawapatia pesa. Wale wamefungua mirija. Na yule mtu hana pesa ambapo ana skill can lead the country, nobody is going to give them. That's why we fail. Because Kenya ikifika time ya election, mtu anatoka na form hii chama, na form ile chama, na form hii chama, na form hii chama. But they could be only we have 2 parties in the country, only 3. Ingemaliza ukabila yenye tuko nayo. Lakini ikifika everybody has gone in his pocket. Mimi ni Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mluya, mimi sijui mnani. What the hell? We are going nowhere. Hakuna mahali tunaenda. Tutapiga tu siasa hapa, we are going nowhere.
Thank you Wycliffe for your views.
Thanks.
Please hold on now. Let's get a response. And before we get to the response, Angela, say something.
Hey, habari zenu?
Nzuri, karibu.
Mnanisikia?
Yes, endelea.
I think, Wycliffe, you have a point. Let us Kenyans come out with somebody who is new in politics.
Yes, like Bobo in Uganda, came from nowhere. People followed him.
But tusizoee tu. All these people have been in government since. Musalia Mudavadi has been in government. Moses Wetangula has been in government. Hakuna mtu hajaiba kwa hii serikali. And the only thing with the serikali ya Kenya is that wakati sahi Uhuru ana point Ruto ati Ruto ni mwizi, it's because wame defect. But time wamekuwa pamoja, hangetuambia Ruto amefanya nini? Ameiba. Why? Kwa nini wakosane ndio aseme ni mwizi? Mbona haezi sema kabla wajakosana? In Kenya government, ukisikia governor fulani anafanyiwa msako, it's because amefanya nini? amekataa, kuna kitu amekataa kufanya, unaanza kusikia huyo governor ako na scandal inamfuata. Mbona wanangoja hiyo? So let us just reason out. Nini ingine kipya wa Kenya tunaweza fanya at least change Kenya. Sai Kenya iko kwa madeni, and let me tell you, this is not easy, Wycliffe, for somebody new who can come in Kenya aseme me I want to be a president, akave hizo madeni zote zenye Uhuru amekopa. People are crying, they have no job. Uhuru yeye ni kukopa madeni na kuweka pesa ya BBI. If Ruto ni mbaya, mbona akope madeni? So huko hakuna mzuri. Whether Ruto, whether Uhuru, whether Raila could lead Kenya. But wakati aliingia handshake, Raila had only one problem. Alipoingia huko, wale watu wote walikuwa wanamsupport, hao ndo wenye amekuwa akifanya nini? Akiwatoa huko mbele. So we have learned the one thing from him, that akipewa kitu haezi pea mwingine. And if you have to have those, yani ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, ufai kukuwa na hiyo karoka ukabila before. Ni handshake tu. Lakini ukipata watu wenye alikuwa anatembea nao, aliwatupa na wakasonga kando kiasi na yeye. Hayuko pamoja nao. Kwa nini alifanya hivyo? Ambapo yeye ndo angesimama nao, aseme kujeni sasa nimeingia hapa, tukae hapa wote.
I agree with Angel.
Okay, thank you for your point.
Can you give me a chance briefly?
Can I add something on Angel?
Hold on, please. Let's have one person at a time. Honorable Ibrahim respond before Moses.
Okay, Bernard, sawa.
Actually, I wanted to respond to Wycliffe. Wycliffe, do you think if Ruto could have been alive in this country with this defection and opposition he is now, angesurvive hii rafu ya Uhuru kweli? Let's be, tusikwe tukidanganywa kila wakati tukiambiwa fulani ni mwizi. Tunajua vizuri sana kama Ruto angekuwa mwizi by now ashakuwa ndani ya jela. Look at somebody like Sonko. Alifanya tu kidogo maneno hivi. He's not a governor anymore. There's so many cases to respond to in the court. Do you think it could have been easy with Ruto na hii scandal yote kama ungekuwa na proper evidence angesurvive? So tusiseme tu kitu just because we heard it from a certain politician or a certain sector of politician. The other issue in this country, the biggest problem with us is that we don't put our leader into account. Every leader is just giving you a new manifesto, a new idea every day, but they don't hawatimizi, they do nothing about their manifesto or their promises they made. Imagine, look at a scenario in this country now. We are borrowing at a very high rate, almost kila siku mabilioni ya pesa. Where is this money going? Do you think those projects which has been done by Uhuru government can even accumulate to a quarter of those loans ambayo wamechukua? So let's open our eyes. It's not necessary that we come from tribal based politics, or just because una fancy mtu ama ukwe sycophant ndio maana utetie mtu. We are the people who are growing this country. Imagine, look at today. Initially, like some 2 years ago, mafuta 20 liter ilikuwa inauzwa 28.50 hapa. Hata imeuzwa around 26.50 hapa. But today inauzwa 36.50. What has changed? Tax is so high. Do really this tax is assisting us? Najua we are paying tax at a very high rate, but we don't know where this tax is going. Remember those days when we were in Kibaki's government, the tax was minimal, and at least
okay, Honorable Ibrahim, you've asked a question. Can you get the answer? You're making submission addition to a question. Let Wycliffe respond to your question first, and then.
Okay, proceed directly. Maybe you can answer.
Yes, bro, umeongea vizuri sana. I'm still going to one point. You should know that Ruto is smart. Yule mtu anagonga vitu kwa smart. Na smart yake serikali haiwezi mshinda kushika. Kitu ujue ya kwamba hao watu wenye wako juu, hao watu wote ni wezi. Wanajuana. Yes. Ndio sababu Uhuru hawezi mtoa because anamjua na yeye anajua. Ndio sababu I have never seen a vice president anajibu president wake vile Ruto in the whole world. I have never seen. Even in America here, Trump alikuwa hapa lakini Penny ungemsikia akisema chochote. Never. So, no. Democracy iko na laws, ndugu yangu. You have to follow the law. Kila kitu, see the democracy hivi kwa vile democracy unasema this democracy can do whatever we want. There's a limit of democracy. If there's no limit of democracy, then there's nothing can be done.
I think Ruto has not gone personal on Uhuru.
Can you just let me finish?
Go ahead.
Bwana unachukua time mob Wycliffe nawe.
Okay, sasa nimemalizia hapo.
Hold on please. Hebu tufanye hivi. Naomba let's settle one matter, then we move to the next. Tukiongea kwa zamu, ile zamu ile tunaongea iwe kuna point tunatengeneza, sio tu zamu kwa sababu mtu ameongea mwingine akaongea. Let our viewers follow what is happening, not just our exchanging. That's what I believe we should be communicating. So, are you done? Because we have a lot of guys waiting.
Yeah, 1 point. Just 1 point. Let me give you this, but guys.
Yeah.
Guys, open your eyes. As I've said, please look for somebody ambaye anasimamia na mfuate. Muachane na watu ambao unaona hawa watu watawakula tu. Look for somebody fresh. The way Uganda did to Bobi Wine. It came from nowhere. Kuna watu wanasimama president wengi. They are clean. Don't clean these people that have stolen us. Mambo ya Ruto sijui Uhuru anaenda nyumbani. Acheni Raila muweke kando. Look for somebody hata mnani Mhisa Kitui amekuja. Why can't you follow hata kama Mhisa Kitui? Ama Joho from somebody else who has not been there in that kukuja presidency. Guys, wake up. If you don't wake up, mnakili kwa Ruto, mnakili kwa Uhuru, mnakili kwa Raila, you are going nowhere. You are going to sink in that deep hole. Thank you.
Asante Wycliffe. Let's now have this order. Okay. Please, let's have this order. Hold on. Where is Moses again?
He's here.
We're going to have this order. Moses is going to speak. After that, we'll follow Ashley, Nancy, then Kish. Then we take another round. So
yeah. So
and maximum of 2-3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So
Moses.
Angel said something about new people in politics. You know, we have very great minds like Mutula Kilonzo. You know, that's a very smart guy. People like that, if they can come up and show that they are capable the way Mutula has, I think we can go to the right way. Another thing that really affects us in politics is sycophancy and betrayal. You know, we follow our leaders so much that even if they do wrong, we consider that right. You know, about 2-3 years ago, we had handshake. And this handshake was meant for the best of our country. But what has it done? It has caused division, big one. If it was to bring the country together, they could have started by bringing the General Miguna back first. You know, if you see the guy's tweet or what he posts on Facebook, he doesn't do them because he's happy. He does them because of hunger, you know. Raila betrayed him and he could have fought for Miguna because this is the guy who stood with him when he was getting sworn in as the people's president, while other principals were hiding and were so scared. He went there and stood and helped him become the people's president. And after that, Raila got the peace to go and have a handshake with Uhuru. So he betrayed that guy. Another thing, the other guy talked about us getting fresh leaders, and he mentioned somebody like Joe. I don't think Joho is a leader who can go for who is good for a national seat. Leadership is not about somebody with beard who dress good. It is about the mentality to lead. And that's what I think is really not really good with our brother Hassan Joho. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Are you guys able to hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you have a minute or so.
Yeah, I'm saying people like Hassan Joho, I don't think it's appropriate for guy to even run for president, because leadership is not about having good beard or dressing up good. It's about the mentality to lead. And people like Mutula Kalonzo Jr., I think if we have like 10 of Mutula, we can really head to the right direction. But so far, our political class, they have messed up, be it Raila, be it Uhuru, be it Ruto. I think they have really led us to a wrong direction, and we deserve to have the best. And if one person can come out of fear and just like, hey guys, we have been led wrong enough, and this is the right time for us to start a good movement and lead our country to the right direction, will be good. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Can we have Ashley?
Thank you. And I support Moses on Joho. I don't think he would be a good presidential candidate or leader, president. And I also want to talk to Honorable Hon Mogo, and they keep saying, respect our president. And there's something that we need to understand. The president is chosen by the people to work for the people. So in order for him to get the respect that he deserves, he says respect is for those who deserve it, not for those who demand it. And in order to get that respect, you have to treat people the way you want to be treated, talk to people the way you want to be talked to, and then you will have earned that respect. So if he wants to be really respected, he has to respect the people who put him in power. Even like when decisions like the demolition of houses, even maybe he wasn't involved, but when he comes to learn about them, he should go on national TV or be seen to protect his citizenry and take action. Come on TV, let us know that he cares for us. When people are talking and crying about COVID, he never ever comes. He just comes and talks about other things like he didn't hear, like he doesn't live in Kenya. He doesn't address the people's demands. They're still going on with the BBI right now with the funds that they were given by IMF, instead of using those funds and diverting them to help people who are really struggling. So that is where the respect comes in, because he's ignoring people, the people who put him in power, and then anaanza kusema watu wetu. I don't ask that, and I'm not pro-Ruto. I am non-partisan. I don't support any candidate, but when they push Ruto so much, sometimes you even get votes for him. You get people to sympathize with him. People who are not even thinking about him start looking like people come and say, oh, you support you Ruto people. I'm not a Ruto person, honestly. I'm not even biased. I'm just neutral. I'm just saying what I see, sitting where I sit. And last but not least, I have, it says 12 signs of a remarkable good leader. A good leader has to lead. You lead when you are needed to. So ask yourself, in this case of Corona, your governor, your MP, your MCA, your senator, your president, are they leading? Are they leading in this fight? Are they doing their best? Are they being seen by you to be doing their best? The number two is the leader has to have a cause, not a promotion. Like Joho says, now I've become governor, now I want to become president. He's not even has a cause. He wants just a promotion from governorship to presidency. Even like Baba Uwino says, oh, I'm now going to go for governor, and then from MP to Senate or to governor and then to president. It's about them tying those notches. Ni kama wale wanaume wanalalanga nao wasichana wanaweka kanot. How many women they just notice in their belts. It's not about serving the people. The main motivation for them is to advance themselves, to promote themselves, to promote their resume or their CV. Another thing, a leader will break rules to help his people. If like the rules that, like we're saying, that the president was elected with, the constitution doesn't allow him to remove Ruto. If he honestly believes that Ruto is doing harm to the country, he can do that. But he's not doing that because he's being malicious, or so I think. Another thing, a leader has to speak out. Is your leader speaking out for you today? Or are they being silent? That leader that you're advocating for, are they quiet or are they speaking out? And why Raila stands out is because there are times when he has spoken out to where he was put in jail and he did not have his family. He didn't care about himself. And that is what a leader does. A leader speaks out. Unfortunately, in this time of Corona, because he's deep in the pockets of Uhuru, he has refused to speak out. So it is true that he once fought for the people. But in his heydays, he has now turned around and he's not fighting for the people. He's fighting like all the rest of them. And in one mistake, he can wipe out everything good he has done. I think he should think about that. And number 5 is, you should know your team. The 6th point is, you should appoint the right people to the right positions. And that's why I say, we keep saying how Ruto needs to step down because he's not doing his job. We have to ask his boss, did he select the right person for the right job? We are not angels, and he could have made mistake the first time, but to make the mistake the second time and the third time, then you have to ask yourself, how honest is he when he's saying hatawachia mwizi? Kwa nini angetutoa huyo mwizi in 2017 or 2018? Kwa nini anagojea sasa ile amepitishwa kwa hizi daraja zote alikuwa na need, sasa anachukua Raila ule alimuita kemuondo? And if he passes BBI, we'll wait to see kama bado watashikana mkono ama sasa yeye atasema amefanya kitu ingine ama ni mganga or whatever. Number 7, you give credit where it's due. That is self-explanatory. And the number 8 is, you are extremely accountable. So we want to say, when president says and trains his people to say that Ruto is a thief, is he being accountable? Is he saying, God, people, forgive me because I brought him to you? Is he being accountable? And then last and not least, trust your intuitions and be positive. And a leader has to inspire others to change, and a leader has to be a good listener. So when you're thinking about the next person you want to come into power, besides your tribe, try to put these things and see, are these people really good leaders? And I would really love to have David Ndii. Yes, he's a Kikuyu, but I think he would be a very good president, and he would be non-partial. I don't think he would be tribal. And to me, my best team, my dream team would be David Ndii, assisted by Muhammad Ali Moha. I think that would be a very good team, and it would be, that's what I think. But I don't know, maybe that will remain into me a dream. But I hope one day we'll come to where we look at somebody and we do not look at what tribe they comes from or what they have in their pockets, but what they have in their head. Thank you.
Can I say something, add something a little quick?
Okay.
Yeah. So actually,
half a minute.
Half a minute, please. Thank you. So actually, I kind of agree with you on the part of where you say like people have called you pro-Ruto, even if you are not a Ruto supporter. They have called me that too. And another thing, when Uhuru said like Kenya has only been led by only 2 tribes. So what was he thinking that time that he was saying like mimi ni chape zangu 10 alafu Ruto akuja chape zake 10? What was he thinking when he was saying that? You know, this is where being truthful in leadership matters a lot. But when you say like also your dream team will be Ndi and Ali, Ali was good when he was outside political arena, but right now he has been swallowed by the system. So I don't think Ali will be really good to help with the system. But Ndi will be good economically, like he will be good for economy. But let me just leave it at that. I think my 30 seconds has ended. I can talk later. Thank you.
Is it my turn
Thank
now?
you, Moses. Please, can we have Nancy and then Kish?
Right. For me, I would like a society that believes in meritocracy. Because if we had meritocracy, we would have a society that functions out of merit rather than who this tribe, that tribe. We need to work harder at being a Kenyan first and our tribe second, because that's the only way we will unite around one another and look at issues rather than people. To me, the biggest change that we need, it is to demand as citizen for a transparent election process, because us as Kenyans can decide who we vote at the ballot, but I've had many of you saying the person we vote, we do not believe is a person who becomes the president. So number one reform, which I was hoping that the BBI was going to address, which it is silent on, the BBI does not tell me, if we believe the votes are stolen, what do we do? So we need to be able to vote, verify, count those votes, and declare the rightful leader. Because with all these talk, without that process, because when I look at Western world, the person who is elected is the actual leader. It is not vifaranga vya computer. The issue about deep state, we also need to stop talking about the deep state. The power is, we have our power, which we donate to the politicians to work on our behalf. I would ask people who have the power to vote to look at the MCAs, the governors, and our MPs, our senators. When we go to vote and somebody has let us down and lacks integrity, let us send them home. Let us not give them another opportunity. And that way, maybe we might send the right message home. Because at the moment, wanatukosea, wanakuja wanapatia mtu 100 bob, tunaenda tunawachagua tena. So let's start looking at integrity first. And also my wish would be, if we can be able to say, once you're indicted with even if you're not proven, step aside. Our politicians wametuzoea, wanatufanyia maovu. Like today, the KEMSA scandal, Murathe was asked to go to parliament. He does not even have respect for me and you as the people who have power over that parliament. Akwenda, alituma sworn affidavit akipatiana story. All these people, please, let's send them home. Let's start afresh, and let's start by demanding a true and a transparent election process. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nancy. That is important at this point in time. But I would say something. The reforms for IEBC took place just before the 2017 elections. And there were some acts of parliament that were passed just before the repeat elections. They introduced laws. I wouldn't see how the BBI would have incorporated. I don't think there's any part of the constitution relating to IEBC that will require to be changed other than just strengthening those acts of parliament.
Bernard,
Let's
can I
have
correct
Kish,
you?
then we proceed.
No, Bernard, let me say something. You know the IEBC,
Yes.
we had a proper analysis that was meant to go into the BBI. That if we're going to have a credible and transparent election, we should have an IEBC existing for more than 2 years. Now they're scrambling 16 months to general election so that they can bodge the interviews and bring the people who they want, who are already compromised. That's what we needed to be changed. Hawezi kuwa ukileta watu the last few months of the election so you can control their minds. No, we need permanent guys at IEBC who we will believe and trust in that process.
Okay. Thank you. Is Kish still there?
Yeah, niko hapa.
Unmute your mic, Kish. Yeah.
Unanipata eh?
Haya, endelea.
Haya, sasa mimi yangu ambayo kwanza niendelee? Oh, okay. Haya basi. Sijui kama mnanipata. Haya basi. Haya yangu ambao mimi nataka kusema ni hivi Sisi wa Afrika kuna kitu kimoja ambao tuko nao Kuna ile ambao hao wazungu wanaita hypocrisy. Sasa na hii hypocrisy ambao unaisikia hapa ni kwamba kila mmoja wetu hapa ana kale ka tribal ndani yake. Tusije tukakaa hapa tunajifanya ati sasa mimi niko hivi niko vile. Tuna ka tribal ndani yetu tunako. Kila mtu hapa akafunguliwa roho yake hivi utaona ukabila ndani. And that is number one. The second thing, hata tukisema tuseme sijui tuweke akina nani ama hao wengine wote, all right? Wale mabrothers wetu na masisters wetu huko wanaitaje shags kule mashambani huko. Hao wanajua kuna ule mtu ambao wanafaa wapigie kura. Kwa hivyo sisi watu hapa kama watu 10 tunayasema tunataka huyu kwa sababu huyu ndiye mzuri na hana scandals, hana nini. Lakini sisi ni wadogo hapa, wale mashambani washasimama na wakasema sisi tutapigia huyu na tutapigia huyu mwingine. Hata tukakaa na tuseme kama yule jamaa anaitwa nani huyu Mulumba mwenye alikimbia. Huyo mwenye alikuwa anasema ati wote sijui ni wezi na all those kind of things. Mimi ile nitasema kuna hypocrisy ambako tuko nako na tuangalie maneno tukitumia ile darubini ya ukweli. Waona? Na huo ndio that's the problem that we have. Unaona? Kwamba sisi hatutumii darubini, tukawa tunaangalia ukweli, tukasema yes tutataka huyu awe ndiye atatuongoza. Lakini sisi ni wadogo sana. Waona? Kuna wale wengine huko mashambani. Leo hii nikaenda Kisumu sasa hivi. Niende niseme ati mimi nataka nimvotie sijui nani, utapigwa mawe. Waona? Ukienda Central alafu uende useme sijui Raila pale, utatukanwa. Utazabwa makofi my friend. Waona? Sasa hivi ndio nasema tutumie darubini ya ukweli. Tuseme watu wamesema huyu ndio tunataka. Sisi ndio wale ambao watu wamesoma na wale ambao huku juu wametembea manchi zingine wameenda wamejiangalilia na wakasema huyu ndio anaweza tengeneza nchi yetu iwe kama hivi. Waona? Lakini tuangalie na tuseme hawa watu wengine hawa ambao watavote. Sisi pamoja na wale tukikuja alafu tuanze kusema tuwasikize. Niseme hivyo, tuwasikize kwanza alafu kutoka pale tuanze kuambia kati ya hawa watu wote ni nani ambaye ni mwema. Hata kama basi wataamua wote ni wezi, tutafute basi mwenye ameiba kidogo. Na kitu ya pili, tusije tukaanza kuwekelea watu wengine wote ati wameiba sijui wamefanya nini, kwa sababu unajua hao politicians wanatujua sisi wa Kenya, wanatujua kwamba leo hii mimi nikikuja niseme Raila ni mwizi na wewe mwenyewe humpendi Raila, wewe utaenda na hiyo notion, utaenda ukisema kwamba Raila ni mwizi. Lakini mimi sisi wa Kenya tukasimama twende tuambie hao basi wewe unasema Raila ni mwizi, basi evidence iko wapi? Na kama huna evidence basi kimya. Waona sasa sisi wenyewe tuwe watu wa ukweli, waona, tuwe watu wa ukweli, tutumie darubini ile ya ukweli, na tujue pahali nchi inaenda. Waona, tutakaa hapa na tutasema huyu ndio mzuri, hajafanya, lakini Wakenya wenzetu huko nje wao wanajua ni huyu na ni huyu. Sasa sisi ndio maybe tutaenda pale tuwaambie, haya basi wale wengine wote hao ambao mnasema basi kuna wezi pale, basi tuchukue yule ambaye hajaiba sana. Waona? So mimi nitasema hivyo, na najua kuna watu watanipiga mabomu sana, lakini hivyo mimi naionelea hivyo. Sasa kitu ya pili, mimi nitasimama na Ruto. Mimi hapo kwa Ruto mimi sitoki kabisa. Hata watu wengine wakisema sijui tuweke akina nani, mimi kwa Ruto sitoki. Na sitoki kwa sababu ya hili. Sisi tumeambiwa kila mara huyu nani huyu Honorable Mugo huyu amekuja ametuambia huyu ni mwizi. Sasa nikawa namwambia basi kwa haya maneno yote Ruto amefanya, haya maneno yote ambao Ruto ameiba, kwa nini basi msichukue kakesi kamoja tu? Mnasema chukueni kakesi kamoja, nendeni kotini, alafu jaji akienda akimhukumu, basi kujeni na hizo results, kujeni muonyeshe Wakenya, angalieni Wakenya, Ruto ameambiwa yeye ni mwizi na huyu jaji amemhukumu, alafu muende pale parliament, basi muende mumutoe. Lakini si kuja muanze kuwekelea mtu, hamsemi evidence iko wapi, nyinyi ni kumuita tu mwizi.
Sasa
kuna saying ya Wakikuyu. Wacha nimalize basi, wacha nimalize basi.
Hold on. Umejibiwa ya kwamba kuna kesi ilipelekwa kotini ya mtu anaitwa Mtechi. Shamba lake lilikuwa limechukuliwa na Ruto. Koti ikarule kwamba Ruto alipe nini 5 million. Zikalipwa. So hiyo si kesi.
Sasa hiyo kesi basi ilikuwa basi si yeye alihukumiwa na akatoa. Ukiangalia hiyo kesi vizuri ni kwamba Ruto kwanza alikuwa the second. Kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa ameenda pale akachukua hiyo nini hiyo shamba, alafu Ruto akawa ameuziwa. Waona? Huyo akakuja akasema hili shamba ambao uliuziwa ni langu. Kwa hivyo Ruto mwenyewe si yeye aliiba. Hapana. Kuna yule ambaye aliiba. Waona?
Acha niseme kitu.
Simama mwanzo. Sasa hivyo ndivyo mimi nasema, kama basi tutakuja tuanze kusema mtu ni mwizi, wacha tukue na evidence ya kusema kwamba mtu ni mwizi, na tukue na ile watertight. Waona? Tuile ile watertight ya kusema huyu ni mwizi. Alafu sasa lakini mimi ningesema hivi, simama Honorable Mugo, simama basi nimalize. Sasa hivyo ndio nasema tutumie hiyo. Sawa sawa. Haya Mugo sema, kwa sababu unajua unangojea kunirushia mabomu sasa.
Wacha niseme haraka. Nakubaliana na Kichu kwa sababu mwizi kuna nambari moja ambayo ni mwizi ambayo wanafaa waanze nayo. Who owns almost half of Kenya? Ni nani? Ni nambari moja. Sio Ruto. Basi almost half of Kenya. Ni nambari moja.
Asante. Sasa hapo tunaanza kuongea. Sasa we are talking, ndio maana nimesema tutumie darubini,
hold on everybody.
Mpe nafasi huyo Mungu mabomu zake. Mpatie huyo Mungu atupe mabomu.
Kichi subiri tafadhali. Hata kama Kenya imeibwa, wewe sio polisi wa kwenda kuwashika. Subiri kwanza. Haya. I want us to have a constructive debate, not just attacking one another, and then holding brief. As much as tuna mashabiki wetu na wale watu tunaamini kwao kisiasa, hao watu pia sisi hatuna uhakika kwamba ni wasafi kama vile wanavyosema ama ni wachafu kama vile tunaambiwa. So let's not make it a hard issue whereby we are swearing over. Because hizi mambo yote ikipelekwa mbele ya koti, wewe ukiitwa kama witness, sijui kama utakuwa na ile ujasiri wa kusema vile unavyosema. So let's argue on points, let's support and let's do this platform to be for the good of Kenya, not for the good of an individual or for the good of a political party, so that we are growing. not
Na ndio
just,
maana
going through that.
na ndio maana nilikuwa nasema tuangalie kitu yote kwa darubini ya ukweli, tusije tukaanza kusema huyu amefanya na huyu amefanya, kwa sababu hawa politician wanatujua, wanajua kwamba mimi nikuja niseme Bernard ni mwizi wa kuku, basi sisi wote tutamwamini na tutasema kweli Bernard ni mwizi wa kuku. Lakini sisi wakikuja watuambie hivi alafu tumwambie haya, basi nyinyi mmetuambia Bernard ni mwizi wa kuku, basi leteni evidence hapa tuione, na kama hamna basi mkimie. Waona, lakini tuwe watu wa kuangalia kwa ukweli. Waona, tukiangalia kama sasa sisi
Okay. Thank you. Your time is up.
Dakika moja tu alafu nimalize.
No, please.
Okay.
Well, we are also running late. We need to begin to bring down the curtains. So let's give others opportunity to respond to you, and we flow together. Honorable Mugo, you have a right to respond, but I want you to hold on fast. Let Angela say something, then you will respond. Angela. Unmute. Angela, unmute your mic.
Now, I think this platform is to kufunzana, yani kufunza watu wetu wajue where is Kenya going to and where what our leaders are doing. In Kenya tukianza kusema somebody ni mwizi, fulani si mwizi, tunadanganyana. Kuna any politician mwenye si mwizi Kenya hii? Kila mtu ni mwizi kivyake, ameiba kulingana na nafasi yenye alikuwa ndani. But now we have to put our minds together. How shall we solve this problem ya wizi itoke Kenya? Ukiangalia MCA, sidhani kama MCA wa area yako ni msafi vile. Ukiangalia governor the same. Ukiangalia nini the same. And Kenyans are getting disappointed because at the times Kenya wamehitaji sana usaidizi kutoka kwa viongozi wao. This is the time now viongozi wetu wamefanya nini? Wametutupa kwa dustbin na wakaendelea na shughuli zao because wao wako na pesa. Naelewa? I don't think so if ukikombea Kenya and US, it will never lead the same. US, they have been fighting for COVID. Wanataka waone watu wao wako safe, wajue venye wanapunguza makali ya corona. In Kenya, instead of that, ni kutafuta pesa za BBI, venye BBI itatengenezwa, venye nini itafanywa nini. Madaktari wanagoma, our leaders are not seeing that. Walimu wanataka mishahara, our leaders are not seeing that. So, tunafaa kuangalia akili ya mtu akiwa kiongozi. Ako na akili ya kutuongoza ama ako tu na akili ya kwenda pale apate pesa. And let me tell you this, in Kenya, most of people fight for political seat just because of money. Not anything else, not leadership. Because ukienda pale ukiwa MP, kuna pesa unapewa, kuna gari unapewa, utanunua ploti, utajenga, utafanya hivi, utapata chance ya hii pesa. So let me fight for that seat. Most of our Kenyans. Na ukifanya statistics 100 out of 100% utapata 2% of our leaders ndo wenye wanafanya nini? Walitaka uongozi. Lakini most of our Kenyans tunataka pesa. Somebody has talked of IBC. Kwa nini ujakuzi inapoelekea kufika tukibakisha muda mchache ndo sasa IBC unasikia wanajakua makomishona wanatafuta nini? Juu wanajua ule alikuwa pale kuna kitu alifanya na hatataka kukirudia tena. Hii Oroshi life yake iko inide iko in danger na hata ataka kufanya kitu chenye alifanya tena. So they have to look somebody like me, Angela. Nikifika pale, you are being told that if you do this, you will get paid this much. Then niko na njaa. Yani, wacha tufikirie kitu. Wakenya, vitu zenye tunafanya most, hatufanyi kusaidia mtu wa nyuma ama kusaidia Kenya ya kesho. Tunafanya because mimi Angela niko na njaa yangu, nikifika pale niambiwe Angela ukifanya hivi pesa ndio hii unapewa. Then kwa nini nikatae pesa? And that is what is killing us in Kenya. Naona wakati Raila wakati corona ilianza
nakuuliza.
Yes.
So
yes.
Ukikataa pesa ni makosa?
Kwa nini ukubali pesa uweke watu kwa shimo?
Unakula
pesa na ufanye ukweli.
No, unakula lakini usifanye hivyo, nakwambia.
Sawa, malizia Angela, tunamaliza, tuko karibu kwanza kufunga tafadhali.
Haya. Ukiangalia serikali yetu inalia Ruto ni mwizi, Ruto ni mwizi. Is he the first person to steal? Wakati wameleta corona, story ya KEMSA ikaamuka. Within 20 days, watakuwa wamefanya follow up, hao watu watakuwa wameshikwa, watakuwa wamewekwa ndani. Have it ever happened again? Ushaisikia story ya KEMSA tena mahali wanafanywa msako? So the president himself ndo analeta hii shida yote. And that's why he cannot face Ruto in public amwambie umeiba hii, umeiba hii, umeiba hii. He knows that akitambua Ruto pia atamsema. Kama ni kuiba, wameiba wote. Kila mtu ameiba. Hakuna mwenye hajaiba.
Una hiyo evidence ya kuonyesha kwamba kila mtu ni mwizi Kenya?
Sina evidence. Sina evidence, but wanajua. They know.
Blanket.
No, they know. They know that is the. Wacha nikwambie Bernard, you cannot be living with a wife mwenye hampelekani na yeye kimaisha and then unasema tu niko na mwanamke. Sidhani kama mwanamke yako anaweza taka kukuua na bado unaishi na yeye. Akiwa mbaya utasema mimi huyu mwanamke nimechoka na yeye, let me move on with my life. Hivyo ndo Uhuru angefanya. Mbona haezi nini? Ni kupita tu kona na hiti, kona na hiti, kona na hiti, kona.
Katika siasa kuna interest mingi. Alafu kuna masuala ambayo sio lazima yashughulikiwe papo hapo. Yanawekwa kwa mkakati ambako itakwenda step by step mpaka ifikie mahali inakokwenda. So tukiwa tena na president ambaye ana react kwa maneno, atapoteza nini? Uongozi. Nakumbuka kama Kibaki alikuwa mmesema mambo yote huku nje, yeye hachukuliki, ataita tu press conference sema fellow Kenyans, then anasoma kile kitu ameamua kusema na naenda. So we may blame Uhuru but it's just government operation system. Now, we need to close.
Mungu hajaongea.
So let's do this. We are going to take Mugo ndio hajaongea. So yeye atachukua dakika zake 3. Lakini wengine wetu tutafuka na dakika moja kwa sababu kesho is another day and we have a long way to go because tomorrow we have another debate. Sawa? Okay. Mugo, Angela, tulimalizana tafadhali. Angela, did you finish your point?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Mugo, Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I will start with Kitch. This is something that is in public domain. Kitch, there is nowhere I went and said, you can go through the conversation that I said that it's all about Ruto being a thief. Mine was on agenda. The agenda is not just wheelbarrow and Hustler Nation or whatever. And it is good you have confirmed you yourself, and it is you are such a good example of how hustlers are when you say it's better that small thief or that one who has stolen something small, because it's a way of acceptance. It's a way of acceptance of the kind of leadership you want us to take back to come 2022, which I don't think, if you are wise enough, you should go for that someone who has stolen something small, thinking that is better than the one you claim has stolen a lot. So Kitch, that one is a no for me. Whether it's 1 or 10, a thief is that the guy has stolen something small, then he's a thief. And the next thing is we can't go having a president who is a thief. Then on Ashley, there is something we confuse. Let's not confuse politicians with pastors or religious leaders. You want us to believe that what was meant back 2013, 1010, it's what should happen. That was their own deal. It was their own private deal. If Uhuru wanted to give Ruto 10 after him, then it's them, not us. It's not about leadership or religious leaders that we make all the promises that must be there. So let's not confuse, because that is why I've heard even others claiming that being a politician and the next school, your neighbor is a school that students are learning under a tree, you expect tomorrow after you are chosen to go and assist. You are forgetting Kenyans. We are blessed with politicians, not leaders. And these politicians, they have their own mistakes. They have their own problems. They are not righteous anymore. They are also enclosed by their own anxiety. So it's more of we talk of more of self belief, what you believe.
Are you done?
Bernard?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I was having a problem with the network. So like I was saying before I wind up, we have, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You go ahead.
Yes, there is a big problem with Kenyans confusing who is a leader and who is a politician. They expect because you are a Kenyan politician, we vote for you today, tomorrow you bring us a bread and a cup of tea. But a leader, a politician, a Kenyan politician should serve the public, not just serve individuals. That's why you will see politicians are able to hire goons, but in church you'll never seen a leader hiring people so that they can make him pass. They are chosen under their own professions and ethics. Yeah? And in politics, we must understand politics is about numbers. It's not about tribe or even what. It's what you give. Like now, I'm saying, and it is it is something that is well known. In Mount Kenya, we have more than 8 million votes, which we are bringing on table. So we expect, if we are not getting the deputy president or president, we must have a share in the government. And in Mount Kenya right now, our only kingpin, our only leader that we know, it's Uhuru. No one else. It's the one. If you say this, it's the only one we can rely upon. The rest are going to get their own shares on their own self-reliance and satisfaction from whoever I don't know. So let's not complicate.
Jiongeleshe wewe mwenyewe, wacha kusema Central wana sijui Central wana nini.
Tafadhali, tunamaliza.
Yes, I'm saying,
There is a point here that we
I'm
need to
saying,
debate on, Mr. Bernard. There's a point here we need to debate on before we finish. Konmugo, continue. We have to debate on
no,
that.
yeah. I have the right. I have the right to give my own opinion. At the same time, I'm from Central, and being from Central.
Okay. Mugo, malizia
doesn't
tafadhali.
mean
We are time bad.
Oh, yeah. What I can wind up and say is despite the mistakes done by a leader, being the president or whoever, that person who is a leader, who is above you, let's give that person respect, because that leadership is accorded by God. Despite you voting, the leader is there because of God. Therefore, we should accord the respect. And if we have to blame or to go trying to provoke the leader by his or her mistakes, there is the right channels to use that will not try to interfere with the leader's way of doing things. Like now, the way we are saying, it's not okay when a person say that our president was in USA during the meeting with Trump and was shaking. It is such an shame to us as a country, because that is our symbol, and he is there to represent us, no matter her weaknesses, his weaknesses.
Okay,
Therefore,
thank you,
let's
Mugo.
respect,
Respect
the
your
leader.
time is up.
Yeah, let's respect the leader.
1 minute to disagree with Mugo.
Time not to shake next time.
Daka moja.
It's on YouTube.
Daka moja ni disagree na Mugo.
Ashley, just hold on. Let Moses respond and then you pick. You are the one next.
First of all, the problems facing Kenya is people like Mugo, whereby we claim that in central Kenya, we have a kingpin. In Rift Valley, we have this. In central Kenya, we have 8 million votes. What about Rift Valley? Do you know Rift Valley is bigger than central Kenya? If central Kenya is taken out of the equation, there's still other people still can win without even that central Kenya. So the problem facing Kenya is for people like you, who believes Uhuru is our kingpin. Raila is the kingpin of Nyanza. Ruto is the kingpin of Rift Valley. You need to stop having that mindset of who is our kingpin. There are better leaders out there that if they step up, what has Uhuru done for Central Kenya? What has he done as the kingship? His father was the president of Central Kenya. What did his father do? Uhuru has been the president for the past now almost 10 years. What has he done in Central Kenya? Something tangible. Tell us. I'm sure your grandmother, maybe, I don't know, somewhere still living in poverty or something. What has Uhuru done for your people? We need to stop having that mindset of who is our kingship, because this is why we are here, to talk about the betterment of our tomorrow.
To you, Moses.
You know.
Let me ask you a question, Moses. Does the president hold the presidential office for the sake of his region?
He does not. It's the people of the Republic of, let me leave that. If it was actually not Deputy President William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta would have not been the president of Kenya today. If it was not William Ruto, Atangeiba, he wouldn't have been the president of Kenya. So that mindset of
means what? That means what?
To you.
Hold
that
on.
is according to
me.
I
want to disagree with the Mugo.
That
is
is according
telling us
to you,
that
Moses.
Mount Kenya is having 8 million strong. You mean it is only Mount Kenya who can give us the best leader because it has 8 million strong? There is not any other place we can get.
Is it only Mount Kenya that voted Uhuru? Was it only Mount Kenya?
It is not only Mount Kenya.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Bernard, hold on, Mr. Bernard. This is very interesting.
Bernard,
let's hear Mr. Moses.
Bernard.
Hold on.
Okay. Bernard, this is interesting. Let Mr. Mugo talk.
Unaona, tunaambiwa tumalizie.
Nasema na mimi nitamalizia basi.
Na utamalizia baadaye. Subiri kwanza, tuende kwa zamu na dakika moja tunafunga stesheni. Siku imeisha. Tafadhali. Okay? So
Mutembei.
Ashley,
Hapana,
dakika
mnaweza
moja.
ongea mpaka
Keith,
asubuhi.
dakika moja. Hivyo tunamaliza. Sam ndiye hajaongea,
Mutembei,
lakini
mambo.
ataongea pia dakika
Yes,
moja.
poa sana.
Wacha
Ashley,
Mnaweza
niseme
ongea
wacha
mpaka
niseme dakika
asubuhi, mimi niko
moja.
hapa.
Sawa
Wacha
sawa.
niseme dakika moja. President of Kenya anakuwa elected by people to represent the people of Kenya, not the people of your region. If the people who are supposed to represent your region are the MPs, the MCAs, those are the people who are supposed to represent your region. But we elect the president purposely to represent the people of Kenya. Unaona, elect President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 mara mbili. But unaona, ukifuatilia sana, whatever he is doing currently, sio kwa ajili ya mwananchi. Unapata most of the things he is doing is for only personal interest. Angalia mtu kama Murathe saizi, amepatikana na the scandal issue KEMSA, but utapata akiguzwa. Ingekuwa mtu mwingine who is allied to any other person, ungepata atatumiwa DCI, DPP kesho. So whatever he is currently doing is purposely for the interest of him and some few individuals around him. So tusidanganyane ati nani anaitwa Mugo, unasema ati President Uhuru is the kingpin of your region. He doesn't. He is not in for your. Most of Mount Kenya people are currently crying. Nimekaa na watu kutoka Mount Kenya hawataki Uhuru, tuseme tu ukweli, because biashara zao ziko chini. Unajua tu wameharibiwa biashara. So tusidanganyane, whatever this government being led by Uhuru is doing inatu affect sisi wote kama watu tuko hapa chini. So I think that is the point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Sam. Ashley, 1 minute.
Alafu ya mwisho ndo Ashley.
Honorable Mugo, even on Facebook, on YouTube, someone is saying, Uhuru ametense kidogo. It's not only me. He was uncomfortable, and you could tell he was uneasy when he was talking to Trump when he came in 2020, February 7th. Go on YouTube. I'm talking about that, something that is factual. I'm not disrespect meant. And another thing, you keep talking about to respect him. We respect the presidency, the seat of the presidency, not the person sitting on it. But he also needs to respect the people. And sometimes we don't demand. Respect is given, even like a husband and a wife. A wife should respect the wife, but the husband should love the wife. And when the husband loves the wife automatically respects the husband. So some of these things, it is what you give. If you give garbage, you get garbage out. So if you want respect, he has to give respect. Last and not least, I was looking at Magufuli. You know, we keep saying about Central. God can remove somebody from power when they think that they hold these instruments of power. Magufuli has gone, and he hadn't even finished 1 year of his second term. Now, if you look about this woman who has just come into power, if you see the things that she is doing, unless she changes, she's doing very good things for Tanzania. So what I want to ask the people of Kenya who are Christians, go on your knees and pray. Some of these battles will win on our knees, because otherwise our country has been captured, and captured in a bad way. And it is only on our knees that we will get victory.
That sounds like enjoyment.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley. Kish, it's your turn. 1 minute.
1 minute, bas. Sasa mimi ile kitu ambao Moses, kusema ukweli, Moses amesema maneno ya ukweli. Na in fact mimi nikaulizwa nitampigia yeye kura, kwa sababu Moses amesema maneno ya ukweli, na ndio hiyo. Huyu Mugo sijui ni nini amefikwa, yani mpaka akianza kuongea about Central ni kama yeye ndio spokesperson wa Central. Waona sasa, na huo ndio huo ndio ile ambao nilikuwa nasema ni vizuri tunaangalia maneno yote. Kwa nini? Tunaiangalia yote kwa darubini ya ukweli. Waona? Lakini sasa Mugo amekuwa carried away, Central lazima tuwe hivi, kingpin sijui nani ni huyo bosi wake huyo. Lakini hata ukiongea na umesikia vile Sama amekwambia ana Wakikuyu wengine ambao wamemwambia, in fact ni wengi sana ambao wamemwambia wameteseka sana. Kwa hii time ya huyo mtu wako huyo. Waona? So mimi ile nitasema kama tunafunga nitasema hivi, kuna nini, mimi ni Mkikuyu na najua Kikikuyu. Kuna saying moja ambayo inasema kwa Kikuyu, lakini inasema, alafu nitatafsiri. Inasema modo wiyaga mbeca cia modo uria ungi anoraga itina rimwe. That means yule ambaye huwa anaiba pesa ya mwenzio huwa ananona tako moja. Waona? Yeye unaona tako moja, huwa anoni matako mawili, tako moja tu hivi, ndio yeye unaona hivyo. Sasa ndio hivyo, na yeye ni Mkikuyu, anajua vile nimesema. Kwa hivyo sasa tuseme, na nimesema vizuri sana, tuangalie maneno yote kwa darubini ya ukweli. Tusije tukakuwa tumechukuliwa na hawa mapoliticians hawa, wakakuja wakatuambia ati huyu ni mbaya. Kama Mungu alikuwa yasema kwamba sijui ati hasla sijui ana nini, yeye amekuja na nini, amekuja na platform yake, amekuja kuirepresent pale. Lakini sasa nyinyi kazi yenu tu ni kumpiga tu, mnasema sijui kuna uovu, sijui hiyo nini yake hiyo, sijui ya hustling ina evil ndani yake na all that. Lakini bwana, nyinyi sijui kwa nini mnamuingilia yule na hamtupatii evidence ya kutuambia kwamba huyu amefanya vile. Mkiamua mtoke museme, hamusemi. Yani akianani mnataka tumsulubu mtu hapa, lakini mnajua, lakini nyinyi ni ile hatred ambao mko nayo nyinyi ndani yenu, wewe na hao ambao mmekula pesa ya KEMSA. Waona? Lakini sasa mimi ile nitasema ni kwamba sisi wa Kenya tufungue macho hivi na ile example ambayo nilikuwa nimepatiana ya mwizi mdogo nilipatiana as an example. Lakini tunaona vile Mugo yeye, kwa sababu yeye Mugo hapendi DP kidogo, hampendi hata kidogo. Yeye uko alafu nikimalizia hiyo ambayo nilikuwa nasema ilikuwa ni example tu nilikuwa nampatia. Nilikuwa nasema hao wote ni wezi. Mimi leo hii nikisimama Kenya, niende hapo Uhuru Park nisimame niambia nipatieni kura nitatengeneza nchi, nani atanipatia kura? Nyinyi ambao mko hapa mtanipatia hiyo kura. Lakini watu wengine hawatanipatia. Hata nikichukua Qur'an hivi, niyape hivi na Qur'an na niseme kwamba ati mimi nitawatengenezea nchi, ni nani atanipatia? Hakuna mtu ambaye atanipatia. Maybe nitapatiwa na watu wengu, na huyo mzungu alikuwa hapa. Huyo kidosho wake.
Naomba nikuulize swali.
Sasa mimi ile nasema nimalize basi, sinipatie dakika moja tu.
Nakuuliza swali. Si swali nakuuliza. Mbona wewe unaona hautoshi kuongoza nchi?
Ndio nakuambia tuangalie na darubini ya ukweli. Na hii darubini ya ukweli haiwezi kuongoza. Nasema tuangalie Wakenya wote, na hiyo tuwe na ule ukweli. Tuangalie tuseme, ukienda Nyanza wewe mwenyewe usimame, nani atakuchagua kusema ukweli? Hiyo unajidanganya wewe mwenyewe. Nikienda Central niende niseme mimi nitatengeneza nchi, nakwambia sitachaguliwa. Lakini sasa wale watu wa mashambani pale wanaangalia hawa watu ambao wako pale juu. Waona sasa? Na ndio hiyo nasema tuangalie tuseme haya basi, hawa wanaangalia huku, wanaangalia huku. Wanasema Ruto, wanaangalia. Sasa sisi ndio tutaenda tuwaambie basi wacha basi tufuate huyu ambaye Ruto yuko hapa. Huyu anajua maneno ya serikali sana. Waona? Anajua maneno ya serikali sana. Lakini haya maneno ambayo anaenda kuwekelewa hawatupatii evidence. Sasa mimi pangu ningetaka mimi nisimame na Ruto na pale sitoki. Yule mwingine naye asimame na Raila, aje aniambie mimi, ani-convince aniambie haya wewe sasa fanya hivi. Muache Ruto kuja kwa Raila.
Hiyo ni haki yako.
Mchagua Raila.
Na dakika yako imeisha tafadhali.
Haya, asante.
Thank you. Na tutaendelea na hii kipindi keshoye. Kwa hivyo tusimalize kila kitu sasa hivi. Angela, dakika yako ya mwisho tuondoke.
Yes, daka yangu ya mwisho, I want to say this. In this Kenya, uongozi ikiwa mbaya, we all suffer. Hakuna mtu atafaidika, mwingine akuwa anateseka. Unga ikipanda, wote tunateseka. And I want to tell you this, the people of Central are the most people who are crying because kitu cha kwanza wako na malon. Hizi loan zinafaa kulipwa na biashara yao imesimama. Haisongi. Even they are regretting tano tena. The majority are regretting. So when we elect a leader, let us look the qualities of our leader. Can he take us somewhere, or he will just throw us in a hole and leave us there? Let us not just say, oh, Mount Kenya, oh, Rift Valley, oh, what. That one could not take us anywhere, and we will not change Kenya if we still have Mount Kenya. It holds this. Without Mount Kenya, we cannot get a leader. Without Rift Valley, we cannot get a leader. Let us change our minds, please. Then Kenya yetu itabadilika na tutakuwa na Kenya mpya ya maendeleo. I'm done.
1 minute.
Yes, Bernard.
Thank you, Angela. Moses, your 1 minute.
Bernard.
Yeah, I agree with Angel. Let us change our mindset for the betterment of our country. Again, going back to my brother and a friend on Mugo. You know, Mugo is as I see him, he looks very intelligent guy. Whom if he decide to follow the right direction, I think our country can change. You know, and also when we are also like talking about our politicians, let's also look at the good things they've done. Like he was talking about Ruto's wheelbarrow initiative. Ruto has also done some of the, kuna kitu mmoja alifanya mzuri, like kuna jamaa ambaye alikuwa anatengeneza these benches for people's yards, but there was no politician who stepped in to support him apart from William Samoei Ruto, who ordered about, was it 5 of them at 400,000 Kenya shillings each, and that was empowering. Now huyu jamaa, he was from Nyanza, he was my tribe, he wasn't from Rift Valley, you know. So when we talk, let's think, and when we think, let's think for what is good for our country, because the next generation depends on what we think for our tomorrow. So the issue of who is our kingship, who is our kingpin, we have 8 million votes. With your 8 million votes, let Uhuru Kenyatta come with Gideon Moi, Musalia Mudavadi, and whatsoever. Let him support them. And now they are talking about coalition between Raila and Ruto. Let Raila and Ruto also come with a coalition. And let's see if you are 8 million votes. I don't know if you have gone to the data of IEBC and you have seen that, as the central people, we have 8 million and this and this. I don't know if you have gone to the data or you are friends with Chebukati or whatsoever, but let's stop that mindset. I know we can change, and the change of Kenya starts and begins with us. You know, I know we are great people and we mean good for our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Honorable Mugo, your last 1 minute. Finally, kabisa.
Yes, I'll be fast with my point. Yes, I'll be fast with my point. I will start with Moses. I'm talking with facts. Let me tell you the truth. I'm from Central Nyeri, and Uhuru has done what I can tell and say and prove. Right now, as we are talking, the superhighway will be extended all the way to Nyeri. The standard gauge railway has gone all the way to Karatina. So I'm talking of what I know. It's what the president have done. And let's tusijaribu kuziana uoga. In Central, the only kingpin we can talk right now is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. No one else.
That's nonsense.
This is politics.
That's nonsense.
You must have a leader. You must have a leader.
Are you from Central?
We must have.
I'm not.
We must
I have a lot of friends from Central.
The Central people talk about Central.
It was my minute. It was my minute. In this platform, the only person I'm agreeing with is Ashley when she says, we trust our religious leaders to go down to knees and pray for the best. But the rest of we don't have a kingpin or whatever, that's a lie. In Kikuyu, we have our kinspin, and it is there. It is something traditional. And right now, the only person we can follow and listen to is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And there is a problem. This Hustler Nation have this idea. This Hustler Nation has this idea of provoking the president and supporting the guy. Yeah?
I think that's why you are asleep, because it seems like you have been sleeping for these past few years. Hiyo ndio maana unaongea kana kwamba unalala. So keep going.
Bas. Ndio hiyo sasa.
No, yes, network problem. Okay, ladies
Bernard,
and
Bernard, I know we are finishing. I will not go with
Amelala.
Oh, please.
She's
Nani
not
anasema
asleep, my people.
Hon,
Okay, Ashley,
Mugo.
malizia tafadhali.
Yeah, I just want to correct a point. Hon Mugo amesema the Kikuyu kingpin is Uhuru. He's not. More than 50% of 80%. Let's put 60%. More than 60% of Kikuyus do not want Uhuru. The only thing that is helping him is the threat that he propagates with his state machinery. If he did not have any state machinery and he came like Musalia or Kalonzo, he would have 20%, if any, in Kikuyu land. He is ruling by the sword.
No, Ashley,
That's the only way.
No, let me ask you a question.
He's not our kingpin. He's not a kingpin.
The question is, has there been installed the central leader other than Uhuru Kenyatta by the elders?
Right now,
yes,
more than 60% of.
No,
I would
have the
say 80,
elders
but I'm going to
replaced
say
Uhuru
60%.
Kenyatta?
I know. I don't know who has replaced him. That the fact that I know is that people do not want him, and those who are with him, most of them are scared of what he would do to them. That he weaponized corruption towards them when they show, when they show that they are not with him. Had he no state machinery, he would be as toothless as some of these leaders like Mudavadi.
Okay, thank you very much.
And he knows it. That's why he will not take Raila to Kikuyu land. He knows that himself.
Sawa. Asanteni sana kwa kujiunga nasi katika kipindi hiki. Naamini kwamba mchango wetu unahesabika na tuendelee. Leo naomba tumalizie hapo ili tuendeleze tena usiku. Kama namba yako hujapeana ya kuwekwa kwa WhatsApp group ambapo tunapika haya maneno kabla yafike hapa, unaweka hapo kwa private chat, namba yako itaongezwa kwa WhatsApp group. That's where we discuss these matters before they come here. God bless you Mtembe. Asante sana.
Haya, asanteni sana. Kesho pia ni siku.
Siwe Mtembe pia useme pointi yako. Siwe ni Mkenya.
Ya Mtembe. Mtembe kuongea.
Hapana, mimi kazi yangu leo ni kusikiza. Nimekuwa na kazi mingi sana huku behind the scenes. Sija concentrate.
Clinton ndio huwa anakuanga dictator sana bwana. Uwezi hata uliza swali.
Tuko na Clinton kesho.
Clinton ni dictator.
Kesho mpaka Sunday tuko live all days kutoka saa 2. So anybody mwenye to join from saa 2 jioni mpaka watu wakimaliza motion.
Sawa. Ndio nimeweka namba yangu hapo ya WhatsApp.
Can you bring somebody we question them? Our leaders, can you bring us one here? We ask questions.
Tunaweza waleta.
Ya na utuambie saa pia.
Sawa.
Leta mmoja wa BBI. Leta huyo wa BBI tuulize maswali.
Yupi?
Yoyote, Raila.
Hey, unaweza nitafutia. Okay, wacha yaongee. Maliza kwanza Ashley.
Bring the big fish.
Okay, acha niongee nao alafu nitawaambia.
Okay, na unaweza nitafutia our MP wa game bwana. Huyo jamaa ametulet down sana. Elisha.
Wewe umeanza kutafuta.
Nataka kuna nini unitafutia Elisha umweke hapa tafadhali.
Stop witch hunting.
Ama Mtembei.
Yes.
Ama unaweza ni text privately tuongee na hiyo nambari yangu, sawa?
Sawa sawa.
Haya,
Ama
asante.
utuletee gavana wa Nairobi.
Kuna gavana Nairobi?
Yes, Kananu. Umeru.
Oh,
Ama
okay.
ule NMS.
Kananu ndio unaweza pata. Yule NMS huwezi pata, ni wanajeshi.
And then ikiwezekana pia ututafutie mtu kama Miguna fundishe watu kama huyo Hon